Book 6, Prologue, The Legend of Calidore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser, Book 6. The Legend of Calidore. Prologue. The ways through which my weary steps I guide in this delightful land of Faerie are so exceeding spacious and wide, and sprinkled with such sweet variety of all that pleasant is to ear or eye, that I nigh ravished with rare thoughts delight, my tedious travell do forget thereby, and when I gin to feel decay of might, it strength to me supplies, and cheers my dulled sprite. Such secret comfort, and such heavenly pleasures, ye sacred imps that on Parnasso dwell, and there the keeping have of learning treasures, which do all worldly riches far excell, into the minds of mortal men do well, and goodly fury into them infuse. Guide ye my footing, and conduct me well in these strange ways, where never foot did use, nor none can find, but who was taught them by the Muse. Reveal to me the sacred nursery of virtue, which with you doth there remain, where it in silver bar does hidden lie from view of men, and wicked world's disdain. Since it at first was by the gods with pain planted in earth, being derived at first from heavenly seeds of bounty sovereign, and by them long with careful labour nurst, till it to ripeness grew, and forth to honour burst. Amongst them all grows not a fairer flower than is the bloom of comely courtesy, which though it on a lowly stalk do bower, yet brancheth forth in brave nobility, and spreads itself through all civility, of which though present age doth plenteous seem, yet being matched with plain antiquity, ye will them all but feigned showes esteem, which carry colours fair, that feeble eyes misdeem. But in the trial of true courtesy, it's now so far from that, which then it was, that it indeed is nought but forgery, fashioned to please the eyes of them that pass, which see not perfect things but in a glass. Yet is that glass so gay, that it can blind the wisest sight, to think gold that is brass. But virtue's seat is deep within the mind, and not in outward showes, but inward thoughts defined. But where shall I in all antiquity so fair a pattern find, where may be seen the goodly praise of princely courtesy, as in yourself, O sovereign Lady Queene, in whose pure mind, as in a mirror sheen, it shows, and with her brightness doth inflame the eyes of all, which thereon fixed been, but meriteth indeed an higher name, yet so from low to high uplifted is your fame. Then pardon me, most dreaded sovereign, that from yourself I do this virtue bring, and to yourself do it return again, so from the ocean all rivers spring, and tribute back repay as to their king. Right so from you all goodly virtues well into the rest, which round about you ring, fair lords and ladies, which about you dwell, and do adorn your court, where courtesies excell. Book 6, Canto 1, The Legend of Calidore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. Book 6, The Legend of Calidore. Canto 1. Calidore saves from Malefort, a damsel used viled, doth vanquish Crudor, and doth make Briana wex more mild. Of court, it seems, men courtesy do call, for that it there most useth to abound, and well beseemeth that in princes' hall that virtue should be plentifully found, which of all goodly manners is the ground, and root of civil conversation. Right so in Faerie court did it redound, where courteous knights and ladies most did won, of all on earth, and make a matchless paragon. But mongst them all was none more courteous knight than Calidore, beloved over all, in whom it seems that gentleness of sprite and manners mild were planted natural, to which he adding comely guise withal, and gracious speech, did steal men's hearts away. Nathless thereto he was full stout and tall, and well approved in batteilous affray, that him did much renown, and far his fame display. Nor was there knight, nor was there lady found in Faerie court, but him did dear embrace. For his fair usage and conditions sound, the which in all men's liking gained place, and with the greatest purchased greatest grace, which he could wisely use, and well apply, to please the blest, and the evil to embase. For he loathed leasing, and base flattery, and loved simple truth, and stedfast honesty. And now he was in travell on his way, upon an hard adventure sore bestad, when as by chance he met upon a day with Artegall, returning yet half sad from his late conquest, which he gotten had. Who when as each of other had a sight, they knew themselves, and both their persons rad. When Calidore thus first: Haile, noblest knight, of all this day on ground that breathen living sprite. Now tell, if please you, of the good success which ye have had in your late enterprise. To whom Sir Artegall gan to express his whole exploit and valorous emprise, in order as it did to him arise. Now happy man, said then Sir Calidore, which have so goodly, as ye can devise, achieved so hard a quest as few before, that shall you most renowmed make for evermore. But where ye ended have, now I begin to tread an endless trace, withouten guide, or good direction, how to enter in, or how to issue forth in ways untried, in perils strange, in labours long and wide, in which although good fortune me befall, yet shall it not by none be testified. What is that quest, quoth then Sir Artegall, that you into such perils presently doth call? The blatant beast, quoth he, I do pursue, and through the world incessantly do chase, till I him overtake, or else subdue. Yet know I not or how or in what place to find him out, yet still I forward trace. What is that blatant beast? Then he replied. It is a monster bred of hellish race, then answered he, which often hath annoyed good knights and ladies true, and many else destroyed. Of Curibus whilome he was begot, and fell Camailigua in her darksome den, through foul commixture of his filthy blot, where he was fostered long in Stygian fen, till he to perfect ripeness grew, and then into this wicked world he forth was sent, to be the plague and scourge of wretched men, whom with vile tongue and venomous intent he sore doth wound, and bite, and cruelly torment. Then since the salvage island I did leave, said Artegall, I such a beast did see, the which did seem 1,000 tongues to have, that all in spite and malice did agree, with which he bayed and loudly barked at me, as if at first he at once would me devour. But I that knew myself from peril free, did not regard his malice nor his power, but he the more wicked poison forth did pour. That surely is that beast, said Calidore, which I pursue, of which I am right glad to hear these tidings, which of none afore through all my weary travel I have had. Yet now some hope your words unto me add. Now God you speed, quoth then Sir Artegall, and keep your body from the danger drad, for ye have much ado to deal withal. So both took goodly leave, and parted several. Sir Calidore thence travelled not long, when as by chance a comely squire he found, that through some mighty enemy's wrong, both hand and foot unto a tree was bound, who seeing him from far, with piteous sound of his shrill cries him called to his side, to whom approaching, in that painful stound, when he him saw, for no demands he stayed, but first him loosed, and afterwards thus to him said: Unhappy squire, what hard mishap thee brought into this bay of peril and disgrace? What cruel hand thy wretched thraldom brought, and thee captured in this shameful place? To whom he answered thus: My hapless case is not occasioned through my misdesert, but through misfortune, which did me abase unto the shame, and my young hope subvert, ere that I in her guileful trains was well expert. Not far from hence, upon yond rocky hill, hard by a strait there stands a castle strong, which doth observe a custom lewd and ill, and it hath long maintained with mighty wrong, for may no knight nor lady pass along that way, and yet they needs must pass that way, by reason of the strait, and rocks among, but they that lady's locks do shave away, and that knight's beard for toll, which they for passage pay. A shameful use, as ever I did hear, said Calidore, and to be overthrown. But by what means did they at first it rear, And for what cause? Tell if thou have it known. Said then that squire, The lady which doth own this castle is by name Briana hight, than which a prouder lady liveth none. She long time hath dear loved a doughty knight, and sought to win his love by all the means she might. His name is Crudor, who through high disdain and proud despite of his self-pleasing mind, refused hath to yield her love again, until a mantle she for him do find, with beards of knights and locks of ladies lined, which to provide she hath this castle dight, and therein hath a seneschal assigned, called Malefort, a man of mickle might, who executes her wicked will with worse despite. He this same day, as I that way did come with a fair damsel, my beloved dear, in execution of her lawless doom, did set upon us flying both for fear, for little boots against him hand to rear. Me first he took, unable to withstand, and whilst he her pursued everywhere, till his return unto this tree he bond. Know what I surely, whether her he yet have found. Thus whiles they spake, they heard a rueful shriek of one loud crying, which they straightway guessed that it was she, the which for help did seek. Though looking up unto the cry to lest, they saw that carle from far, with hand unblest, hailing that maiden by the yellow hair, that all her garments from her snowy breast, and from her head her locks he nigh did tear. Nor would he spare for pity, nor refrain for fear. Which heinous sight when Calidore beheld, eftsoons he loosed that squire, and so him left, with heart's dismay and inward dolour quelled, for to pursue that villain, which had reft that piteous spoil by so injurious theft. Whom overtaking, loud to him he cried, Leave fater quickly that misgotten weft to him, that hath it better justified, and turn thee soon to him, of whom thou art defied. Who hearkening to that voice himself upreared, and seeing him so fiercely towards make, against him stoutly ran, as nought afeared, but rather more enraged for those words sake, and with stern countenance thus unto him spake, Art thou the caitiff that defiest me? And for this maid, whose party thou dost take, wilt give thy beard, though it but little be, yet shall it not her locks for ransom from me free. With that he fiercely at him flew, and laid on hideous strokes with most importune might, that oft he made him stagger as unstaid, and oft recoil to shun his sharp despite. But Calidore, that was well skilled in fight, him long forbore, and still his spirit spared, lying in wait, how him he damaged might. But when he felt him shrink, and come toward, he greater grew, and gan to drive at him more hard. Like as a water stream, whose swelling source shall drive a mill, within strong banks is pent, and long restrained of his ready course, so soon as passage is unto him lent, breaks forth, and makes his way more violent. Such was the fury of Sir Calidore, when once he felt his foeman to relent, he fiercely him pursued, and pressed sore, who as he still decayed, so he increased more. The heavy burden of whose dreadful might, when as the carle no longer could sustain, his heart gan faint, and straight he took his flight toward the castle, where if need constrain, his hope of refuge used to remain, whom Calidore, perceiving fast to fly, he him pursued, and chased through the plain, that he for dread of death gan loud to cry unto the ward, to open to him hastily. They from the wall seeing him so aghast, the gate soon opened to receive him in. But Calidore did follow him so fast, that even in the porch he did him win, and cleft his head asunder to his chin. The carcass tumbling down within the door, did choke the entrance with a lump of sin, that it could not be shut, whilst Calidore did enter in, and slew the porter on the floor. With that the rest, the which the castle kept about him flocked, and hard at him did lay, but he them all from him full lightly swept, as doth a steer, in heat of summer's day, with his long tail the brises brush away. Thence passing forth into the hall he came, whereof the lady self in sad display he was ymet, who with uncomely shame gan him salute, and foul upbraid with faulty blame. False traitor knight, said she, no knight at all, but scorn of arms, that hast with guilty hand murdered my men, and slain my seneschal. Now comest thou to rob my house unmanned, and spoil myself, that cannot thee withstand? Yet doubt thou not, but that some better knight than thou, that shall thy treason understand, will it avenge, and pay thee with thy right. And if none do, yet shame shall thee with shame requite. Much was the knight abashed at that word, yet answered thus: Not unto me the shame, but to the shameful doer it afford. Blood is no blemish, for it is no blame to punish those that do deserve the same. But they that break bands of civility, and wicked customs make, those do defame both noble arms and gentle courtesy. No greater shame to man than inhumanity. Then do yourself, for dread of shame, forego this evil manner, which ye here maintain, and do instead thereof mild courtesy show to all that pass. That shall you glory gain more than his love, which thus ye seek to obtain. Wherewithal full of wrath she thus replied: Vile recreant, know that I do much disdain thy courteous lore, that dost my love deride. Who scorns thy idle scoff, and bids thee be defied? To take defiance at a lady's word, quoth he, I hold it no indignity. But were he here that would it with his sword abet, perhaps he mote it dearer buy. Cowherd, quoth she, were not that thou wouldst fly ere he do come, he should be soon in place. If I do so, said he, then liberty I leave to you, for I me to disgrace with all those shames that erst ye spake me to deface. With that a dwarf she called to her in haste, and taking from her hand a ring of gold, a privy token which between them passed, bade him to fly with all the speed he could to Crudor, and desire him that he would vouchsafe to rescue her against a knight, who those strong power had now herself in hold, having late slain her seneschal in fight, and all her people murdered with outrageous might. The dwarf his way did hast, and went all night, but Calidore did with her there abide. The coming of that so much threatened knight, where that discourteous dame with scornful pride, and foul entreaty him indignified, that iron heart it hardly could sustain. Yet he, that could his wrath full wisely guide, did well endure her womanish disdain, and did himself from frail impatience refrain. The morrow next, before the lamp of light above the earth upreared his flaming head, the dwarf, who bore that message to her knight, brought answer back, that ere he tasted bread, he would her succour, and, alive or dead, her foe deliver up into her hand. Therefore he willed her do away all dread, and that of him she mote assured stand, and sent to her his bassonet, as a faithful band. Thereof full blithe the lady straight became, and gan to augment her bitterness much more, yet no whit more appalled for the same, nor aught dismayed was Sir Calidore, but rather did more cheerful seem therefore. And having soon his arms about him dight, did issue forth to meet his foe afore, where long he stayed not, when as a knight he spied came pricking on with all his power and might. Well weened he straight, that he should be the same, which took in hand her quarrel to maintain, nor stayed to ask if it were he by name, but couched his spear, and ran at him amain. They been admit in middest of the plain with so fell fury and dispiteous force, that neither could the other's stroke sustain, but rudely rolled to ground both man and horse, neither of other taking pity nor remorse. But Calidore uprose again full light, whilst yet his foe lay fast in senseless sound, yet would he not him hurt, although he might, for shame he weened a sleeping wight to wound. But when Briana saw that dreary stound, that where she stood upon the castle wall, she deemed him sure to have been dead on ground, and made such piteous mourning therewithal, that from the battlements she ready seemed to fall. Natheless at length himself he did uprear, in lustless wise, as if against his will, ere he had slept his fill, he wakened were, and gan to stretch his limbs, which feeling ill of his late fall, a while he rested still. But when he saw his foe before in view, he shook off luskishness, and courage chill, kindling afresh, gan battle to renew, to prove if better foot than horseback would ensue. There then began a fearful cruel fray betwixt them two, for mastery of might. For both were wondrous practique in that play, and passing well expert in single fight, and both inflamed with furious despite, which as it still increased, so still increased their cruel strokes and terrible affright, nor once for ruth their rigour they released, nor once to breathe a while their anger's tempest ceased. Thus long they tracked and traversed to and fro, and tried all ways how each mote entrance make into the life of his malignant foe. They hew their helms, and plates asunder brake, as they had potshares been, for nought mote slake their greedy vengeances, but gory blood, that at the last like to a purple lake of bloody gore congealed about them stood, which from their riven sides forth gushed like a flood. At length it chanced, that both their hands on high at once did heave with all their power and might, thinking the utmost of their force to try, and prove the final fortune of the fight. But Calidore, that was more quick of sight, and nimbler handed than his enemy, prevented him before his stroke could light, and on the helmet smoke him formally, that made him stoop to ground with meek humility. And ere he could recover foot again, he following that fair advantage fast, his stroke redoubled with such might and main, that him upon the ground he grovelling cast, and leaping to him light, would have unlaced his helm, to make unto his vengeance way, who seeing in what danger he was placed, cried out, Ah mercy, Sir, do me not slay, but save my life, which lot before your foot doth lay. With that his mortal hand a while he stayed, and having somewhat calmed his wrathful heat, with goodly patience, thus he to him said, And is the boast of that proud lady's threat, that menaced me from the field to beat, now brought to this? By this now may ye learn, strangers no more rudely to entreat, but put away proud look, and usage stern, the which shall nought to you but foul dishonour yearn. For nothing is more blameful to a knight, than curtsy doth as well as arms profess, however strong and fortunate in flight, than the reproach of pride and cruelness. In vain he seeketh others to suppress, who hath not learned himself first to subdue. All flesh is frail, and full of fickleness, subject to fortune's chance, still changing new. What haps to-day to me, to-morrow may to you. Who will not mercy unto others show, how can he mercy ever hope to have? To pay each with his own his right and due, yet since ye mercy now doth need to crave, I will it grant, your hopeless life to save, with these conditions which I will propound. First, that ye better shall yourself behave unto all errant knights, whereso on ground. Next, that ye ladies aid in every stead and stound. The wretched man, that all this while did well, in dread of death, his heasts did gladly hear, and promised to perform his precept well, and whatsoever else he would require. So suffering him to rise, he made him swear, by his own sword, and by the cross thereon, to take Brianna for his loving fair, withouten dower or composition, but to release his former foul condition. All which accepting, and with faithful oath binding himself most firmly to obey, he up arose, however lief or loath, and swore to him true fealty for aye. Then forth he called from sorrowful dismay the sad Brianna, which all this beheld, who coming forth yet full of late affray, Sir Calidore upcheered, and to her telled all this accord, to which he Crudor had compelled. Whereof she now more glad than sorry erst, all overcome with infinite effect, for his exceeding courtesy, that pierced her stubborn heart with inward deep effect. Before his feet herself she did project, and him adoring as her lives dear lord, with all due thanks, with dutiful respect, herself acknowledged bound for that accord, by which he had to her both life and love restored. So all returning to the castle glad, most joyfully she did them entertain, where goodly glee and feast to them she made, to shew her thankful mind and meaning fain, by all the means she mote it best explain, and after all, unto Sir Calidore she freely gave that castle for his pain, and herself bound to him for evermore, so wondrously now changed from that she was afore. But Calidore himself would not retain nor land nor fee for hire of his good deed, but gave them straight unto that squire again, whom from her seneschal he lately freed, and to his damsel as their rightful meed, for recompense of all their former wrong. There he remained with them right well agreed, till of his wounds he waxed whole and strong, and then to his first quest he passed forth along. End of Canto 6, Book 1, The Legend of Calidore. Book 6, Canto 2, The Legend of Calidore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. Book 6. The Legend of Calidore. Canto 2. Calidore sees young Tristram slay a proud discourteous knight. He makes him squire, and of him learns his state and present plight. What virtue is so fitting for a knight, or for a lady whom a knight should love, as courtesy, to bear themselves aright, to all of each degree, as doth behove? For whether they be placed high above, or low beneath, yet ought they well to know their good, that none them rightly may reprove of rudeness, for not yielding what they owe. Great skill it is such duties timely to bestow. Thereto great help Dame Nature's self doth lend, for some so goodly gracious are by kind, that every action doth them much commend, and in the eyes of men great liking find. Which others, that have greater skill in mind, though they enforce themselves, cannot attain. For everything, to which one is inclined, doth best become, and greater grace doth gain. Yet praise likewise deserve good thews, enforced with pain. That well in courteous Calidore appears, whose every act and word, that he did say, was like enchantment, that through both the ears and both the eyes did steal the heart away. He now again is on his former way, to follow his first quest, when as he spied a tall young man from thence not far away, fighting on foot, as well he him descried, against an armed knight, that did on horseback ride. And them beside a lady fair he saw, standing alone on foot, in foul array, to whom himself he hastily did draw, to weet the cause of so uncomely fray, and to depart them, if so be he may. But ere he came in place, that youth had killed that armed knight, that low on ground he lay, which when he saw, his heart was inly chilled with great amazement, and his thought with wonder filled. Him stedfastly he marked, and saw to be a goodly youth of amiable grace, yet but a slender slip, that scarce did see yet 17 years, but tall and fair of face, that sure he deemed him born of noble race. All in a woodman's jacket he was clad, of Lincoln green, belayed with silver lace, and on his head an hood with aglets sprad, and by his side his hunter's horn he hanging had. Busklins he wore of costliest cordwaine, pinkt upon gold, and paled part per part, as then the guise was for each gentle swaine. In his right hand he held a trembling dart, whose fellow he before had sent apart, and in his left he held a sharp boar speare, with which he wont to launch the salvage hart of many a lion and of many a beare, that first unto his hand in chace did happen neare. Whom Calidore a while well having viewed, at length bespake: What meanes this, gentle swaine? Why hath thy hand too bold itself embrued in blood of knight, the which by thee is slaine? By thee no knight, which armes impugneth plaine. Certes, said he, loath were I to have broken the law of armes, yet break it should again, rather than let myself of wight be stroken, so long as these two armes were able to be wroken. Or not I him, as this his ladies here may witness well, did offer first to wrong, nor surely thus unarmed I likely were. But he me first, through pride and puissance strong, assailed, not knowing what to armes doth long. Perdie, great blame, then said Sir Calidore, for armed knight a wight unarmed to wrong. But then areed thou, gentle child, wherefore betwixt you two began this strife and stern uproar? That shall I sooth, said he, to you declare, I whose unriper years are yet unfit for thing of weight, or work of greater care, do spend my days, and bend my careless wit to salvage chace, where I thereon may hit in all this forest,
and wild woody raine, where, as this day I was enranging it, I chaunft to meet this knight, who there lies slaine, Together with this Lady, passing on the plaine. This knight, as ye did see, on horfebacke was, And this his Lady, that him ill became, On her faire feete by his horfe fide did palle Through thick and thin, unfit for any dame. Yet not content, more to encreafe his fhame, When fo fhe lagged, as fhe needs mote fo, He with his fpeare, that was to him great blame, Would thump her forward, and enforce to go, Weeping to him in vaine, and making piteous woe. Which when I faw, as they me paft by, Much was I moved in indignant mind, And gan to blame him for fuch cruelty Towards a Lady, whom with ufage kind He rather fhould have taken up behind. Wherewith he wroth, and full of proud difdaine, Tooke in foule fcorne, that I fuch fault did find, And me in lieu thereof reviled againe, Threatning to chastize me, as doth to a child pertaine. Which I no leffe difdaining, backe returned His scornfull taunts unto his teeth againe, That he straightway with haughty choler burned, And with his fpeare ftrooke me one ftroke or twaine, Which I enforced to beare, tho to my paine, Caft I to requite, and with a flender dart Fellow of this I beare, thrown not in vaine, Ftrooke him, as feemeth, underneath the hart, That through the wound his spirit shortly did depart. Much did Sir Calidore admire his fpeach, Tempred fo well, but more admir'd the ftroke, That through the mailes had made fo ftrong a breach Into his hart, and had fo fternly wroke His wrath on him, that firft occafion broke. Yet refted not, but further gan enquire Of that fame Lady, whether what he fpoke Were foothly fo, and that the unrighteous ire Of her owne knight had given him his owne due hire. Of all which, when as fhe could nought deny, But cleared that ftripling of the imputed blame, Said then Sir Calidore, Neither will I him charge with guilt, but rather do quite clame For what he spake, for you he spake it, Dame. And what he did himfelfe to fave, Againft both which that knight wrought knightlefle fhame. For knights and all men this by nature have, Towards all womankind them kindly to behave. But fith that he is gone irrevocable, Please it you, Lady, to us to areed, What caufe could make him fo difhonourable, To drive you fo on foot unfit to tread, And lacquey by him, gainft all womanhead. Certes, Sir Knight, fayd fhe, full loth I were To raife a living blame againft the dead. But fince it me concernes, my felfe to cleare, I will the truth difcover, as it chaunft whileare. This day, as he and I together rode Upon our way, to which we weren bent, We chaunft to come forby a covert glade Within a wood, whereas a Lady gent Sat with a knight in joyous jolliment Of their franke love, free from all jealous fpies. Faire was the Lady fure, that mote content an hart, Not carried with too curious eyes, And unto him did fhew all lovely courtesies. Whom when my knight did see fo lovely faire, He inly gan her lover to envy, And wifh, that he part of his fpoile might fhare. Whereto when my presence he did fpy to be a let, He bad me by and by for to alight. But when as I was loth my loves owne part To leave fo fuddenly, he with ftrong hand Downe from his fteed me throw'th, And with presumptuous powre againft that knight ftreight go'th. Unarmed was all the knight, as then more meet For Ladies fervice, and for loves delight, Then fearing any foeman there to meet. Whereof he taking odds, ftreight bids him dight Himfelfe to yield his love, or else to fight. Whereat the other starting up difmayd, Yet boldly answered, as he rightly might, To leave his love he fhould be ill apayd, In which he had good right gainft all, that is gainsayd. Yet fince he was not presently in plight Her to defend, or his to justify, He him requested, as he was a knight, To lend him day his better right to try, Or ftay, till he his armes, which were thereby, Might lightly fetch. But he was fierce and wat, Ne time would give, nor any termes aby, But at him flew, and with his fpeare him fmote, From which to think to fave himfelfe it booted not. Meanwhile, while his Lady, which this outrage faw, Whileft they together for the quarry ftrove, Into the covert did herfelfe withdraw, And clofely hid herfelfe within the grove. My knight hers foone, it feemed, to danger drove, And left fore wounded. But when her he mist, he wox half mad, and in that rage gan rove and range through all the wood, where so he wift she hidden was, and fought her so long, as him lift. But when as her he by no meanes could find, after long fearch and chouf, he turned back Unto the place, where me he left behind. There gan he me to curfe and ban, for lacke of that faire booty, and with bitter wracke to wreake on me the guilt of his owne wrong. Of all which I yet glad to beare the packe, ftrove to appeafe him, and perfwaded long, but ftill his passion grew more violent and ftrong. Then as it were t'avenge his wrath on me, when forward we fhould fare, he flat refufed to take me up, as this young man did fee, upon his fteed, for no juft caufe accufed, but forced to trot on foot, and foule mifufed, punching me with the butt end of his fpeare, in vaine complaining to be so abufed. For he regarded neither plaint nor teare, but more enforced my paine, the more my plaints to heare. So passed we, till this young man us met, and being moved with pity of my plight, spake, as was meet, for eafe of my regret, whereof befell, what now is in your fight. Now fure, then faid Sir Calidore, and right me feemes, that him befell by his owne fault. Who ever thinkes through confidence of might, or through fupport of count'nance proud and halt, to wrong the weaker, oft falls in his owne affault. Then turning back unto that gentle boy, which had himfelfe so stoutly well acquit, feeing his face so lovely, fterne, and coy, and hearing the answers of his pregnant wit, he praised it much, and much admir'd it, that fure he ween'd him born of noble blood, with whom thofe graces did so goodly fit. And when he long had him beholding stood, he burft into thefe words, as to him feemed good. Faire gentle fwaine, and yet as ftout as faire, that in thefe woods amongft the nymphs does wonne, which daily meet to thy fweet lookes repaire, as they are wont unto Latonaes fonne, after his chaunce on woody Cynthus donne. Well may I certes fuch an one thee read, as by thy worth thou worthily has wonne, or surely born of some heroique feed, that in thy face appeares, and gracious goodly head. But fhould it not difpleafe thee it to tell, unleffe thou in thefe woods thyfelfe conceale, for love among the woody Gods to dwell, I would thyfelfe require thee to reveale, for deare affection and unfeigned zeale, which to thy noble personage I beare, and wish thee grow in worfhip and great weale. For fince the day that armes I firft did reare, I never faw in any greater hope appeare. To whom then thus the noble youth: May be, Sir Knight, that by discovering my eftate, harme may arife unweeting unto me. Nathleffe, fith ye so courteous feemed late, to you I will not feare it to relate. Then wote ye that I am a Briton borne, Sonne of a King, however thorough fate or fortune I my country hath forlorne, and loft the crowne, which fhould my head by right adorne. And Triftram is my name, the only heire Of good King Meliodas, which did reigne in Cornwall, till that he through lives difpaire untimely died, before I did attaine ripe years of reafon, my right to maintaine. After whofe death his brother, feeing me an infant, weake a kingdom to fuftaine, upon him tooke the royal high degree, and fent me, where him lift, inftructed for to be. The widow Queene my mother, which then hight faire Emmeline, conceiving then great feare of my fraile fafety, resting in the might of him, that did the kingly Scepter beare, whofe jealous dread enduring not a peare is wont to cut off all, that doubt may breed, though beft away me to remove somewhere into some forreign land, where as no need of dreaded danger might his doubtfull humour feed. So taking counsel of a wife man read, she was by him advized, to send me quite out of the country wherein I was bred, the which the fertile Lionesses hight, into the land of Faerie, where no wight should weet of me, nor worke me any wrong. To whofe wise reed she hearkening, sent me ftreight into this land, where I have wond this long, since I was 10 years old, now growen to stature ftrong. All which my dayes I have not lewdly spent, nor spilt the bloffom of my tender years in idleneffe, but as was convenient, have trained been with many noble feares in gentle thewes, and such like feemly leares, mongst which my most delight hath alwayes been, to hunt the falvage chace amongst my peares, Of all that rangeth in the forest greene, of which none is to me unknowne, that ever was feene. Ne is there hawke, which mantleth her on perch, whether high towring, or accoafting low, but I the meafure of her flight do fearch, and all her pray, and all her diet know. Such be our joyes, which in thefe forefts grow. Onely the ufe of armes, which moft I joy, and fitteth moft for noble fwaine to know, I have not tasted yet paft a boy, and being now high time thefe ftrong joynts to employ. Therefore, good Sir, fith now occafion fit doth fall, whofe like hereafter feldome may, let me this crave, unworthy though of it, that ye will make me fquire without delay, that from henceforth in battailous array I may bear armes, and learne to ufe them right, the rather fince that fortune hath this day given to me the fpoile of this dead knight, thefe goodly gilden armes, which I have won in fight. All which when Sir Calidore had heard, him much more now then erft he gan admire, for the rare hope, which in his yeares appeared, and thus replide: Faire child, the high desire to love of armes, which in you doth afpire, I may not certes without blame deny, but rather wifh, that fome more noble hire, though none more noble then is Chivalry, I had, you to reward with greater dignity. There him he caufed to kneele, and made to fweare Faith to his knight, and truth to ladies all, And never to be recreant for feare of perill, Or of ought that might befall. So he him dubbed, and his fquire did call. Full glad and joyous then young Tristram grew, Like as a flowre, whofe filken leaves fmall, Long fhut up in the bud from heavens view, At length breakes forth, and brode difplaying his fmiling hew. Thus when they long had treated to and fro, And Calidore betooke him to depart, Childe Tristram prayd, that he with him might go On his adventure, vowing not to ftart, But wait on him in every place and part. Whereat Sir Calidore did much delight, And greatly joyd at his fo noble hart, In hope he fure would prove a doughty knight. Yet for the time this answer he to him behight: Glad would I furely be, thou courteous Squire, To have thy presence in my present queft, That mote thy kindled courage set on fire, And flame forth honour in thy noble breast. But I am bound by vow, which I profeft To my dread Soveraine, when I it affayd, That in atchievement of her high beheft I fhould no creature joyne unto mine ayd, For thy I may not graunt, that ye fo greatly prayd. But fince this Lady is all defolate, And needeth fafegard now upon her way, Ye may do well in this her needfull ftate To fuccour her from danger of difmay, That thankfull guerdon may to you repay. The noble Impe of fuch new fervice faine It gladly did accept, as he did say. So taking courteous leave, they parted twaine, And Calidore forth paft to his former paine. But Tristram then despoiling that dead knight Of all thofe goodly implements of prayfe, Long fed his greedy eyes with the faire fight Of the bright metall, fhining like the funne rayes, Handling and turning them 1,000 wayes. And after having them upon him dight, He tooke that Lady, and her up did rayfe Upon the fteed of her owne late dead knight, So with her marched forth, as fhe did him behight. There to their fortune leave we them a while, And turne we back to good Sir Calidore, Who ere he thence had travelled many a mile, Came to the place, whereas ye heard afore, This Knight, whom Tristram flew, had wounded fore Another Knight in his dispiteous pride. There he that Knight found lying on the floore, With many wounds full perilous and wide, That all his garments and the graffe in vermeil dyed. And there beside him sate upon the ground His wofull Lady, piteously complaining With loud laments that most unlucky ftound, And her fad felfe with carefull hand constraining To wipe his wounds, and eafe their bitter paining. Which forie fight when Calidore did view, With heavy eyne, from teares unneath refraining, His mighty heart their mournefull cafe can rue, And for their better comfort to them nigher drew. Then fpeaking to the Lady, thus he said: Ye dolefull Dame, let not your griefe empeach To tell, what cruel hand hath thus arrayd This Knight unarmed, with fo unknightly breach of armes, That if I yet him nigh may reach, I may avenge him of fo foule defpight. The Lady, hearing his fo courteous fpeach, gan reare her eyes as to the chearefull light, And from her sorry heart few heavy words forth fight. In which fhe shewed, how that difcourteous Knight, Whom Tristram flew, them in that fhadow found, Joying together in unblamed delight, And him unarm'd, as now he lay on ground, Charged with his fpeare, and mortally did wound Withouten caufe, but onely her to reave From him, to whom fhe was for ever bound. Yet when fhe fled into that covert grieve, He her not finding, both them thus nigh dead did leave. When Calidore this ruefull ftory had well understood, He gan of her demaund, what manner wight he was, and how y clad, which had this outrage wrought with wicked hand. She then, like as fhe beft could understand, Him thus described, to be of ftature large, Clad all in gilden armes with azure band Quartered athwart, and bearing in his targe A Lady on rough waves, rowed in a fummer barge. Then gan Sir Calidore to guefle ftreight way, By many fignes which fhe described had, That this was he, whom Tristram earft did flay, And to her said: Dame, be no longer fad, For he, that hath your Knight fo ill beftad, Is now himfelfe in much more wretched plight. Thefe eyes him faw upon the cold earth sprad, The meed of his defert for that defpight, Which to your felfe he wrought, and to your loved Knight. Therefore, faire Lady, lay afide this griefe, Which ye have gathered to your gentle hart, For that difpleafure, and think what reliefe Were beft devized for this your lovers fmart, And how ye may him hence, and to what part Convay to be recurr'd. She thankt him deare, Both for that newes he did to her impart, And for the courteous care which he did beare, Both to her love, and to herfelfe in that fad dreare. Yet could fhe not devize by any wit, How thence fhe might convay him to fome place. For him to trouble fhe it thought unfit, That was a ftranger to her wretched cafe. And him to beare fhe thought it thing too bafe. Which when as he perceived, he thus befpake: Faire Lady, let it not you feeme difgrace To beare this burden on your dainty back, My felfe will beare a part, co-portion of your pack. So off he did his fhield, and downward layd Upon the ground, like to an hollow beare, And pouring balme, which he had long purvayd Into his wounds, him up thereon did reare, And twixt them both with parted paines did beare, Twixt life and death, not knowing what was done. Thence they him carried to a caftle neare, In which a worthy aunchient Knight did wonne, Where what enfued, fhall in next canto be begonne. End of Canto II, Book 6. The Legend of Calidore. Book 4. Canto III. The Legend of Calidore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. Book 4. The Legend of Calidore. Canto III. Calidore brings Priscilla home, pursues the blatant beast, saves Serena, while Calepine by Turpine is oppressed. True is, that whilome the good poet said, The gentle mind by gentle deeds is known. For a man by nothing is so well bewrayed As by his manners, in which plain is fhowne Of what degree and what race he is growne. For feldome feene a trotting Stallion get An ambling Colt, that is his proper owne. So feldome feene, that one in baseneffe set Doth noble courage shew, with courteous manners met. But evermore contrary hath been tryde, That gentle blood will gentle manners breed, As well may be in Calidore descried, By late ensample of that courteous deed, Done to that wounded Knight in his great need, Whom on his back he bore, till he him brought Unto the caftle, where they had decreed Thereof the Knight, the which that caftle ought, To make abode that night he greatly was befought. He was to weet a man of full ripe years, That in his youth had been of mickle might, And borne great fway in armes among his peers. But now weake age had dimm'd his candle light, Yet was he courteous still to every wight, And loved all that did to armes incline, And was the father of that wounded Knight, Whom Calidore thus carried on his chine, and Aldus was his name, and his sonnes Aladine. Who when he saw his sonne so ill bedight with bleeding wounds, brought home upon a bier by a faire Lady and a stranger knight, was inly touched with compassion deare, and deare affection of so dolefull dreare, that he these words burft forth: Ah, sorry boy, is this the hope, that to my hoary haire thou brings? Ay me, is this the timely joy, which I expected long, now turned to sad annoy? Such is the weakness of all mortal hope, so fickle is the state of earthly things, that ere they come unto their aimed scope, they fall too short of our fraile reckonings, and bring us bale and bitter sorrowings, instead of comfort, which we should embrace. This is the state of Kaisers and of Kings. Let none therefore, that is in meaner place, too greatly grieve at any his unlucky cafe. So well and wisely did that good old knight temper his griefe, and turned it to cheare his guefts, whom he had stayd that night, and make their welcome to them well appeare, that to Sir Calidore was eafie geare, but that faire Lady would be cheared for nought, but fight and sorrow for her lover deare, and inly did afflict her penfive thought, with thinking to what caufe her name should now be brought. For she was daughter to a noble lord, who dwelt thereby, who sought her to affy to a great peare, but she did disaccord, nor could her liking to his love apply, but loved this frefh young knight, who dwelt her nigh. The lusty Aladine, though meaner borne, and of leffe livelihood and hability, yet full of valour, the which did adorne his meanneffe much, and make her the others riches fcorne. So having both found fit occafion, they met together in that lucklefle glade, where that proud knight in his presumption the gentle Aladine did erft invade, being unarmed, and set in fecret fhade. Whereof fhe now bethinking, gan to advize, how great a hazard fhe at erft had made of her good fame, and further gan devize, how fhe the blame might falve with coloured difguize. But Calidore with all good courtefie feigned her to frolique, and to put away the penfive fit of her melancholy, and that old knight by all meanes did affay, to make them both as merry as he may. So they the evening paft, till time of reft, when Calidore in feemely good array, unto his bowre was brought, and there undreft, did fleepe all night through weary travell of his queft. But faire Priscilla, so that Lady hight, would to no bed, nor take no kindly fleepe, but by her wounded love did watch all night, and all the night for bitter anguifh weepe, and with her teares his wounds did wafh and fteepe. So well fhe wafht them, and so well fhe watcht him, that of the deadly fwound, in which full deepe he drenched was, fhe at the length difpatcht him, and drove away the ftound, which mortally attached him. The morrow next, when day gan to uplooke, he also gan uplooke with dreary eye, like one that out of deadly dreame awoke, where when he saw his faire Priscilla by, he deeply fighed, and groaned inwardly, to think of this ill ftate, in which fhe stood, to which fhe for his fake had weetingly now brought herfelfe, and blamed her noble blood, for firft, next after life, he tendered her good. Which fhe perceiving, did with plenteous teares his care more than her own compafsionate, forgetfull of her own to mind his feares. So both conspiring, gan to intimate each others griefe with zeale affectionate, and twixt them twain with equal care to caft, how to fave whole her hazarded eftate, for which the only helpe now left them laft feemed to be Calidore, all other helpes were paft. Him they did deeme, as fure to them he feemed, a courteous knight, and full of faithfull truft. Therefore to him their caufe they beft esteemed whole to commit, and to his dealing juft. Early, so foone as Titans beames forth bruft through the thicke clouds, in which they fteeped lay all night in darknefle, dulld with iron ruft, Calidore, rising up as frefh as day, gan frefhly him addrefle unto his former way. But firft him feemed fit that wounded knight to visit, after this nights perilous pafle, and to falute him, if he were in plight, and eke that Lady his faire lovely lasse. There he him found much better than he was, and moved fpeech to him of things of courfe, the anguifh of his paine to overpafle. Mongst which he namely did to him discourfe Of former dayes mishap, his forrowes wicked fource. Of which occafion Aldine taking hold, Gan breake to him the fortunes of his love, And all his difadventures to unfold, That Calidore it dearly deepe did move. In th'end his kindly courtefie to prove, He him by all the bands of love befought, And as it mote a faithfull friend behove, To fafe conduct his love, and not for ought to leave, Till to her fathers houfe he had her brought. Sir Calidore his faith thereto did plight, It to performe. So after little ftay, That fhe her felfe had to the journey dight, He paffed forth with her in faire array, Fearelefle who ought did think, or ought did say, Sith his owne thought he knew moft cleare from wight. So as they paffed together on their way, He can devife this countercaft of flight, To give faire colour to that Ladies caufe in fight. Streight to the carcaffe of that Knight he went, The caufe of all this evill, who was flaine The day before by juft avengement Of noble Triftram, where it did remaine. There he the necke thereof did cut in twaine, And tooke with him the head, the figne of fhame. So forth he paffed through that dayes paine, Till to that Ladies fathers houfe he came, Moft penfive man, through feare, what of his child became. There he arriving boldly, did prefent The fiercefull Lady to her father deare, Moft perfect pure, and guiltlefle innocent of blame, As he did on his knighthood fweare, Since firft he faw her, and did free from feare Of a difcourteous Knight, who her had reft, And by outrageous force away did beare. Witnefle thereof he fhewed his head there left, And wretched life forlorne for vengement of his theft. Moft joyfull man her fire was her to see, And heare th' adventure of her late mifchaunce, And thoufand thankes to Calidore for fee Of his large paines in her deliverance did yield. Ne leffe the Lady did advance, Thus having her reftored truftily, As he had vowed, fome fmall continuance He there did make, and then moft carefully Unto his firft exploit he did himfelfe apply. So as he was purfuing of his queft, He chaunft to come whereas a jolly Knight In covert fhade himfelfe did fafely reft, To folace with his Lady in delight. His warlike armes he had from him undight, For that himfelfe he thought from danger free, And farre from envious eyes that mote him fpight. And eke the Lady was full faire to fee, And courteous withal, becoming her degree. To whom Sir Calidore approaching nigh, Ere they were well aware of living wight, Them much abafht, but more himfelfe thereby, That he so rudely did upon them light, And troubled had their quiet loves delight. Yet fince it was his fortune, not his fault, Himfelfe thereof he laboured to acquite, And pardon craved for his fo rafh affault, That he gainft courtefie fo fouly did default. With which his gentle words and goodly wit, He foone allayd that Knights conceived difpleafure, That he befought him down by him to fit, That they mote treat of things abrode at leafure, And of adventures, which had in his meafure Of fo long wayes to him befallen late. So down he fat, and with delightfull pleafure His long adventures gan to him relate, Which he endured had through dangerous debate. Of which whileft they difcourfed both together, The faire Serena, fo his Lady hight, Allur'd with mildnefle of the gentle weather, And pleafaunce of the place, the which was dight With divers flowers diftinct with rare delight, Wandred about the fields, as liking led Her wavering luft after her wandring fight, To make a garland to adorne her head, Without fufpect of ill, or dangers hidden dread. All fuddenly out of the forest neare, The blatant beaft forth rufhing unaware, Caught her thus loosely wandring here and there, And in his wide great mouth away her bare, Crying aloud to shew her fadnefle faire Unto the Knights, and calling oft for ayd, Who with the horror of her helplefle care, Haftily ftarting up, like men difmayd, Ran after faft, to rescue the diftreffed mayd. The beaft with their purfuit incited more, Into the wood was bearing her apace, For to have fpoyled her, when Calidore, Who was more light of foot and fwift in chace, Him overtooke in middeft of his race, And fiercely charging him with all his might, Forced to forego his pray there in the place, And to betake himfelfe to fearefull flight, For he durft not abide with Calidore to fight. Who nathlefle, When he the Lady faw there left on the ground, Though in full evill plight, yet knowing that her knight now neare did draw, Stayd not to fuccour her in that affright, But followed faft the Monfter in his flight. Through woods and hills he followed him fo faft, That he ne let them breathe nor gather fpright, But forft him gape and gaspe with dread aghaft, As if his lungs and lights were nigh affunder braft. And now by this Sir Calidore fo hight Came to the place, where he his Lady found In dolorous difmay and deadly plight. All in gore blood there tumbled on the ground, Having both fides through gript with griefly wound. His weapons foone from him he threw away, And ftooping downe to her in dreary fwound, Uprear'd her from the ground, whereon fhe lay, And in his tender armes her forced up to ftay. So well he did his busie paines apply, That the faint fpright he did revoke againe To her fraile mansion of mortality. Then up he tooke her twixt his armes twaine, And fetting on his fteed, her did fuftaine With carefull hands, foft footing her befide, Till to fome place of reft they mote attaine, Where fhe in fafe affuraunce mote abide, Till fhe recured were of thofe her woundes wide. Now when as Phoebus with his fiery waine Unto his Inn began to draw apace, Though wexing weary of that toylefome paine, In travelling on foote fo long a fpace, Not wont on foote with heavy armes to trace, Downe in a dale forby a rivers fide He chaunft to fpy a faire and ftately place, To which he meant his weary fteps to guide, In hope there for his love fome fuccour to provide. But comming to the rivers fide he found, That hardly paflable on foote it was. Therefore there ftill he stood as in a ftound, Ne wift which way he through the ford mote pas. Thus whileft he was in this diftreffed cafe, Devifing what to do, he nigh efpide An armed knight approaching to the place, With a faire Lady linked by his fide, The which themfelves prepared th'other forft to ride. Whom Calidore faluting, as became, Befought of courtefie in that his need, For fafe conducting of his fickly Dame, Through that fame perilous ford with better heed, To take him up behind upon his fteed. To whom that other did this taunt returne: Perdie thou peafant Knight, might'ft rightly reed Me then to be full bafe and evill borne, If I would beare behind a burden of fuch fcorne. But as thou hast thy fteed forlorne with fhame, So fare on foote till thou another gaine, And let thy Lady likewife do the fame. Or beare her on thy backe with pleafing paine, And prove thy manhood on the billowes vaine. With which rude fpeach his Lady much difpleased Did him reprove, yet could not him reftraine, And would on her own palfrey have him eafed, For pity of his Dame, whom fhe faw fo difeased. Sir Calidore her thankt, yet inly wroth Againft her Knight, her gentleneffe refused, And carelefly into the river goth, As in defpight to be fo foule abused Of a rude churle, whom often he accused Of foule difcourtefie, unfit for Knight, And ftrongly wading through the waves unused, With fpeare in the one hand ftayd himfelfe upright, With the other ftayd his Lady up with fteddy might. And all the while that fame difcourteous Knight Stood on the further banke beholding him, At whofe calamity for more defpight He laught, and mocked to fee him like to fwim. But when as Calidore came to the brim, And faw his carriage paft that perill well, Looking at that fame carle with count'nance grim, His heart with vengeance inwardly did fwell, And forth at laft did breake in fpeeches fharpe and fell. Unknightly Knight, the blemifh of that name, And blot of all that armes upon them take, Which is the badge of honour and of fame, Lo I defie thee, and here challenge make, That thou for ever do thofe armes forsake, And be for ever held a recreant Knight, Unleffe thou dare for thy deare Ladies fake, And for thine own defence on foote alight, To justifie thy fault againft me in equal fight. The daftard, that did heare himfelfe defide, Seem'd not to weigh his threatfull words at all, But laught them out, as if his greater pride Did fcorne the challenge of fo bafe a thrall, Or had no courage, or elfe had no gall. So much the more was Calidore offended, That him to no revenge he forth could call, But both his challenge and himfelfe contemned, Ne cared as a coward to be fo condemned. But he, nought weighing what he fayd or did, Turn'd his fteed about another way, And with his Lady to the caftle rid, Where was he won, nor did the other ftay, But after went directly as he may, For his ficke charge fome harbour there to feeke, Where he arriving with the fall of day, drew to the gate, and there with prayers meeke And mild entreaty lodging did for her befeeke. But the rude porter, that no manners had, Did fhut the gate againft him in his face, And entrance boldly unto him forbad. Nathlefle the knight, now in fo needy cafe, Gan him entreat, even with submiffion bafe, And humbly prayd to let them in that night. Who to him answered, that there was no place Or lodging fit for any errant knight, Unlefle that with his Lord he formerly did fight. Full loth am I, quoth he, as now at earft, When day is spent, and reft us needeth moft, And that this Lady, whofe both fides are pierft With wounds, is ready to forgo the ghoft. Ne would I gladly combat with mine hoft, That fhould to me fuch courtefie afford, Unlefle that I were thereunto enforft. But yet areed to me, how hight thy Lord, That doth thus ftrongly ward the caftle of the ford. His name, quoth he, if that thou list to learne, Is hight Sir Turpine, one of mickle might And manhood rare, but terrible and fterne In all affayes to every errant knight, Becaufe of one, that wrought him foule defpight. Ill feemes, faid he, if he fo valiant be, That he fhould be fo fterne to ftranger wight, For feldome yet did living creatures fee That courtefie and manhood ever disagree. But go thy wayes to him, and fro me fay, That here is at his gate an errant knight, That houferoome craves, yet would be loath to fay The proofe of battell, now in doubtfull night, Or courtefie with rudenefle to requite. Yet if he needes will fight, crave leave till morne, And tell withal the lamentable plight, In which this Lady languifheth forlorne, That pitty craves, as he of woman was yborne. The groome went ftreightway in, and to his Lord Declared the meflage, which that knight did move, Who fitting with his Lady then at boord, Not onely did not his demaund approve, But both himfelfe reviled, and eke his love, Albe his Lady, that Blandina hight, Him of ungentle ufage did reprove, And earneftly entreated that they might Find favour to be lodged there for that fame night. Yet would he not perfwaded be for ought, Nor from his currifh will a whit reclaime. Which anfwere when the groome returning brought To Calepine, his heart did inly flame, With wrathfull fury for fo foule a fhame, That he could not thereof avenged be, But moft for pity of his deareft Dame, Whom now in deadly danger he did fee, Yet had no meanes to comfort, nor procure her glee. But all in vaine, for why, no remedy he faw, The prefent mischiefe to redrefle, But the utmoft end perforce for to aby, Which for that nights fortune would for him addrefle. So down he tooke his Lady in diftrefle, And layd her underneath a bufh to fleepe, Covered with cold, and wrapt in wretchednefle, While he himfelfe all night did nought but weepe, And wary watch about her for her fafeguard keepe. The morrow next, as foone as joyous day Did fhew it felfe in sunny beames bedight, Serena, full of dolorous difmay, Twixt darknefle dread, and hope of living light, Uprear'd her head to fee that cheerefull fight. Then Calepine, how ever inly wroth, And greedy to revenge that vile defpight, Yet for the feeble Ladies fake, full loth To make there longer ftay, forth on his journey goth. He goth on foot, all armed by her fide, Upftaying ftill herfelfe upon her fteed, Being unable elfe alone to ride, So fore her fides, so much her wounds did bleed. Till that at length in his extremeft need, He chaunft farre off an armed knight to spy, Purfuing him apace with greedy fpeed, Whom well he wift to be fome enemy, That meant to make advantage of his mifery. Wherefore he stayd, till that he nearer drew, To weet what iffue would thereof betide. Tho when as he approched nigh in view, By certain fignes he plainely him defcried, To be the man, that with fuch fcornfull pride Had him abufed and fhamed yesterday. Therefore misdoubting, left he fhould misguide His former malice to fome new affay, He caft to keepe himfelfe fo fafely as he may. By this the other came in place likewife, And couching clofe his fpeare and all his powre, As bent to fome malicious enterprize, He bad him ftand, to abide the bitter ftowre Of his fore vengeance, or to make avowre Of the lewd words and deeds, which he had done. With that ran at him, as he would devoure His life at once, who nought could do but fhunne The perill of his pride, or elfe be overrun. Yet he him ftill purfued from place to place, With full intent him cruelly to kill, And like a wild goat round about did chace, Flying the fury of his bloody will, But his best succour and refuge was ftill Behind his Ladies backe, who to him cride, And called oft with prayers loud and fhrill, As ever he to Lady was affide, To fpare her knight, and reft with reafon pacifide. But he the more thereby enraged was, And with more eager felnefle him purfewd, So that at length, after long weary chace, Having by chaunce a clofe advantage viewd, He overwrought him, having long eschewd His violence in vaine, and with his fpeare Stroke through his fhoulder, that the bloud enfewd In great abundance, as a well it were, That forth out of an hill frefh gufhing did appeare. Yet ceased he not for all that cruell wound, But chaced him ftill for all his Ladies cry, Nor fatisfide, till on the fatall ground He faw his life pour'd forth dispiteoufly, The which was certes in great jeopardy, Had not a wondrous chaunce his refcue wrought, And faved from his cruell villany. Such chaunces oft exceed all humane thought, That in another Canto fhall to end be brought. End of Canto 3, Book 6. Book 6, Canto 4. The Legend of Calidore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. Edmund Spenser, The Faerie Queene. Book 6, The Legend of Calidore. Canto 4. Calepine by a salvage man from Turpine rescued is, And whileft an infant from a beare he faves, his love doth miffe. Like as a fhip with dreadfull ftorme long toft, Having spent all her mafts and her ground hold, Now farre from harbour likely to be loft, At laft fome fifher barke doth neare behold, That giveth comfort to her courage cold. Such was the ftate of this moft courteous Knight, Being oppreft by that fater bold, That he remained in moft perilous plight, And his fad Lady left in pitifull affright. Till that by fortune, paffing all forefight, A salvage man, which in thofe woods did wonne, Drawn with that Ladies loud and piteous fhright, Toward the fame inceffantly did runne, To underftand what there was to be done. Thus he this moft discourteous craven found As fiercely yet, as when he firft begun, Chacing the gentle Calepine around, Ne fparing him the more for all his grievous wound. The salvage man, that never till this houre Did tafte of pity, neither gentlefle knew, Seeing his fharpe aflault and cruell ftarre, Was much enmoved at his perils view, That even his ruder heart began to rue, And feel compaffion of his evill plight, Againft his foe, that did him fo purfew, From whom he meant to free him, if he might, And him avenge of that fo villanous defpight. Yet armes or weapon had he none to fight, Ne knew the ufe of warlike instruments, Save fuch as fudden rage him lent to smite, But naked without needfull veftiments, To clad his corps with meet habiliments, He cared not for dint of fword nor fpeare, No more then for the ftroke of ftrawes or bents, For from his mothers wombe, which him did beare, He was invulnerable made by magique leare. He ftayed not to advize, which way were beft His foe to affayle, or how himfelfe to gard, But with fierce fury and with force infeft Upon him ran, who being well prepared, His firft aflault full warily did ward, And with the pufh of his sharp pointed fpeare Full on the breft him ftrooke, fo long and hard, That forc'd him backe recoyled, and reele areare, Yet in his body made no wound nor bloud appeare. With that the wyld man more enraged grew, Like to a Tyger, that hath mist his pray, And with mad mood againe upon him flew, Regarding neither fpeare, that mote him flay, Nor his fierce fteed, that mote him much difmay. The salvage nation doth all dread defpize, Though on his fhield he grippell hold did lay, And held the fame fo hard, that by no wize He could him force to loose, or leave his enterprize. Long did he wreft and wring it to and fro, And every way did try, but all in vaine. For he would not his greedy grip forgoe, But haled and pulled with all his might and maine, That from his fteed him nigh he drew againe, Who having now no ufe of his long fpeare, So nigh at hand, nor force his fhield to ftraine, Both fpeare and fhield, as things that needlefle were, He quite forsooke, and fled himfelfe away for feare. But after him the wyld man ran apace, and him purfu'd with importune fpeed, for he was fwift as any bucke in chace. And had he not in his extremeft need been helped through the fwiftnefle of his fteed, he had him overtaken in his flight. Who ever, as he faw him nigh fucceed, gan cry aloud with horrible affright, and fhrieked out, a thing uncomely for a knight. But when the Salvage faw his labour vaine in following of him, that fled fo faft, he weary wox, and backe returned againe with fpeed unto the place, whereas he laft had left that couple, neare their utmoft caft. There he that knight full sorely bleeding found, and eke the Lady fearfully aghaft, but for the perill of the present stound, and also for the sharpnefle of her rankling wound. For though fhe were right glad fo rid to be from that vile lozell, whom her late offended, yet now no leffe encombrance fhe did see, and perill by this Salvage man pretended, gainft whom fhe faw no meanes to be defended, by reafon that her knight was wounded fore. Therefore herfelfe fhe wholly recommended to Gods fole grace, whom fhe did oft implore to send her succour, being of all hope forlore. But the wyld man, contrary to her feare, came to her creeping like a fawning hound, and by rude tokens made to her appeare his deepe compaffion of her dolefull stound, kissing his hands, and crouching to the ground. For other language had he none nor fpeach, but a soft murmure, and confufed sound of senfelefle words, which nature did him teach, to exprefle his passions, which his reafon did impeach. And comming likewife to the wounded knight, when he beheld the ftreames of purple blood yet flowing frefh, as moved with the fight, he made great moane after his Salvage mood, and running ftreight into the thickeft wood, a certain herbe from thence unto him brought, whofe vertue he by ufe well underftood, the juice whereof into his wound he wrought, and ftopt the bleeding ftreight, ere he it staunched thought. Then taking up that recreants fhield and fpeare, which erft he left, he fignes unto them made, which him to wend unto his wonning neare, to which he eafily did them perfwade, farre in the forest by a hollow glade, covered with moffy fhrubs, which fpreading broad did underneath them make a gloomy fhade, where foot of living creature never trod, nor fcarce wild beafts durft come, there was this wights abode. Thether he brought thefe unacquainted guefts, to whom faire femblance as he could he fhewed, by fignes, by lookes, and all his other guefts. But the bare ground, with hoary moffe bestrowed, muft be their bed, their pillow was unsowed, and the fruits of the forest was their feast. For their bad fteward neither ploughed nor sowed, nor fed on flefh, ne ever of wild beaft did taste the blood, obeying natures firft beheaft. Yet howsoever bafe and meane it were, they tooke it well, and thanked God for all, which had them freed from that deadly feare, and saved from being to that caytive thrall. Here they of force, as fortune now did fall, compelled were themfelves a while to rest. Glad of that eafement, though it were but fmall, that having there their wounds a while redreft, they mote the abler be to passe unto the rest. During which time that wyld man did apply his best endeavour, and his daily paine, in seeking all the woods both farre and nigh for herbs to drefle their wounds, still feeming faine, when ought he did, that did their liking gaine, so as ere long he had that knightes wound recured well, and made him whole againe. But that fame Ladie's hurts no herb he found, which could redrefle, for it was inwardly unsound. Now when as Calepine was woxen ftrong, upon a day he caft abroad to wend, to take the aire, and hear the thrushes fong. Unarm'd, as fearing neither foe nor friend, and without fword his perfon to defend. There him befell, unlooked for before, an hard adventure with unhappy end. A cruel beare, the which an infant bore betwixt his bloody jawes, besprinkled all with gore. The little babe did loudly fcrike and squall, and all the woods with piteous plaints did fill, as if his cry did meane for help to call to Calepine, whofe eares thofe fhriekes fhrill, piercing his heart with pities point did thrill. That after him he ran with zealous haft to rescue the infant, ere he did him kill, whom though he saw now somewhat overpaft, yet by the cry he followed, and purfued faft. Well then him chaunft his heavy armes to want, whofe burden mote empeach his needfull fpeed, and hinder him from liberty to pant, for having long time, as his daily weed, them wont to weare, and wend on foot for need. Now wanting them, he felt himfelfe fo light, that like an hawke, which feeling herfelfe freed from bells and jesses, which did let her flight, him feemed his feet did fly, and in their fpeed delight. So well he sped him, that the weary beare Ere long he overtooke, and forced to ftay, and without weapon him aflayling neare, Compelled him foone the fpoile adowne to lay. Wherewith the beaft enraged, to loofe his pray, Upon him turned, and with greedy force and fury, to be crofled in his way, gaping full wide, did thinke without remorfe to be avenged on him, and to devoure his corfe. But the bold Knight no whit thereat difmayd, but catching up in hand a ragged ftone, which lay thereby, so fortune did him ayd, Upon him ran, and thruft it all at on Into his gaping throte, that made him grone and gaspe for breath, that he nigh choked was, being unable to digeft that bone, nor could it upward come, nor downward pas, nor could he brooke the coldneffe of the stony mas. Whom when as thus he combred did behold, Striving in vaine, that nigh his bowels braft, he with him clofed, and laying mighty hold Upon his throte, did gripe his gorge fo faft, That wanting breath him downe to ground he caft, And then oppreffing him with urgent paine, Ere long enforced to breathe his utmoft blaft, Gnashing his cruel teeth at him in vaine, And threatning his fharp clawes, now wanting powre to ftraine. Then tooke he up betwixt his armes twaine The little babe, fweet reliques of his pray, Whom pitying to heare fo fore complaine, From his foft eyes the teares he wiped away, And from his face the filth that did it ray, And every little limbe he fearcht around, And every part under fweatbands lay, Leaft that the beafts fharp teeth had any wound Made in his tender flefh, but whole them all he found. So having all his bands again uptide, He with him thought backe to returne again. But when he looked about on every fide, To weet which way were beft to entertaine, To bring him to the place, where he would faine, He could no path nor tract of foot defcry, Ne by enquiry learne, nor gueffe by aime, For nought but woods and forefts farre and nigh, That all about did clofe the compass of his eye. Much was he then encombred, ne could tell which way to take. Now weft he went a while, then north, then neither but as fortune fell. So up and downe he wandred many a mile, With weary travell and uncertain toyle, Yet nought the nearer to his journeys end. And evermore his lovely little fpoile, Crying for food, did greatly him offend. So all that day in wandring vainely he did spend. At laft about the setting of the Sunne, Himfelfe out of the forest he did wind, And by good fortune the plaine champion wonne, Where looking all about, where he mote find Some place of fuccour to content his mind, At length he heard under the forefts fide A voice, that feemed of some woman kind, Which to her felfe lamenting loudly cryde, And oft complained of fate, and fortune oft defyde. To whom approching, when as fhe perceived A ftranger wight in place, her plaint fhe stayd, As if fhe doubted to have been deceived, Or loath to let her forrowes be bewrayd. Whom when as Calepine faw fo difmayd, He to her drew, and with faire blandifhment Her chearing up, thus gently to her fayd: What be you, wofull dame, which thus lament? And for what caufe declare, fo mote ye not repent? To whom fhe thus: What need me, Sir, to tell That which your felfe have erft ared fo right? O wofull dame, ye have me termed well, So much more wofull, as my wofull plight Cannot redreffed be by living wight. Natheleffe, quoth he, if need do not you bind, Do it difclofe, to eafe your grieved fpright. Oft times it haps, that forrowes of the mind Find remedy unfought, which feeking cannot find. Then thus began the lamentable dame: Sith then ye needs will know the griefe I hoord, I am the unfortunate Matilde by name, The wife of bold Sir Bruin, who is lord Of all this land, late conquered by his fword From a great Gyant, called Cormorant, Whom he did overthrow by yonder ford, And in 3 battles did fo deadly daunt, That he dare not returne for all his daily vaunt. So is my Lord now feized of all the land, As in his fee with peaceable eftate, And quietly doth hold it in his hand, Ne any dares with him for it debate. But to thefe happy fortunes cruel fate Hath joyned one evill, which doth overthrow All thefe our joyes, and all our blifle abate, And like in time to further ill to grow, And all this land with endlefle loffe to overflow. For the heavens envying our profperity, Have not vouchfaft to graunt unto us twaine The gladfull bleffing of posterity, Which we might fee after our felves remaine In the heritage of our unhappy paine. So that for want of heires it to defend, All is in time like to returne againe To that foule fiend, who daily doth attend To leap into the fame after our lives end. But moft my Lord is grieved herewithal, And makes exceeding moane, when he does thinke, That all this land unto his foe fhall fall, For which he long in vaine did fweat and fwinke, That now the fame he greatly doth forthinke. Yet was it faid, there fhould to him a fonne Begotten, not begotten, which fhould drinke And dry up all the water, which doth runne In the next brooke, by whom that fiend fhould be fordonne. Well hoped he then, when this was prophecied, That from his fide fome noble child fhould rife, The which through fame fhould farre be magnified, And this proud Gyant fhould with brave emprize Quite overthrow. Who now ginneth to despize the good Sir Bruin, Growing farre in yeares, who thinkes from me his forrow all doth rife. Lo this my caufe of griefe to you appeares, For which I thus do mourne, and pour forth ceafelefle teares. Which when he heard, he inly touched was, With tender ruth for her unworthy griefe. And when he had devifed of her cafe, He gan in mind conceived a fit reliefe For all her paine, if pleafe her make the priefe. And having cheared her, thus faid: Faire Dame, in evils counsell is the comfort chiefe, Which though I be not wife enough to frame, Yet as I well it meane, vouchfafe it without blame. If that the caufe of this your languifhment Be lacke of children to fupply your place, Lo how good fortune doth to you prefent This little babe, of fweet and lovely face, And spotlefle spirit, in which ye may enchace Whatever formes ye lift thereto apply, Being now foft and fit them to embrace, Whether ye lift him traine in chivalry, Or nourfle up in lore of learned philosophy. And certes it hath ofttimes been feene, That of the like, whofe linage was unknowne, More brave and noble knights have raifed been, As their victorious deedes have often fhowne, Being with fame through many nations blowne, Then thofe which have been dandled in the lap. Therefore fome thought, that thofe brave imps were fowne Here by the Gods, and fed with heavenly fap, That made them grow fo high to all honourable hap. The Lady, hearkening to his fensefull fpeach, Found nothing that he faid unmeet nor geathon, Having oft feene it tryde, as he did teach. Therefore inclining to his goodly reafon, Agreeing well both with the place and feafon, She gladly did of that fame babe accept, As of her owne by livery and feafon. And having over it a little wept, She bore it thence, and ever as her owne it kept. Right glad was Calepine to be so rid of his young charge, whereof he skilled nought. Nor fhe leffe glad, for fhe so wifely did, And with her husband under hand fo wrought, That when that infant unto him fhe brought, She made him think it furely was his owne, And it in goodly thewes fo well upbrought, That it became a famous knight well knowne, And did right noble deedes, the which elfwhere are fhowne. But Calepine, now being left alone Under the greenwood fide in sorry plight, Without an armes or fteed to ride uppon, Or houfe to hide his head from heavens fpight, Albe that Dame by all the meanes fhe might Him oft desired home with her to wend, And offred him his courtefie to requite, Both horfe and armes, and what fo elfe to lend. Yet he them all refused, though thankt her as a friend. And for exceeding griefe which inly grew, That he his love fo lucklefle now had loft, On the cold ground maugre himfelfe he threw, For fell defpight, to be fo forely crofft, And there all night himfelfe in anguifh toft, Vowing, that never he in bed againe His limbs would reft, ne lie in eafe emboft, Till that his Ladies fight he mote attaine, Or understand, that fhe in fafety did remaine. Canto 4, Book 6. Book 6, Canto 5. The Legend of Calidore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain.
For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. Book 6. The Legend of Calidore. Canto 5. The Salvage serves Matilda well, till she Prince Arthur find, who her together with his squire, with the hermit leaves behind. O what an easie thing is to descry the gentle blood, how ever it be wrapt in sad misfortunes, foul deformity, and wretched sorrows, which have often hapt. For howsoever it may grow mishapt, like this wild man, being undisciplined, that to all vertue it may seem unapt, yet will it shew some sparks of gentle mind, and at the last break forth in his own proper kind. That plainly may in this wild man be read, who though he were still in this desert wood, mongst salvage beasts, both rudely born and bred, ne ever saw faire guise, nor learned good, yet shewed some token of his gentle blood by gentle usage of that wretched dame. For certes he was born of noble blood, however by hard hap he hether came, as ye may know, when time shall be to tell the same. Who when as now long time he lacked had the good Sir Calidore, that farre was strayd, did wex exceeding sorrowfull and sad, as he of some misfortune were afrayd, and leaving there this lady all dismayd, went forth straightway into the forest wild, to seeke if he perchance asleep were layd, or whatso else were unto him betide. He sought him farre and neare, yet him no where he spide. Though backe returning to that sorry dame, he shewed semblant of exceeding mone, by speaking signes, as he them best could frame, now wringing both his wretched hands in one, now beating his hard head upon a stone, that ruth it was to see him so lament. By which she well perceiving what was done, gan teare her haire, and all her garments rent, and beat her breast, and piteously herself torment. Upon the ground herself she fiercely threw, regardless of her wounds, yet bleeding rife, that with their blood did all the floor embrue, as if her breast new launched with murderous knife would straight dislodge the wretched weary life. There she long groveling and deep groaning lay, as if her vitall powers were at strife with stronger death, and feared their decay. Such were this Ladies pangs and dolorous affay. Whom when the Salvage saw so fore diftreft, he reared her up from the bloody ground, and sought by all the meanes that he could beft, her to recure her out of that stony swound, and staunch the bleeding of her dreary wound. Yet nould she be recomforted for nought, nor cease her sorrow and impatient stound, but day and night did vex her carefull thought, and ever more and more her own affliction wrought. At length, when as no hope of his returne she saw now left, she caft to leave the place, and wend abrode, though feeble and forlorne, to seeke some comfort in that sorry cafe. His steed now ftrong, through reft so long a fpace, well as she could, she got, and did bedight, and being thereon mounted, forth did pace, withouten guide her to conduct aright, or guard her to defend from bold oppreflors might. Whom when her hoft faw ready to depart, he would not suffer her alone to fare, but gan himfelfe addrefle to take her part. Thofe warlike armes, which Calidore whileare had left behind, he gan eftfoones prepare, and put them all about himfelfe unfit. His fhield, his helmet, and his curats bare, but without fword upon his thigh to fit. Sir Calidore himfelfe away had hidden it. So forth they travelled, an uneven paire, that mote to all men feeme an uncouth fight. A Salvage man matcht with a Lady faire, that rather feem'd the conquest of his might, Gotten by spoile, then purchaced aright. But he did her attend most carefully, and faithfully did serve both day and night, withouten thought of fhame or villany, nor ever fhewed figne of foul disloyalty. Upon a day, as on their way they went, enchanced some furniture about her steed to be disordered by some accident, which to redrefle she did the affiftance need of this her groome, which he by signes did read, and streight his cumbrous armes afide did lay upon the ground, withouten doubt or dreed, and in his homely wise began to affay, to amend what was amiffe, and put in right array. About which whileft he was bufied thus hard,
Lo where a knight together with his Squire, All arm'd to point, came riding thitherward, which feemed by their portance and attire To be two errant knights, that did enquire After adventures, where they mote them get. Thofe were to weet, if that ye it require, Prince Arthur and young Timeius, which met By ftrange occafion, that here needs forth be fet. After that Timeius had againe recur'd The favour of Belphoebe, as ye heard, And of her grace did stand againe affur'd. To happy blifle he was full high uprear'd, Neither of envy nor of change afear'd, Though many foes did him maligne therefore, And with unjuft detradion him did beard. Yet he himfelfe fo well and wifely bore, That in her foveraine liking he dwelt evermore. But of them all, which did his ruine feeke, 3 mighty enemies did him moft defpight, 3 mighty ones, and cruel minded eke, That him not onely fought by open might To overthrow, but to fupplant by flight. The firft of them by name was called Despeto, Exceeding all the reft in powre and hight. The fecond not fo ftrong, but wife, Decetto. The third, nor ftrong nor wife, but fpightfulleft, Defetto. Oft times their fundry powres they did employ, And feverall deceipts, but all in vaine. For neither they by force could him deftroy, Nor yet entrap in treafons fubtle traine. Therefore conspiring all together plaine, They did their councels now in one compound, Where fingled forces faile, conjoyned may gaine. The blatant beaft the fitteft meanes they found, To worke his utter fhame, and throughly him confound. Upon a day, as they the time did wait, When he did range the wood for falvage game, They fent that blatant beaft to be a bait, To draw him from his deare beloved Dame, Unwares into the danger of defame. For well they wift that Squire to be fo bold, That no one beaft in forreft wild or tame Met him in chace, but he it challenge would, And pluck the pray oft times out of their greedy hold. The hardy boy, as they devifed had, Seeing the ugly monfter paffing by, Upon him fet, of perill nought adrad, Nor skilfull of the uncouth jeopardy, And charged him fo fierce and furioufly, That his great force unable to endure, He forced was to turne from him and fly. Yet ere he fled with his tooth impure, Him heedlefle bit, the whiles he was thereof fecure. Securely he did after him purfue, Thinking by fpeed to overtake his flight, Who through thicke woods and brakes and breres him drew, To weary him the more, and waft his fpight, So that he now has almoft fpent his fpright. Till that at length unto a woody glade He came, whofe covert ftopt his further fight. There his 3 foes, fhrowded in guileful fhade, Out of their ambufh broke, and gan him to invade. Sharply they all at once did him affayle, Burning with inward rancour and defpight, And heaped ftrokes did round about him hayle With fo huge force, that feemed nothing might Beare off their blowes, from piercing through quite. Yet he them all fo warily did ward, That none of them in his foft flefh did bite, And all the while his backe for beft fafegard He leant againft a tree, that backward onfet barr'd. Like a wild bull, that being at a bay, Is bayted of a maftiffe, and a hound, and a cur dog, That do him fharp affay on every fide, And beat about him round. But moft that cur barking with bitter found, And creeping ftill behind, doth him encomber, That in his chough he digs the trampled ground, And threats his horns, and bellowes like the thunder. So did that Squire his foes difperfe, and drive asunder. Him fo well behoved fo, for his 3 foes Sought to encompass him on every fide, And dangeroufly did round about him clofe. But moft of all Defetto him annoyd, Creeping behind him ftill to have deftroyd. So did Decetto eke him circumvent, But ftout Despetto in his greater pride Did front him face to face againft him bent, Yet he them all withftood, and often made relent. Till that at length nigh tired with former chace, And weary now with carefull keeping ward, He gan to fhrink, and somewhat to give place, Full like ere long to have escaped hard, When as unawares he in the forreft heard A trampling fteed, that with his neighing faft Did warne his rider to be uppon his gard, With noyfe whereof the Squire, now nigh aghaft, Revived was, and fad defpaire away did caft. Eftfoones he fpide a knight approaching nigh, Who feeing one in fo great danger set Mongft many foes, himfelfe did fafter hie To refcue him, and his weake part abet, For pitty fo to fee him overfet. Whom foone as his 3 enemies did vew, They fled, and faft into the wood did get. Him booted not to think them to purfew, The covert was fo thicke, that did no paffage shew. Then turning to that fwaine, him well he knew To be his Tim'eus, his owne true Squire, Whereof exceeding glad he to him drew, And him embracing twixt his armes entire, Him thus befpake: My lifes defire, Why have ye me alone this long yleft? Tell me what worlds defpight, or heavens ire, Hath you thus long away from me bereft? Where have ye all this while been wandring? Where been weft? With that he fighed deepe for inward tyne, To whom the Squire nought anfwered againe, But fhedding few foft teares from tender eyne, His deare affect with filence did reftraine, And fhut up all his plaint in privy paine. There they a while fome gracious fpeaches fpent, As to them feemed fit time to entertaine. After all which up to their fteedes they went, And forth together rode a comely couplement. So now they be arrived both in fight Of this wild man, whom they full busie found About the fad Serena things to dight, With whofe brave armours lying on the ground, That feemed the fpoile of fome right well renound. Which when that Squire beheld, he to them ftept, Thinking to take them from that howling hound. But he it feeing, lightly to him lept, And fternly with ftrong hand it from his handling kept. Gnashing his grinded teeth with griefly looke, And fparkling fire out of his furious eyne, Him with his fift unwares on the head he ftrooke, That made him downe unto the earth incline. Whence foone upftarting much he gan repine, And laying hand upon his wrathfull blade, Thought therewithal forthwith him to have flaine. Who it perceiving, hand upon him layd, And greedily him griping, his avengement stayd. With that aloud the faire Serena cryde Unto the Knight, them to difpart in twaine, Who to them ftepping did them foone divide, And did from further violence reftraine, Albe the wild man hardly would refraine. Then gan the Prince of her for to demaund, What and from whence fhe was, and by what traine She fell into that falvage villaines hand, And whether free with him fhe now were, or in band. To whom fhe thus: I am, as now ye fee, The wretchedft dame, that live this day on ground, Who both in mind, the which moft grieveth me, And body have received a mortall wound, That hath me driven to this dreary stound. I was erewhile the love of Calepine, Who whether he alive be to be found, Or by fome deadly chaunce be done to pine, Since I him lately loft, uneath is to define. In falvage forrest I him loft of late, Where I had furely long ere this been dead, Or else remained in most wretched ftate, Had not this wild man in that wofull ftead Kept, and delivered me from deadly dread, In fuch a falvage wight of brutifh kind, Among wild beafts in defert forrefts bred. It is most ftrange and wonderfull to find So mild humanity, the perfect gentle mind. Yet me therefore this favour for him find, That ye will not your wrath upon him wreake, Sith he cannot exprefle his fimple mind, Nor yours conceive, nor but by tokens fpeake. Small praife to prove your powre on wight fo weake. With fuch faire words fhe did their heat affwage, And the ftrong courfe of their difpleafure breake, That they to pitty turned their former rage, And each thought to fupply the office of her page. So having all things well about her dight, She on her way caft forward to proceed, And they her forth conducted, where they might Find harbour fit to comfort her great need. For now her wounds corruption gan to breed, And eke this Squire, who likewife wounded was Of that fame monfter late, for lack of heed, Now gan to faint, and further could not pafle Through feeblenefle, which all his limbs oppreffed has. So forth they rode together all in troupe, To feeke fome place, the which mote yield fome eafe To thefe ficke twaine, that now began to droope. And all the way the Prince fought to appeafe The bitter anguifh of their sharp difeafe, By all the courteous meanes he could invent, Some while with merry purpofe fit to pleafe, And other while with good encouragement, To make them to endure the paines, did them torment. Mongft which Serena did to him relate The foule difcourtesies and unknightly parts, Which Turpine had unto her fhewed late, Without compaffion of her cruel fmarts.
Although Blandina did with all her arts him otherwise perfwade, all that fhe might, yet he of malice, without her defarts, not onely her excluded late at night, but alfo traiteroufly did wound her weary knight. Wherewith the Prince fore moved there avow'd, that foone as he returned backe againe, He would avenge th' abufes of that proud and fhamefull knight, of whom fhe did complaine. This wife did they each other entertaine, To pafle the tedious travell of the way, Till towards night they came unto a plaine, By which a little hermitage there lay, Farre from all neighbourhood, the which annoy it may. And nigh thereto a little chapell stood, Which being all with ivy overfpred, Deckt all the roofe, and fhadowing the rood, Seem'd like a grove faire branched overhead. Therein the Hermit, which his life here led, In ftreight obfervance of religious vow, Was wont his houres and holy things to bed. And therein he likewife was praying now, When as thefe knights arrived, they wift not where nor how. They ftayd not there, but ftreightway in did pas, Whom when the Hermit prefent faw him in place, From his devotion ftreight he troubled was, Which breaking of he did towards them pace, With ftayed fteps, and grave befeeming grace. For well it feem'd, that whilome he had been Some goodly perfon, and of gentle race, That could his good to all, and well did weene How each to entertaine with curt'fie well befeene. And foothly it was faid by common fame, So long as age enabled him thereto, That he had been a man of mickle name, Renowmed much in armes and daring doe. But being aged now, and weary too Of warres delight, and worlds contentious toyle, The name of knighthood he did disavow, And hanging up his armes and warlike fpoyle, From all this worlds encombrance did himfelfe affoyle. He thence them led into his hermitage, Letting their fteedes to graze upon the greene. Small was his houfe, and like a little cage, For his owne turne, yet inly neat and cleane, Deckt with greene boughes, and flowers gay befeene. Therein he them full faire did entertaine, Not with fuch forged fhowes, as fitter been For courting fooles, that curtfies would faine, But with entire affedion and appearance plaine. Yet was their fare but homely, fuch as he did ufe, His feeble body to fuftaine, the which full gladly they did take in glee, Such as it was, nor did of want complaine, But being well fuffized, them refted faine. But faire Serene all night could take no reft, Nor yet that gentle Squire, for grievous paine Of their late wounds, the which the blatant beaft Had given them, whofe griefe through fufferaunce fore increaft. So all that night they paft in great difeafe, Till that the morning, bringing early light To guide mens labours, brought them alfo eafe, And fome affwagement of their painfull plight. Then up they rofe, and gan themfelves to dight Unto their journey, but that Squire and Dame So faint and feeble were, that they ne might Endure to travell, nor one foot to frame. Their hearts were ficke, their fides were fore, their feet were lame. Therefore the Prince, whom great affaires in mind Would not permit to make them longer ftay, Was forced there to leave them both behind In that good Hermits charge, whom he did pray To tend them well. So forth he went his way, And with him eke the Salvage, that whileare Seeing his royal ufage and array, Was greatly grown in love of that brave Peare, Would needs depart, as fhall be declared elfwhere. End of Canto 5, Book 6. The Legend of Calidore. Book 6, Canto 6, The Legend of Calidore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser, Book 6, The Legend of Calidore, Canto 6. The Hermit heals both Squire and Dame Of their fore maladies. He Turpine doth defeat and shame For his late villanies. No wound, which warlike hand of enemy Inflicts with dint of fword, so fore doth light, As doth the poyfonous fting, which infamy Infixeth in the name of noble wight. For by no art, nor any leeches might it ever can recured be againe, nor all the skill, which that immortall fpright of Podalirius did in it retaine, can remedy such hurts are hellifh paine. Such were the wounds, the which that blatant beast made in the bodies of that Squire and Dame, and being such, were now much more increast, for want of taking heed unto the same, that now corrupt and cureleffe they became. Howbe that carefull hermit did his best, with many kinds of medicines meet, to tame the poyfonous humour, which did most infest their rankling wounds, and every day them duly drest. For he right well in leeches craft was feene, and through the long experience of his dayes, which had in many fortunes toffed been, and paft through many perilous affayes, he knew the divers went of mortall wayes, and in the mindes of men had great infight, with which sage counsell, when they went aftray, he could informe, and them reduce aright, and all the passions heale, which wound the weaker fpright. For whilome he had been a doughty knight, as any one that lived in his dayes, and proved oft in many perilous fight, of which he grace and glory won alwayes, and in all battles bore away the bayes. But being now attacht with timely age, and weary of this worlds unquiet wayes, he tooke himfelfe unto this hermitage, in which he lived alone, like careleffe bird in cage. One day, as he was searching of their wounds, he found that they had festered privily, and rankling inward with unruly ftounds, the inner part now gan to putrefy, that quite they seemed past the help of surgery, and rather needed to be disciplined with wholesome reed of sad sobriety, to rule the stubborn rage of passion blind, give salves to every fore, but counsell to the mind. So taking them apart into his cell, he to that point fit fpeeches gan to frame, as he the art of words knew wondrous well, and eke could do, as well as say the same. And thus he to them said: Faire daughter Dame, and you faire Sonne, which here thus long now lie in piteous languor, since ye hither came, in vaine of me ye hope for remedy, and I likewife in vaine do salves to you apply. For in yourfelfe your only help doth lie, to heale yourfelves, and muft proceed alone from your own will to cure your malady. Who can him cure, that will be cured of none? If therefore health ye seeke, obferve this one: Firft learne your outward fences to refraine from things that ftirre up fraile affection. Your eyes, your eares, your tongue, your talke reftraine, from that they most affect, and in due termes containe. For from these outward fences ill affected, the feed of all this evill firft doth spring, which at the firft before it had infected, mote eafie be suppreft with little thing, but being growen ftrong, it forth doth bring sorrow and anguifh and impatient paine in the inner parts, and laftly scattering contagious poyfon close through every veine, it never refts, till it have wrought his finall bane. For that beastes teeth, which wounded you to fore, are so exceeding venemous and keene, made all of rusty iron, rankling fore, that where they bite, it booteth not to weene with salve, or antidote, or other meane, it ever to amend, no marvel ought, but that fame beast was bred of hellifh ftrene, and long in darkfome Stygian den upbrought, begot of foule Echidna, as in bookes is taught. Echidna is a monster direfull dread, whom gods do hate, and heavens abhor to see, so hideous in her shape, so huge her head, that even the hellifh fiends affrighted be at sight thereof, and from her presence flee. Yet did her face and former parts profeffe a faire young maiden, full of comely glee, but all her hinder parts did plaine expreffe a monftrous dragon, full of fearefull uglineffe. To hear the gods, for her so dreadfull face in fearefull darkneffe furthest from the sky, and from the earth appointed have her place, mongft rocks and caves, where she enrolled doth lie in hideous horror and obscurity, wasting the strength of her immortal age. There did Typhaon with her company, cruel Typhaon, whose tempestuous rage makes the heavens tremble oft, and him with vowes affwage. Of that commixtion they did then beget
this hellish dog, that hight the blatant beast, a wicked monster, that his tongue doth whet gainst all, both good and bad, both most and least, and pours his poysonous gall forth to infest the noblest wights with notable defame. Nor ever knight, that bore so lofty crest, nor ever lady of so honest name, but he them spotted with reproach or secret shame. In vaine therefore it were with medicine to go about to salve such kind of sore, that rather needs wise reed and discipline than outward salves, that may augment it more. Ay me, said then Serena, sighing sore, what hope of help doth then for us remaine, if that no salves may us to health restore? But sith we need good counsel, sayd the swaine, O read, good Sire, some counsel, that may us sustaine. The best, said he, that I can you advise, is to avoid the occasion of the ill. For when the cause, whence evil doth arise, removed is, the effect ceaseth still. Abstain from pleasure, and restraine your will, subdue desire, and bridle loose delight. Use scanted diet, and forbear your fill. Shun secrecy, and talk in open sight. So shall you soon repair your present evil plight. Thus having said, his sickly patients did gladly hearken to his grave behist, and kept so well his wise commandments, that in short space their malady was ceased, and eke the biting of that harmful beast was thoroughly healed. Though when they did perceive their wounds recured, and forces reincreased, of that good hermit they both tooke their leave, and went both on their way, ne each would other leave. But each the other vowed t'accompany. The lady, for that she was much in dread, now left alone in great extremity. The Squire, for that he courteous was indeed, would not her leave alone in her great need. So both together travelled, till they met with a faire maiden clad in mourning weed, upon a mangy jed unmeetly set, and a lewd fool her leading through dry and wet. But by what meanes that shame to her befell, and how thereof herself she did acquite, I must a while forbear to you to tell, till that, as comes by course, I do recite what fortune to the Briton Prince did light, pursuing that proud knight, the which whileare wrought to Sir Calidore so foul despite. And eke his lady, though she sickly were, so lewdly had abused, as ye did lately hear. The Prince, according to the former token which faire Serene to him delivered had, pursued him straight, in mind to been yroken of all the vile demeane and usage bad, with which he had those two so ill bestad. No wight with him on that adventure went, but that wild man, whom though he oft forbad, yet for no bidding, nor for being shent, would he restrained be from his attendement. Arriving there, as did by chance befall, he found the gate wide open, and in he rode, ne stayed till that he came into the hall, where soft dismounting, like a weary load, upon the ground with feeble feet he trode, as he unable were for very need to move one foot, but there must make abode. The whiles the salvage man did take his steed, and in some stable near did set him up to feed. Ere long to him a homely groome there came, that in rude wise him asked what he was, that durst so boldly, without let or shame, into his lords forbidden hall to pass. To whom the Prince, him feigning to embase, mild answer made. He was an errant knight, the which was fallen into this feeble case, through many wounds which lately he in fight received had, and prayed to pity his ill plight. But he, the more outrageous and bold, sternly did bid him quickly thence avaunt, or dear aby, for why his lord of old did hate all errant knights, which there did haunt, nor lodging would to any of them graunt, and therefore lightly bad him pack away, not sparing him with bitter words to taunt, and therewithal rude hand on him did lay, to thrust him out of door, doing his worst assay. But when the salvage, coming now in place, beheld, eftsoons he all enraged grew, and running straight upon that villaine base, like a fell lion at him fiercely flew, and with his teeth and nails in present view him rudely rent, and all to pieces tore, so miserably him all helpless slew, that with the noise, whilst he did loudly roare, the people of the house rose forth in great uproare.
Who when on ground they saw their fellowes slaine, And that same knight and salvage standing by, Upon them two they fell with might and maine, And on them layd so huge and horribly, As if they would have slaine them presently. But the bold Prince defended him so well, And their affault withstood so mightily, That maugre all their might he did repell, And beat them backe, whileft many underneath him fell. Yet he them still so sharply did pursue, That few of them he left alive, which fled, Thofe evill tidings to their Lord to {hew, Who hearing how his people badly sped, Came forth in haft, where when as with the dead He faw the ground all ftrowed, And that same knight and salvage with their blood frefh fteaming red, He woxen nigh mad, with wrath and fell defpight, And with reprochfull words him thus befpake on hight. Art thou he, traytor, that with treafon vile Haft flaine my men in this unmanly manner, And now triumpheft in the piteous fpoile Of thefe poore folk, whofe foules with blacke difhonour And foule defame do decke thy bloody banner? The meede whereof fhall fhortly be thy fhame, And wretched end, which ftill attendeth on her. With that himfelfe to battell he did frame, So did his 40 yeomen, which there with him came. With dreadfull force they all did him affayle, And round about with boyfterous ftrokes opprefle, That on his fhield did rattle like to hayle In a great tempeft, that in fuch diftrefle He wift not to which fide him to addrefle. And evermore that craven coward knight Was at his backe with heartlefle heedinefle, Wayting if he unawares him murther might, For cowardize does ftill in villany delight. Whereof when as the Prince was well aware, He to him turned with furious intent, And him againft his powre gan to prepare Like a fierce bull, that being busie bent To fight with many foes about him ment, Feeling fome curre behind his heeles to bite, Turns him about with fell avengement. So likewife turned the Prince upon the knight, And layd at him amaine with all his will and might. Who when he once his dreadfull ftrokes had tasted, Durft not the fury of his force abide, But turned abacke, and to retire him hasted Through the thicke prefle, there thinking him to hide. But when the Prince had once him plainely eyde, He foot by foot him followed alway, Ne would him fuffer once to fhrinke afide, But joyning clofe, huge load at him did lay, Who flying ftill did ward, and warding fly away. But when his foe he ftill so eager faw, Unto his heeles himfelfe he did betake, Hoping unto fome refuge to withdraw, Ne would the Prince him ever foot forsake, Where fo he went, but after him did make. He fled from room to room, from place to place, Whileft every joynt for dread of death did quake, Still looking after him, that did him chace, That made him evermore increafe his fpeedy pace. At laft he up unto the chamber came, Whereas his love was fitting all alone, Wayting what tidings of her folk became. There did the Prince him overtake anone, Crying in vaine to her, him to bemone, And with his fword him on his head did fmite, That to the ground he fell in fencelefle fwone. Yet whether thwart or flatly it did light, The tempred fteel did not into his braine pan bite. Which when the Lady faw, with great affright, She starting up, began to fhrieke aloud, And with her garment covering him from fight, Seem'd under her protection him to fhrowd, And falling lowly at his feet, her bowed upon her knee, Entreating him for grace, and often him befought, And prayd and vowed, that with the ruth of her so wretched cafe, He stayd his fecond ftroke, and did his hand abafe. Her weed fhe then withdrawing, did him difcover, Who now come to himfelfe, yet would not rife, But ftill did lie as dead, and quake and quiver, That even the Prince his bafenefle did despife. And eke his Dame him feeing in fuch guize, Gan him recomfort, and from ground to reare, Who rifing up at laft in ghaftly wize, Like troubled ghoft did dreadfully appeare, As one that had no life him left through former feare. Whom when the Prince so deadly faw difmayd, He for fuch bafenefle fhamefully him fhent, And with fharpe words did bitterly upbrayd. Vile coward dog, now do I much repent, That ever I this life unto thee lent, Whereof thou caytive fo unworthy art, That both thy love for lacke of hardiment, And eke thy felfe for want of manly hart, And eke all knights haft fhamed with this knightlefle part.
Yet further hast thou heaped shame to shame, and crime to crime, by this thy coward feare. For firft it was to thee reprochfull blame, To erecte this wicked cuftome, which I heare, Gainft errant knights and ladies thou doft reare, Whom when thou mayft, thou doft of armes despoile, Or of their upper garment, which they weare. Yet doest thou not with manhood, but with guile maintaine This evill ufe, thy foes thereby to foile. And laftly, in approvance of thy wrong, To shew such faintneffe and foul cowardize, Is great shame. For oft it falls, that ftrong and valiant knights Do rashly enterprize, either for fame, Or else for exercize, a wrongfull quarrel To maintaine by fight, yet have through proweffe and their brave emprize Gotten great worfhip in this worldes fight. For greater force there needs to maintaine wrong then right. Yet since thy life unto this Lady faire I given have, live in reproch and fcorne, Nor ever armes, nor ever knighthood dare Hence to profeffe, for shame it is to adorne With so brave badges one so basely borne. But onely breathe, since that I did forgive. So having from his craven body torne Thofe goodly armes, he them away did give, And only suffred him this wretched life to live. There whileft he thus was fettling things above, Atween the Lady mild and recreant knight, To whom his life he graunted for her love, He gan bethinke him, in what perilous plight He had behind him left that Salvage wight Amongft so many foes, whom fure he thought By this quite flaine in so unequall fight. Therefore defcending backe in haft he sought, If yet he were alive, or to deftrudion brought. There he found him environed about with slaughtred bodies, Which his hand had flaine, and laying yet afrefh With courage ftout upon the reft, that did alive remaine, Whom he likewife right sorely did conftraine, Like fcattred sheepe, to feeke for fafety. After he gotten had with busie paine Some of their weapons, which thereby did lie, With which he laid about, and made them faft to fly. Whom when the Prince so felly faw to rage, Approching to him neare, his hand he stayd, And fought by making fignes him to affwage. Whom them perceiving, ftreight to him obayd, As to his lord, and downe his weapons layd, As if he long had to his heafts been trayned. Thence he him brought away, and up convayd Into the chamber, where that Dame remayned With her unworthy knight, who ill him entertayned. Whom when the Salvage faw from danger free, Sitting beside his Lady there at eafe, He well remembred, that the fame was he, Which lately sought his Lord for to difpleafe. Though all in rage, he on him ftreight did feize, As if he would in pieces him have rent. And were not, that the Prince did him appeafe, He had not left one limbe of him unrent, But ftreight he held his hand at his commandement. Thus having all things well in peace ordayned, The Prince himfelfe there all that night did reft, Where him Blandina fairely entertayned With all the courteous glee and goodly feaft, The which for him she could imagine beft. For well she knew the wayes to win good will Of every wight, that were not to infeft, And how to pleafe the minds of good and ill, Through tempering of her words and lookes by wondrous fkill. Yet were her words and lookes but falfe and feigned, To some hid end to make more eafie way, Or to allure such fondlings, whom she trayned Into her trap, unto their owne decay. Thereto, when needed, she could weepe and pray, And when her lifted, she could fawne and flatter, Now fmiling fmoothly, like to fommers day, Now glooming sadly, so to cloke her matter. Yet were her words but wind, and all her teares but water. Whether such grace were given her by kind, As women wont their guilefull wits to guide, Or learned the art to pleafe, I do not find. This well I wote, that she so well applied her pleasing tongue, That soone she pacified the wrathfull Prince, And wrought her husbands peace. Who natheleffe not therewith satisfied, His rancorous despight did not releafe, Nor secretly from thought of fell revenge furceafe. For all that night, the whiles the Prince did reft In careleffe couch, not weeting what was ment, He watcht in clofe await with weapons preft, Willing to worke his villainous intent On him, that had so shamefully him fhent. Yet durft he not for very cowardice effect the fame. Whileft all the night was spent, the morrow next The Prince did early rife, and paffeth forth, To follow his firft enterprize. End of Canto 6, Book 6, The Legend of Calidore.
6, Canto 7, The Legend of Calidore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser, Book 6, The Legend of Calidore, Canto 7. Turpine is baffled, his two knights do gain their treasons meed, fair Mirabella's punishment for love's disdain decreed. Like as the gentle heart itself bewrays, in doing gentle deeds with frank delight, even so the baser mind itself displays, in cancred malice and revengeful spright. For to malign, to envy, to use shifting sleight, be arguments of a vile dunghill mind, which what it dare not do by open might, to work by wicked treason wayes doth find, by such discourteous deeds discovering his bafe kind. That well appeares in this discourteous knight the coward Turpine, whereof now I treat, who notwithstanding that in former fight he of the Prince his life received late, yet in his mind malicious and ingrate he gan devize to be avenged anew, for all that shame, which kindled inward hate. Therefore, so soon as he was out of view, himself in haste he arm'd, and did him fast pursue. Well did he tract his steps, as he did ride, yet would not near approach in dangers eye, but kept aloof for dread to be descried, until fit time and place he mote espy, where he mote work him scath and villainy. At last he met two knights to him unknown, the which were armed both agreeably, and both combined whatever chance were blown betwixt them to divide, and each to make his own. To whom false Turpine coming courteously, to cloke the mischiefe which he inly meant, gan to complaine of great discourtesy, which a strange knight, that near afore him went, had doen to him, and his deare Lady shent, which if they would afford him aid at need, for to revenge in time convenient, they should accomplifh both a knightly deed, and for their paines obtaine of him a goodly meed. The knights believed that all he said was true, and being frefh and full of youthly fpright, were glad to heare of that adventure new, in which they mote make trial of their might, which never yet they had approved in fight. And eke desirous of the offred meed, said then the one of them: Where is that wight, the which hath doen to thee this wrongfull deed, that we may it avenge, and punifh him with speed? He rides, said Turpine, there not far afore, with a wild man soft footing by his side, that if ye list to haft a little more, ye may him overtake in timely tide, eftsoons they pricked forth with forward pride. And ere that little while they ridden had, the gentle Prince not far away they spide, riding a softly pace with portance sad, devizing of his love more, then of danger drad. Then one of them aloud unto him cryde, bidding him turne againe, false traitor knight, foule woman wronger, for he him defide, with that they both at once with equal spight did bend their fpeares, and both with equal might against him ran, but the one did miffe his marke, and being carried with his force forthright, glaunced swiftly by, like to that heavenly sparke, which gliding through the aire lights all the heavens darke. But the other aiming better, did him smite full in the shield, with so impetuous powre, that all his launce in pieces shivered quite, and scattered all about, fell on the floore. But the ftout Prince, with much more steady ftowre, full on his bever did him ftrike so fore, that the cold fteele through piercing did devoure his vitall breath, and to the ground him bore, where ftill he bathed lay in his own bloody gore. As when a caft of faulcons make their flight at an hernefhaw, that lies aloft on wing, the whiles they ftrike at him with heedlefle might, the wary fowle his bill doth backward wring. On which the firft, whofe force her firft doth bring, herfelfe quite through the body doth engore, and falleth downe to ground like fencelefle thing. But the other, not so fwift as fhe before, Fayles of her foufe, and paffing by doth hurt no more.
By this the other, which was passed by, himself recovering was returned to fight, where when he saw his fellow lifeless lie, he much was daunted with so dismal fight, yet nought abating of his former spight, let drive at him with so malicious mind, as if he would have passed through him quite, but the steele head no stedfast hold could find, but glauncing by, deceived him of that he defigned. Not fo the Prince, for his well learned fpeare tooke furer hold, and from his horfes backe above a launces length him forth did beare, and gainft the cold hard earth fo fore him ftrake, that all his bones in pieces nigh he brake. Where feeing him fo lie, he left his fteed, and to him leaping, vengeance thought to take Of him, for all his former follies meed, With flaming fword in hand his terror more to breed. The fearefull fwayne, beholding death fo nigh, Cryde out aloud for mercy him to fave, In lieu whereof he would to him defcry Great treafon to him meant, his life to reave. The Prince foone hearkned, and his life forgave. Then thus faid he: There is a ftraunger knight, The which for promife of great meed us drave To this attempt, to wreake his hid defpight, For that himfelfe thereto did want fufficient might. The Prince much mufed at fuch villeny, and faid: Now fure you will have earned your meed, For the one is dead, and the other foone fhall die, Unleffe to me thou hither bring with fpeed The wretch, that hir'd you to this wicked deed. He glad of life, and willing eke to wreake The guilt on him, which did this mifchiefe breed, Swore by his fword, that neither day nor weeke He would furcease, but him, where fo he were, would feeke. So up he rofe, and forth ftreightway he went Backe to the place, where Turpin late he lore. There he him found in great aftonifhment, To fee him fo bedight with bloody gore, And griefly wounds, that him appalled fore. Yet thus at length he faid: How now, Sir Knight, What meaneth this, which here I fee before? How fortuneth this foule uncomely plight, So different from that, which earft ye feem'd in fight? Perdie, faid he, in evill houre it fell, That ever I for meed did undertake So hard a taske, as life for hire to fell, The which I earft adventured for your fake. Witneffe the wounds, and this wide bloody lake, Which ye may fee yet all about me fteeme. Therefore now yield, as ye did promife make, My due reward, the which right well I deeme I yearned have, this life fo dearely did redeeme. But where then is, quoth he half wrothfully, Where is the booty, which therefore I bought, That curfed caitife, my ftrong enemy, That recreant knight, whofe hated life I fought? And where is eke your friend, which half it ought? He lies, faid he, upon the cold bare ground, Slaine of that errant knight, with whom he fought, Whom afterwards my felfe with many a wound Did flay againe, as ye may fee there in the ftound. Thereof falfe Turpin was full glad and faine, And needs with him ftreight to the place would ride, Where he himfelfe might fee his foeman flaine, For else his feare could not be fatisfide. So as they rode, he faw the way all dyed With ftreames of blood, which tracting by the trayle, Ere long they came, whereas in evill tide That other fwaine, like afhes deadly pale, Lay in the lap of death, rueing his wretched bale. Much did the craven feeme to mone his cafe, That for his fake his deare life had forgone, And him bewayling with affedion bafe Did counterfeit kind pitty, where was none. For whereas no courage, there's no ruth nor mone. Thence passing forth, not farre away he found, Whereas the Prince himfelfe lay all alone, Loosely difplayd upon the graflie ground, Poffeft of fweeteft fleepe, that lull'd him foft in fwound. Weary of travell in his former fight, He there in fhade himfelfe had layd to reft, Having his armes and warlike things undight, Fearelefle of foes, that mote his peace moleft. The whiles his falvage page, that wont be preft, Was wandred in the wood another way, To do fome thing, that feemed to him beft. The whiles his Lord in filver flumber lay, Like to the evening ftarre adorned with dewy ray. Whom when as Turpin faw fo loosely layd, He weened well, that he indeed was dead, Like as that other knight to him had fayd. But when he nigh approcht, he mote areed Plaine fignes in him of life and livelihead. Whereat much grieved againft that ftranger knight, That him too light of credence did mislead, He would have backe retyred from that fight, That was to him on earth the deadlieft defpight. But that fame knight would not once let him ftart, But plainely gan to him declare the cafe Of all his mifchiefe, and late lucklefle fmart, How both he and his fellow there in place Were vanquifht, and put to foule difgrace. And how that he in lieu of life him lent, Had vow'd unto the Victor, him to trace And follow through the world, where fo he went, Till that he him delivered to his punifhment. He therewith much abafht and affrayd, Began to tremble every limbe and vaine, And foftly whifpering him, entyrely prayd, T'advife him better, then by fuch a traine Him to betray unto a ftranger fwaine. Yet rather counfeld him contrarywife, Sith he likewife did wrong by him fuftaine, To joyne with him, and vengeance to devife, Whileft time did offer meanes him fleeping to furprize. Nathlefle for all his fpeach, the gentle knight Would not be tempted to fuch villeny, Regarding more his faith, which he did plight, Or were it to his mortall enemy, Then to entrap him by falfe treachery. Great fhame in lieges blood to be embrewd. Thus whileft they were debating diverfly, The Salvage forth from out the wood iffewd, Backe to the place, where his Lord he fleeping vewd. There when he faw thofe two fo neare him ftand, He doubted much what mote their meaning be, And throwing downe his load out of his hand, To weet great ftore of forreft fruit, Which he had for his food late gathered from the tree, Himfelfe unto his weapon he betooke, That was an oaken plant, which lately He rent by the root, which he fo fternely fhooke, That like an hazell wand it quivered and crooke. Whereat the Prince awakning, when he fpide The traytor Turpin with that other knight, He ftarted up, and fnatching neare his fide His trufty fword, the fervant of his might, Like a fell lyon leaped to him light, And his left hand upon his collar layd. Therewith the coward deaded with affright, Fell flat to ground, ne word unto him fayd, But holding up his hands, with filence mercy prayd. But he fo full of indignation was, That to his prayer nought he would incline, But as he lay upon the humbled gras, His foot he fet on his vile necke, in figne Of fervile yoke, that nobler harts repine. Then letting him arife like abject thrall, He gan to him object his haynous crime, And to revile, and rate, and recreant call, And laftly to defpoyle of knightly bannerall. And after all, for greater infamy, He by the heeles him hung upon a tree, And baffled fo, that all which paft by, The picture of his punifhment might see, And by the like example warned be, However they through treafon do trefpafle. But turne we now backe to that Lady free, Whom late we left riding upon an Asse, Led by a carle and foole, which by her fide did pafle. She was a Lady of great dignity, And lifted up to honourable place, Famous throughout all the land of Faerie, Though of meane parentage and kindred bafe, Yet deckt with wondrous gifts of natures grace, That all men did her perfon much admire, And praife the feature of her goodly face, The beames whereof did kindle lovely fire In the harts of many a knight, and many a gentle fquire. But fhe thereof grew proud and infolent, That none fhe worthy thought to be her faire, But fcorned them all, that love unto her ment. Yet was fhe lov'd of many a worthy peere, Unworthy fhe to be belov'd fo deare, That could not weigh of worthinefle aright. For beauty is more glorious, bright, and cleare, The more it is admir'd of many a wight, And nobleft fhe, that ferved is of nobleft knight. But this coy damzell thought contrarywife, That fuch proud lookes would make her praifed more, And fuch the more fhe did all love despife, The more would wretched lovers her adore. What cared fhe, who fighed for her fore, Or who did wayle or watch the weary night? Yet them that list their lucklefle lot deplore. She was borne free, nought bound to any wight, And fo would ever live, and love her owne delight. Through fuch her ftubborne ftiffnefle and hard hart, Many a wretch for want of remedy Did languifh long in life confuming fmart, And at the laft through dreary dolour die, While fhe, the Lady of her liberty, Did boast her beauty had fuch foveraine might, That with the onely twinkle of her eye, She could or fave, or fpill, whom fhe would hight. What could the Gods do more, but do it more aright? But lo the Gods, that mortall follies vew, Did worthily revenge this maydens pride, And nought regarding her fo goodly hew, Did laugh at her, that many did deride, Whiles fhe did weepe, of no man mercifide. For on a day, when Cupid kept his court, As he is wont at each Saint Valentide, Unto the which all lovers do refort, That of their loves fuccefles there they make report, That when the rolles were read, in which the names Of all loves folk were fyled, that many there Were missing, which were dead, or kept in bands, Or from their loves exyled, or by fome other violence defpoyled. Which when as Cupid heard, he wexed wroth, And doubting to be wronged or beguyled, He bad his eyes to be unblindfold both, That he might fee his men, and mufter them by oath. Then found he many missing of his crew, Which wont do fuit and fervice to his might, Of whom what was becomen no man knew. Therefore a Jury was impanneld ftreight, To enquire of them, whether by force or fleight, Or their owne guilt, they were away convayd. To whom foule infamy and fell defpight Gave evidence, that they were all betrayd, And murdred cruelly by a rebellious mayd. Faire Mirabella was her name, whereby Of all thofe crimes fhe there indited was. All which when Cupid heard, he by and by In great difpleafure, wilde Capius Should iflue forth, to attach that fcornfull laile. The warrant ftreight was made, and therewithal A bayliffe errant forth in poft did pas, Whom they by name there Portamore did call, He which doth fummon lovers to loves judgment hall. The damzell was attacht, and shortly brought Unto the barre, whereas fhe was arraigned, But fhe thereto nould plead, nor anfwere ought, Even for ftubborn pride, which her reftrained. So judgment paft, as is by law ordaind, In cafes like, which when at laft fhe faw Her ftubborn hart, which love before difdained, Gan ftoupe, and falling downe with humble awe, Cryde mercy, to abate the extremity of law. The Sonne of Venus, who is mild by kind, But where he is provoked with peevishnefle, Unto her prayers piteoufly enclynd, And did the rigour of his doome reprefle. Yet not fo freely, but that nathelefle He unto her a penance did impofe, Which was, that through this worlds wide wildernefle She wander fhould in company of thofe, Till she had faved fo many loves, as fhe did lofe. So now fhe had been wandring 2 whole yeares Throughout the world in this uncomely cafe, Wafting her goodly hew in heavy teares, And her good dayes in dolorous difgrace. Yet had fhe not in all thefe 2 yeares fpace Saved but 2, yet in 2 yeares before, Through her dispiteous pride, whileft love lacked place, She had deftroyed 22 more. Ay me, how could her love make half amends therefore? And now fhe was upon the weary way, When as the gentle Squire with faire Serene Met her in fuch mifeeming foule array, The whiles that mighty man did her demeane With all the evill termes and cruel meane, That he could make, and eke that angry foole, Which followed her, with curfed hands uncleane, Whipping her horfe, did with his fmarting toole Oft whip her dainty felfe, and much augment her doole. Ne ought it mote availe her to entreat The one or the other better her to ufe, For both fo wilfull were and obftinate, That all her piteous plaint they did refufe, But rather did the more her beat and brufe. But moft the former villaine, which did lead Her tyreling jade, was bent her to abufe, Who though fhe were with wearinefle nigh dead, Yet would not let her light, nor reft a little ftead. For he was fterne and terrible by nature, And eke of perfon huge and hideous, Exceeding much the meafure of mans ftature, And rather like a Gyant monftrous. For footh he was descended of the houfe Of thofe old Gyants, which did warres darraine Against the heaven in order battailous, And fibbed to great Orgoglio, which was flaine By Arthur, when as Unas knight he did maintaine. His lookes were dreadfull, and his fiery eyes Like 2 great beacons glared bright and wide, Glauncing afkew, as if his enemies He fcorned in his overweening pride, And ftalking stately like a crane, did ftride At every step upon the tiptoes high, And all the way he went, on every fide He gazed about, and ftared horribly, As if he with his lookes would all men terrify. He wore no armour, ne for none did care, As no whit dreading any living wight, But in a jacket quilted richly rare, Upon checklaton he was ftraungely dight, And on his head a roll of linnen plight, Like to the Moores of Malaber he wore, Which with his lockes, as blacke as pitchy night, Were bound about, and voyded from before, And in his hand a mighty yron club he bore. This was Disdaine, who led that Ladies horfe Through thicke and thin, through mountaines and through plaines, Compelling her, where fhe would not, by force, Haling her palfrey by the hempen reines. But that fame foole, which moft encreaft her paines, Was Scorne, who having in his hand a whip, Her therewith irkes, and ftill when fhe complaines, The more he laughs, and does her clofely quip, To fee her fore lament, and bite her tendrid lip. Whofe cruel handling when that Squire beheld, And faw thofe villaines her fo vildely ufe, His gentle heart with indignation fweld, And could no longer beare fo great abufe, As fuch a Lady fo to beat and brufe. But to him ftepping, fuch a ftroke him lent, That forced him the halter from his hand to lofe, And maugre all his might backe to relent, Elfe had he furely there been flaine, or fouly fhent. The villaine, wroth for greeting him fo fore, Gathered himfelfe together foone againe, And with his yron baton, which he bore, Let drive at him fo dreadfully amaine, That for his fafety he did him conftraine To give him ground, and fhift to every fide, Rather then once his burden to fuftaine. For bootlefle thing him feem'd, to abide fo mighty blowes, Or prove the puifance of his pride. Like as a Maftiffe having at a bay A falvage bull, whofe cruel hornes do threat Defperate daunger, if he them affay, Traceth his ground, and round about doth beat, To fpy where he may fome advantage get. The whiles the beaft doth rage and loudly roare, So did the Squire, the whiles the Carle did fret, And fume in his difdainefull mind the more, And oftentimes by Termagant and Mahound fwore. Nathelefle fo fharply ftill him purfu'd, That at advantage him at laft he tooke, When his foot flipt, that flip he dearly rued, And with his yron club to ground him ftrooke, Where ftill he lay, ne out of fwoone awooke, Till heavy hand the Carle upon him layd, And bound him faft. Tho when he up did looke, And faw himfelfe captiv'd, he was difmayd, Ne powre had to withftand, nor hope of any ayd. Then up he made him rife, and forward fare, Led in a rope, which both his hands did bind. Ne ought that foole for pity did him fpare, But with his whip him following behind Him often fcourged, and forced his feet to find. And other whiles with bitter mockes and moes, He would him fcorne, that to his gentle mind Was much more grievous, then the others blowes. Words fharply wound, but greateft griefe of fcorning growes. The faire Serena, when fhe faw him fall Under that villaines club, then furely thought That flaine he was, or made a wretched thrall, And fled away with all the fpeed fhe mought, To feeke for fafety, which long time fhe fought, And paft through many perils by the way, Ere fhe againe to Calepine was brought. The which difcourfe as now I muft delay, Till Mirabella's fortunes I do further say. End of Canto 7, Book 6.
Book 6, Canto 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nathan at antipodeanwriter.wordpress.com. The Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. Book 6, The Legend of St. Calidore. Canto 8. Prince Arthur overcomes disdain, quits Mirabell from dreed. Serena, found of salvages, by Calepine is freed. Ye gentle ladies, in whose sovereign power Love hath the glory of his kingdom left, And the hearts of men as your eternal dower, In iron chains of liberty bereft, Delivered hath into your hands by gift, Be well aware how ye the same do use, That pride do not to tyranny you lift, Least if men you of cruelty accuse, He from you take that chiefdom which ye do abuse. And as ye soft and tender are by kind adorned with goodly gifts of beauty's grace, so be ye soft and tender eke in mind, but cruelty and hardness from you chase, that all your other praises will deface, and from you turn the love of men to hate. And sample take of Mirabelle's case, who from the high degree of happy state fell into wretched woes, which she repented late. Who after thraldom of the gentle squire, which she beheld with lamentable eye, was touched with compassion entire, and much lamented his calamity, that for her sake fell into misery, which booted nought for prayers, nor for threat, to hope for to release or mollify. For aye the more that she did them entreat, the more they him misused and cruelly did beat. So as they forward on their way did pass, him still reviling and afflicting sore, they met Prince Arthur with Sir Aeneas, that was that courteous knight, whom he before, having subdued, yet did to life restore, to whom as they approached they gan augment their cruelty, and him to punish more, scourging and hailing him more vehement, as if it them should grieve to see his punishment. The squire himself, when as he saw his lord, the witness of his wretchedness in place, was much ashamed, that with an hempen cord he like a dog was led in captive case, and did his head for bashfulness abase, as loth to see, or to be seen at all, shame would be hid. But whenas Aeneas beheld two such villains thrall, his manly mind was much immoved therewithal. And to the prince thus said, See you, sir knight, the greatest shame that ever I yet saw, yond lady and her squire with foul despite, abused against all reason and all law, without regard of pity or of awe. See how they do that squire beat and revile, see how they do the lady hail and draw. But if ye please to lend me leave a while, I will them soon acquit, and both of blame assoil. The prince assented, and then he straightway, dismounting light, his shield about him threw, with which approaching thus he gan to say, Abide, ye caitiff treacherators untrue, that have with treason thralled unto you these two unworthy of your wretched bands, and now your crime with penalty pursue. Abide, and from them lay your loathly hands, or else abide the death that hard before you stands. The villain stayed not answer to invent, but with his iron club preparing way, his mind's sad message back unto him sent, the which descended with such dreadful sway, that seemed nought the course thereof could stay, no more than lightning from the lofty sky, ne list the knight the power thereof assay, whose doom was death, but lightly slipping by, unwares defrauded his intended destiny. And to requite him with the like again, with his sharp sword he fiercely at him flew, and strook so strongly that the carle with pain saved himself, but that he there him slew, yet saved not so, but that the blood it drew, and gave his foe good hope of victory, who therewith fleshed upon him set anew, and with the second stroke thought certainly to have supplied the first, and paid the usury. But fortune answered not unto his call, for as his hand was heaved up on height, the villain met him in the middle fall, and with his club bet back his brondiron bright, so forcibly that with his own hand's might, rebeaten back upon himself again, he driven was to ground in self-despite, from whence ere he recovery could gain, he in his neck had set his foot with fell disdain. With that the fool which did that end await came running in, and whilst on ground he lay, laid heavy hands on him, and held so straight that down he kept him with his scornful sway, so as he could not weld him any way, the whiles that other villain went about, him to have bound, and thralled without delay, the whiles the fool did him revile and flout, threatening to yoke them tow and tame their courage stout. As when a sturdy ploughman with his hind by strength have overthrown a stubborn steer, they down him hold and fast with cords do bind. till they him force the buxom yoke to bear. So did these two this night oft tug and tear, which when the prince beheld, there standing by, he left his lofty steed to aid him near, and buckling soon himself gan fiercely fly upon that carle to save his friend from jeopardy. The villain, leaving him unto his mate to be captived and handled as he list, himself addressed unto this new debate, and with his club him all about so blist, that he which way to turn him scarcely wist. Sometimes aloft he laid, sometimes alow, now here, now there, and oft him near he missed, so doubtfully that hardly one could know whether more wary were to give or ward the blow. But yet the prince so well inured was, with such huge strokes, approved oft in fight, that way to them he gave forth right to pass, ne would endure the danger of their might, but wait advantage when they down did light. At last the captive, after long discourse, when all his strokes he saw avoided quite, resolved in one to assemble all his force, and make one end of him without ruth or remorse. His dreadful hand he heaved up aloft, and with his dreadful instrument of ire thought sure have pounded him to powder soft, or deep embowed him in the earth entire. But fortune did not with his will conspire, for ere his stroke attained his intent, the noble child, preventing his desire, under his club with wary boldness went, and smote him on the knee that never yet was bent. It never yet was bent, ne bent it now, albe the stroke so strong and puissant were, that seemed a marble pillar it could bow. But all that leg which did his body bear, it cracked throughout, yet did no blood appear. So as it was unable to support so huge a burden on such broken gear, but fell to ground, like to a lump of dirt, whence he essayed to rise, but could not for his hurt. Eftsoons the prince to him full nimbly stepped, and least he should recover foot again, his head meant from his shoulders to have swept, which when the lady saw, she cried amain, Stay, stay, Sir Knight, for love of God abstain from that unwares ye witless do intend. Slay not that carle, though worthy to be slain, for more on him doth then himself depend. My life will by his death have lamentable end. He stayed his hand according her desire, yet neither more him suffered to arise, but still suppressing gan of her enquire, what meaning mote those uncouth words comprise, that in that villain's health her safety lies, that were no might in man, no heart in knights, which durst her dreaded rescue enterprise, yet heavens themselves, that favour feeble rights, would for itself redress, and punish such despites. Then bursting forth in tears, which gushed fast like many water streams, a while she stayed, till her sharp passion being overpast, her tongue to her restored, then thus she said, Nor heavens nor men can me most wretched maid deliver from the doom of my desert, the which the God of love hath on me laid, and damned to endure this direful smart, for penance of my proud and hard rebellious heart. In prime of youthly years, when first the flower of beauty gan to bud and blossom delight, and nature me endued with plenteous dower of all her gifts that pleased each living sight, I was beloved of many a gentle knight, and sued and sought with all the service due. Full many a one for me deep groaned and sighed, and to the door of death the sorrow drew, complaining out on me that would not on them rue. But let them love that list or live or die, me list not die for any lover's dool, ne list me leave my loved liberty, to pity him that list to play the fool. To love myself I learned had in school, thus I triumphed long in lover's pain, and sitting careless on the scorner's stool, did laugh at those that did lament and plain, but all is now repaid with interest again. Below, the winged god that woundeth hearts caused me be called to accompt therefore, and for revengement of those wrongful smarts which I to others did inflict afore, adeemed me to endure this penance sore, that in this wise, and this unmeet array, with these two lewd companions, and no more, disdain and scorn, I through the world should stray, till I have saved so many as I erst did slay. Certes, said then the prince, the God is just, that taketh vengeance of his people's spoil, for were no law and love, but all that lust might them oppress, and painfully turmoil, his kingdom would continue but a while. But tell me, lady, wherefore do you bear this bottle thus before you with such toil, and eke this wallet at your back arear, that for these carles to carry much more comely were? Here in this bottle, said the sorry maid, I put the tears of my contrition, till to the brim I have it full defrayed, and in this bag which I behind me don, I put repentance for things past and gone. Yet is the bottle leaked, and bag so torn, that all which I put in falls out anon, and is behind me trodden down of scorn, who mocketh all my pain, and laughs the more I mourn. The infant hearkened wisely to her tale, and wondered much at Cupid's judgment wise, that could so meekly make proud hearts avail, and wreak himself on them that him despise. Then suffered he disdain up to arise, who was not able up himself to rear, by means his leg, through his late luckless prize, was cracked in twain, but by his foolish fear was holpen up, who him supported standing near. But being up, he looked again aloft, as if he never had received fall, and with stern eyebrows stared at him oft, as if he would have daunted him with all, and standing on his tiptoes to seem tall. Down on his golden feet he often gazed, as if such pride the other could appall, who was so far from being aught amazed, that he his looks despised, and his boast dispraised. Then turning back unto that captive thrall, who all this while stood there beside them bound, unwilling to be known or seen at all, he from those bands weened him to have unwound. But when approaching near he plainly found it was his own true groom, the gentle squire. He thereat waxed exceedingly astound, and him did oft embrace and oft admire, ne could with seeing satisfy his great desire. Meanwhile the salvage man, when he beheld that huge great fool oppressing the other knight, whom with his weight unwieldy down he held, he flew upon him like a greedy kite, unto some carrion offered to his sight, and down him plucking with his nails and teeth, gan him to hail and tear and scratch and bite, and from him taking his own whip therewith, so sore him scourgeth, that the blood down followeth. And sure I ween, had not the lady's cry procured the prince his cruel hand to stay, he would with whipping him have done to die, but being checked, he did abstain straightway, and let him rise. Then thus the prince gan say, Now, lady, sith your fortunes thus dispose, that if ye list have liberty ye may, unto yourself I freely leave to choose, whether I shall you leave, or from these villains lose. Ah nay, Sir Knight, said she, it may not be, but that I needs must by all means fulfil this penance which enjoined is to me, lest unto me betide a greater ill. Yet no less thanks to you for your good will. So humbly taking leave she turned aside, but Arthur with the rest went onward still, on his first quest, in which did him betide a great adventure, which did him from them divide. But first it falleth me by course to tell of fair Serena, who, as erst you heard, when first the gentle squire at variance fell with those two carles, fled fast away afeard of villainy to be to her infeared. So fresh the image of her former dread, yet dwelling in her eye to her appeared, that every foot did tremble which did tread, and every body two, and two she four did read. Through hills and dales, through bushes and through briers, long thus she fled, till that at last she thought herself now past the peril of her fears. Then looking round about, and seeing nought which doubt of danger to her offer mought, she from her palfrey lighted on the plain, and sitting down, herself a while bethought of her long travel, and turmoiling pain, and often did of love, and oft of luck complain. And evermore she blamed Callapine, the good Sir Calidore, her own true knight, as the only author of her woeful time, for being of his love to her so light, as her to leave in such a piteous plight. Yet never turtle truer to his make, than he was tried unto his lady bright, who all this while endured for her sake great peril of his life, and restless pains did take. Though when as all her plaints she had displayed, and well disburdened her engrieved breast, upon the grass herself adown she laid, where being tired with travel and oppressed, with sorrow she betook herself to rest. There whilst in Morpheus' bosom safe she lay, fearless of aught that mote her peace molest, false fortune did her safety betray, unto a strange mischance that menaced her decay. In these wild deserts where she now abode, there dwelt a salvage nation, which did live of stealth and spoil, and making nightly road into their neighbours' borders, ne did give themselves to any trade, as for to drive the painful plough, or cattle for to breed, or by adventures merchandise to thrive, but on the labours of poor men to feed, and serve their own necessities with others' need. Thereto they used one most accursed order, to eat the flesh of men whom they mote find, and strangers to devour, which on their border were brought by error or by wreckful wind, a monstrous cruelty gainst course of kind. They towards evening wandering every way, to seek for beauty, came by fortune blind, whereas this lady, like a sheep astray, now drowned in the depth of sleep, all fearless lay. Soon as they spied her, Lord, what gladful glee they made amongst themselves, but when her face like the fair ivory shining they did see, each gan his fellow solace and embrace, for joy of such good hap by heavenly grace. They to devise what course to take, whether to slay her there upon the place, or suffer her out of her sleep to wake, and then her eat at once, or many meals to make. The best advisement was of bad, to let her sleep out her fill without encumberment, for sleep, they said, would make her battle better. Then when she waked, they all gave one consent, that since by grace of God she there was sent, unto their God they would her sacrifice, whose share her guiltless blood they would present, but of her dainty flesh they did devise, to make a common feast, and feed with gourmandise. So round about her they themselves did place upon the grass, and diversely dispose, as each thought best to spend the lingering space. Some with their eyes the daintest morsels chose, some praise her paps, some praise her lips and nose, some whet their knives, and strip their elbows bare. The priest himself a garland doth compose, of finest flowers, and with full busy care his bloody vessels wash, and holy fire prepare. The damsel wakes, then all at once upstart, and round about her flock like many flies, whooping and hallowing on every part, as if they would have rent the brazen skies, which when she sees with ghastly griefful eyes, her heart does quake, and deadly pallid hue benumbs her cheeks, then out aloud she cries, where none is nigh to hear, that will her rue, and rends her golden locks, and snowy breasts embrue. But all boots not, they hands upon her lay, and first they spoil her of her jewels dear, and afterwards of all her rich array, the which amongst them they in pieces tear, and of the prey each one a part doth bear. Now being naked to their sordid eyes, the goodly treasures of nature appear, which as they view with lustful fantasies, each wisheth to himself, and to the rest envies. Her ivory neck, her alabaster breast, her paps which like white silken pillows were, for love in soft delight thereon to rest, her tender sides, her belly white and clear, which like an altar did itself uprear, to offer sacrifice divine thereon, her goodly thighs, whose glory did appear like a triumphal arch, and thereupon the spoils of princes hanged, which were in battle won. Those dainty parts, the darlings of delight, which mote not be profaned of common eyes, those villains viewed with loose lascivious sight, and closely tempted with their crafty spies, and some of them gain mongst themselves devise, thereof by force to take their beastly pleasure. But them the priest rebuking did advise, to dare not to pollute so sacred treasure, vowed to the gods, religion held even thieves in measure. So being stayed, they her from thence directed unto a little grove not far aside, in which an altar shortly they erected, to slay her on. And now the eventide his broad black wings had through the heavens wide, by this dispread, that was the time ordained, for such a dismal deed their guilt to hide. Of few green turfs an altar soon they feigned, and decked it all with flowers, which they nigh hand obtained. Though when, as all things ready were aright, the damsel was before the altar set, being already dead with fearful fright, to whom the priest with naked arms full net, approaching nigh, and murderous knife well whet, gan mutter close a certain secret charm, with other devilish ceremonies met, which doen he gan aloft to advance his arm, whereat they shouted all, and made a loud alarm. Then gan the bagpipes and the horns to shrill, and shriek aloud, that with the people's voice confused did the air with terror fill, and made the wood to tremble at the noise. The whiles she wailed, the more they did rejoice. Now mote ye understand that to this grove Sir Calidore by chance, more than by choice, the self same evening fortune hither drove, as he to seek Serena through the woods did rove. Long had he sought her, and through many a soil had travelled still on foot, in heavy arms, ne aught was tired with his endless toils, ne aught was feared of his certain harms, and now all weetless of the wretched storms, in which his love was lost, he slept full fast, till being waked with these loud alarms, he lightly started up like one aghast, and catching up his arms, straight to the noise forth passed. There by the uncertain glimpse of starry night, and by the twinkling of their sacred fire, he mote perceive a little dawning sight, of all which there was doing in that choir, mongst whom a woman spoiled of all attire, he spied, lamenting her unlucky strife, and groaning sore from grieved heart entire, eftsoons he saw one with a naked knife, ready to lance her breast, and let out loved life. With that he thrusts into the thickest throng, and even as his right hand down descends, he him preventing lays on earth along, and sacrificeth to the infernal fiends. Then to the rest his wrathful hand he bends, of whom he makes such havoc and such hue, that swarms of damned souls to hell he sends. The rest that scape his sword, and death eschew, fly like a flock of doves before a falcon's view. From them returning to that lady back, whom by the altar he doth sitting find, yet fearing death, and next to death the lack of clothes to cover what they ought by kind, he first her hands beginneth to unbind, and then to question of her present woe, and afterwards to cheer with speeches kind. But she, for naught that he could say or do, one word durst speak, or answer him a whit thereto. So inward shame of her uncomely case she did conceive through care of womanhood, that though the night did cover her disgrace, yet she in so unwomanly a mood would not bewray the state in which she stood. So all that night to him unknown she passed, but day, that doth discover bad and good, ensuing made her known to him at last, the end whereof I'll keep until another cast. End of Canto 8, Book 6, The Legend of St. Calidore. Recorded by Nathan at Antipodean Writer.
Book 6, Canto 9, The Legend of Calidore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. Book 6, The Legend of Calidore. Canto 9. Calidore hosts with Melibœ, and loves fair Pastoral. Corydon envies him, yet he for ill rewards him well. Now turn again, my team, thou jolly swain, back to the furrow which I lately left. I lately left a furrow, one or twain unploughed, the which my coulter hath not cleft, yet seemed the soil both fair and fruitful eft. As I it passed, that were too great a shame that so rich fruit should be from us bereft, beside the great dishonour and defame, which should befall to Calidore's immortal name. Great travell hath the gentle Calidore, and toil endured, sith I left him last, sowing the blatant beast, which I forbore to finish then, for other present hast. Full many paths and perils he hath passed, through hills, through dales, through forests, and through plains, in that same quest which fortune on him cast, which he achieved to his own great gains, reaping eternal glory of his restless pains. So sharply he the monster did pursue, that day nor night he suffered him to rest, nor rested he himself, but nature's due, for dread of danger, not to be redressed. If he for sloth forslacked so famous quest, him first from court he to the cities coursed, and from the cities to the towns him prest, and from the towns into the country forced, and from the country back to private farms he scourst. From thence into the open fields he fled, whereas the herds were keeping of their neat, and shepherds singing to their flocks that fed lays of sweet love and youth's delightful heat. Him thither eke for all his fearful threat he followed fast, and chased him so nigh, that to the folds where sheep at night do seat, and to the little cots where shepherds lie in winter's wrathful time, he forced him to fly. There on a day, as he pursued the chase, he chanced to spy a sort of shepherd grooms, playing on pipes and carolling apace. The whiles their beasts there in the budded brooms beside them fed, and nipped the tender blooms, for other worldly wealth they cared nought. To whom Sir Calidore yet sweating comes, and them to tell him courteously besought, if such a beast they saw, which he had thither brought. They answered him, that no such beast they saw, nor any wicked fiend that mote offend their happy flocks, nor danger to them draw. But if that such there were, as none they kend, they prayed high God him far from them to send. Then one of them him seeing so to sweat, after his rustic wise, that well he weened, offered him drink to quench his thirsty heat, and if he hungry were, him offered eke to eat. The knight was nothing nice, where was no need, and tooke their gentle offer,
So adown they prayd him fit, and gave him for to feed Such homely what, as ferves the fimple clowne, That doth defpife the dainties of the towne. Tho having fed his fill, he there befide Saw a faire damzell, which did weare a crowne Of sundry flowers, with filken ribbons tide, Yclad in home-made greene, that her owne hands had dyed. Upon a little hillock fhe was placed, Higher then all the rest, and round about Environd with a garland, goodly graced, Of lovely lasses, and them all without The lusty fhepheard fwaine fat in a rout, The which did pipe and fing her praifes dew, And oft rejoyce, and oft for wonder fhout, As if fome miracle of heavenly hew Were downe to them defcended in that earthly vew. And foothly fure fhe was full faire of face, And perfedly well fhapt in every limbe, Which fhe did more augment with modeft grace, And comely carriage of her countenance trim, That all the rest like lefler lamps did dim, Who her admiring as fome heavenly wight, Did for their foveraine goddeffe her efteeme, And carolling her name both day and night, The fairest Pastorella her by name did hight. Ne was there heard, nor was there fhepheard fwaine, But her did honour, and eke many a one Burnt in her love, and with fweet pleafing paine Full many a night for her did figh and groane. But moft of all the fhepheard Coridon For her did languifh, and his deare life fpend, Yet neither fhe for him nor other one Did care a whit, ne any liking lend, Though meane her lot, yet higher did her mind afcend. Her whiles Sir Calidore there viewed well, And markt her rare demeanour, which him feemed So farre the meane of fhepherds to excell, As that he in his mind her worthy deemed To be a Princes paragon efteemed. He was unawares furprifed in fubtle bands Of the blind boy, nor thence could be redeemed By any fkill out of his cruel hands, Caught like the bird, which gazing ftill on others ftands. So stood he ftill, long gazing thereupon, Nor any will had thence to move away, Although his queft was farre afore him gone. But after he had fed, yet did he ftay, And fate there ftill, untill the flying day Was farre forth fpent, difcourfing diverfly Of sundry things as fell to worke delay, And evermore his fpeech he did apply To the herds, but meant them to the damzells fantafie. By this the moifty night approching faft, Her dewy humour gan on the earth to fhed, That warned the fhepherds to their homes to haft, Their tender flockes now being fully fed, For feare of wetting them before their bed. Then came to them a good old aged Sire, Whofe filver lockes bedeckt his beard and head, With fhepherds hooke in hand, and fit attire, That wilde the damzell rife, the day now did expire. That willed the damzell rife, the day did now expire. He was to weet by common voice esteemed, The father of the fairest Pastorell, And of herfelfe in very deed fo deemed. Yet was not fo, but as old stories tell, Found her by fortune, which to him befell, In the open fields an infant left alone, And taking up, brought home, and nurfed well, As his owne child, for other he had none, That fhe in tract of time accompted was his owne. She at his bidding meekely did arife, And ftreight unto her little flocke did fare, That all the rest about her rofe likewife, And each his sundry fheepe with feverall care Gathered together, and them homeward bare, Whileft every one with helping hands did ftrive Amongft themfelves, and did their labours fhare, To help faire Pastorella home to drive Her fleecy flocke, but Coridon moft help did give. But Melibce, so hight that good old man, Now feeing Calidore left all alone, And night arrived hard at hand, Began him to invite unto his fimple home, Which though it were a cottage clad with loam, And all things therein meane, yet better fo To lodge, then in the falvage fields to roam. The Knight full gladly foone agreed thereto, Being his hearts owne wifh, and home with him did go. There he was welcomed of that honeft Sire, And of his aged beldame homely well, Who him befought himfelfe to disattire, And reft himfelfe till supper time befell. By which home came the fairest Pastorell, After her flocke fhe in their fold had tide, And supper ready dight, they to it fell With fmall ado, and nature fatisfied,
the which doth little crave contented to abide. Though when they had their hunger slaked well, and the faire mayd the table ta'en away, the gentle Knight, as he that did excell in courtefie, and well could do and say, for so great kindneffe as he found that day, gan greatly thanke his hoft and his good wife, and drawing thence his fpeech another way, gan highly to commend the happy life, which shepherds led, without debate or bitter strife. How much, fayd he, more happy is the ftate, in which ye Father here do dwell at ease, leading a life so free and fortunate, from all the tempefts of thefe worldly feas, which tofle the rest in dangerous difease. Where warres and wrecks and wicked enmity do them afflict, which no man can appease, that certes I your happineffe envy, and wish my lot were placed in such felicity. Surely, my Sonne, then answered he again, if happy, then it is in this intent, that having small, yet do I not complaine of want, nor wish for more to it augment, but do my selfe, with that I have, content. So taught of nature, which doth little need of forreign helps to life due nourishment, the fields my food, my flocke my raiment breed, no better do I weare, no better do I feed. Therefore I do not any one envy, nor am envied of any one therefore. They that have much, feare much to lose thereby, and store of cares doth follow riches store. The little that I have, growes daily more without my care, but only to attend it. My lambs do every yeare increafe their score, and my flockes Father daily doth amend it. What have I, but to praife the Almighty, that doth send it? To them that list, the worlds gay fhowes I leave, and to great ones such follies do forgive, which oft through pride do their own perill weave, and through ambition downe themselves do drive to sad decay, that might contented live. Me no such cares nor cumbrous thoughts offend, nor once my mind's unmoved quiet grieve, but all the night in silver sleep I spend, and all the day to what I list I do attend. Sometimes I hunt the fox, the vowed foe unto my lambs, and him dislodge away. Sometimes the fawne I practife from the doe, or from the goat her kid how to convey. Another while I baits and nets display, the birds to catch, or fishes to beguile, and when I weary am, I downe do lay my limbs in every shade, to rest from toile, and drink of every brooke, when thirft my throat doth boyle. The time was once, in my firft prime of yeares, when pride of youth forth pricked my desire, that I disdained among mine equal peers to follow sheep and shepherds bafe attire. For further fortune then I would enquire, and leaving home to royal court I sought, where I did sell myself for yearly hire, and in the Princes garden daily wrought. There I beheld such vaineneffe as I never thought. With sight whereof soon cloyd, and long deluded with idle hopes, which them do entertaine, after I had 10 yeares myself excluded from native home, and spent my youth in vaine, I gan my follies to myself to plaine, and this sweet peace, whose lacke did then appeare, though back returning to my sheep againe, I from thenceforth have learnt to love more deare this lowly quiet life, which I inherit here. Whilest thus he talked, the Knight with greedy eare hung still upon his melting mouth attent, whose sensefull words empierced his heart so neare, that he was rapt with double ravishment. But of his speech that wrought him great content, and also of the object of his view, on which his hungry eye was alwayes bent, that twixt his pleasing tongue and her faire hue he lost himself, and like one half entranced grew. Yet to occasion meanes, to work his mind, and to insinuate his heart's desire, he thus replied: Now surely, Sire, I find that all this world's gay fhowes which we admire, be but vain fhadowes to this safe retire of life, which here in lowlineffe ye lead, fearless of foes, of fortune's wrackfull ire, which tosseth ftates, and under foot doth tread the mighty ones, afraid of every changes dread. That even I which daily do behold the glory of the great, mongst whom I wonne, and now have proved what happineffe ye hold in this small plot of your dominion, now loath great lordship and ambition, and wish the heavens so much had graced me, as grant me live in like condition.
or that my fortunes might transposed be From pitch of higher place unto this low degree. In vaine, faid then old Melibos, do men the heavens of their fortunes fault accuse, sith they know best what is the best for them, for they to each such fortune do diffuse, as they do know each can most aptly use. For not that which men covet most is best, nor that thing worft which men do most refuse, but fittest is, that all contented rest with that they hold, each hath his fortune in his breast. It is the mind, that maketh good or ill, that maketh wretch or happy, rich or poore. For some, that hath abundance as t'his will, hath not enough, but wants in greatest store. And other, that hath little, asks no more, but in that little is both rich and wise. For wisdom is most riches. Fools therefore they are, which fortunes do by vows devise, sith each unto himself his life may fortunize. Since then in each mans self, said Calidore, it is to fashion his own life's estate, give leave a while, good Father, in this shore to rest my barke, which hath been beaten late with storms of fortune and tempestuous fate, in seas of troubles and of toilsome paine, that whether quite from them for to retreat, I shall resolve, or back to turn againe, I may here with yourself fome small repose obtaine. Not that the burden of so bold a guest shall chargefull be, or chaunge to you at all, for your meane food shall be my daily feast, and this your cabin both my bowre and hall. Besides for recompence hereof, I shall you well reward and golden guerdon give, that may perhaps you better much withal, and in this quiet make you safer live. So forth he drew much gold, and toward him it drive. But the good man, nought tempted with the offer of his rich mould, did thrust it far away, and thus bespake: Sir Knight, your bounteous proffer be far from me, to whom ye ill display that mucky masse, the cause of mens decay, that mote empare my peace with daungers dread. But if ye algates covet to assay this simple sort of life, that shepherds lead, be it your own, our rudeness to yourself areed. So there that night Sir Calidore did dwell, and long while after, whilst him list remaine, daily beholding the faire Pastorell, and feeding on the bait of his own bane. During which time he did her entertaine with all kind courtesies he could invent, and every day her company to gaine. When to the field she went, he with her went, so for to quench his fire, he did it more augment. But she, that never had acquainted been with such quaint usage, fit for queens and kings, never had such knightly service seen, but being bred under bafe shepherds wings, had ever learned to love the lowly things, did little whit regard his courteous guise, but cared more for Colin's carolings, than all that he could do, or ever devise. His lays, his loves, his looks, she did them all despise. Which Calidore perceiving, thought it best to change the matter of his lofty look, and doffing his bright armes, himself addreft in shepherds weed, and in his hand he tooke, instead of steelhead speare, a shepherds hooke, that he who had seen him then would have bethought on Phrygian Paris by Flexippus brooke, when he the love of faire Oenone sought, what time the golden apple was unto him brought. So being clad, unto the fields he went with the faire Pastorella every day, and kept her sheep with diligent attent, watching to drive the ravenous wolfe away, the whilst at pleasure she mote sport and play, and every evening helping them to fold, and other whiles for need, he did assay in his strong hand their rugged teats to hold, and out of them to press the milke, love so much could. Which seeing Coridon, who her likewise long time had loved, and hoped her love to gaine, he much was troubled at that strangers guise, and many jealous thoughts conceived in vaine, that this of all his labour and long paine should reap the harvest, ere it ripened were. That made him scowl, and pout, and oft complaine of Pastorell to all the shepherds there, that she did love a stranger swaine than him more deare. And ever when him came in company, where Calidore was present, he would loure and bite his lip, and even for jealousy was ready oft his own heart to devour, impatient of any paramour, who on the other side did seem so far from malicing, or grudging his good houre, that all he could, he graced him with her, ne ever shewed sign of rancour or of jar. And oft, when Coridon unto her brought or little sparrows stollen from their nest, or wanton squirrels in the woods far sought, or other dainty thing for her addrest, he would commend his gift, and make the best. Yet she no whit his presence did regard, nor him could find to fancy in her breast. This newcome shepherd had his market marr'd. Old love is little worth when new is more prefarr'd. One day, when as the shepherds swaines together Were met to make their sports and merry glee, As they are wont in faire sunshiny weather, The whiles their flockes in shadows shrouded be, They fell to dance, then did they all agree, That Colin Clout should pipe as one more fit, And Calidore should lead the ring, as he that most in Pastorella's grace did sit. Thereat frowned Coridon, and his lip closely bit. But Calidore, of courteous inclination, Tooke Coridon, and set him in his place, That he should lead the dance, as were his fashion. For Coridon could dance and trimly trace. And when as Pastorella him to grace Her flowery garland tooke from her own head, And plast on his, he did it soon displace, And did it put on Coridon's instead. Then Coridon woxe frolique, that erft feemed dead. Another time, when as they did dispose To practice games, and maifteries to try, They for their judge did Pastorella chose, A garland was the meed of victory. There Coridon, forth stepping openly, Did challenge Calidore to wrestling game. For he through long and perfect induftry Therein well practised was, and in the same Thought fure to avenge his grudge, and worke his foe great shame. But Calidore he greatly did miftake, For he was ftrong, and mightily ftiffe pight, That with one fall his necke he almoft brake, And had he not upon him fallen light, His deareft joynt he fure had broken quite. Then was the oaken crowne by Pastorell Given to Calidore, as his due right. But he, that did in courtefie excell, Gave it to Coridon, and said he won it well. Thus did the gentle knight himfelfe forbeare Among that rusticke rout in all his deeds, That even they, the which his rivals were, Could not maligne him, but commend him needs. For courtefie among the rudest breeds Goodwill and favour. So it surely wrought with this faire mayd, And in her mind the feeds of perfect love did sow, That last forth brought the fruit of joy and bliffe, Though long time dearely bought. Thus Calidore continued there long time To win the love of the faire Pastorell, Which having got, he ufed without crime Or blamefull blot, but managed fo well, That he of all the rest, which there did dwell, Was favoured, and to her grace commended. But what ftrange fortunes unto him befell, Ere he attained the point by him intended, Shall more conveniently in other place be ended.
Book 6, Canto 10, The Legend of Calidore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser, Book 6, The Legend of Calidore, Canto 10. Calidore sees the Graces dance to Colin's melody, the whiles his Pastorell is led into captivity. Who now does follow the foul blatant beast, whilst Calidore does follow that faire mayd, Unmindful of his vow and high beheast, Which by the Faerie Queene was on him layd, That he should never leave, nor be delayd From chacing him, till he it had atchieved. But now, entrapt of love, which him betrayd, He mindeth more, how he may be relieved With grace from her, whose love his heart hath fore engrieved. That from henceforth he meanes no more to fow His former quest, so full of toyle and paine. Another quest, another game in view he hath, The guerdon of his love to gaine, With whom he mindes for ever to remaine, And set his rest among the rusticke sort, Rather than hunt still after shadows vaine Of courtly favour, fed with light report Of every blaft, and sailing alwayes on the port. Ne certes mote he greatly blamed be, From so high step to stoupe unto so low. For who had tasted once, as oft did he, The happy peace, which there doth overflow, And proved the perfect pleafures, which do grow Amongst poor hindes, in hills, in woods, in dales, Would never more delight in painted fhow Of fuch falfe bliffe, as there is set for stales, To entrap unwary fools in their eternal bales. For what hath all that goodly glorious gaze,
like to one sight which Calidore did view, the glaunce whereof their dimmed eyes would daze, that never more they should endure the shew of that sunshine, that makes them looke askew. Nor ought in all that world of beauties rare, save only Gloriana's heavenly hew, to which what can it compare, the which as cometh now, by course I will declare. One day as he did range the fields abroad, whilst his faire Pastorella was elsewhere, he chanced to come, far from all peoples trode, unto a place, whose pleasance did appear to pass all others on the earth which were. For all that ever was by natures skill devized to worke delight, was gathered there, and there by her were poured forth at fill, as if this to adorne, she all the rest did pill. It was an hill placed in an open plaine, that round about was bordered with a wood of matchless hight, that seemed the earth to disdaine, in which all trees of honour stately stood, and did all winter as in summer bud, spreading pavilions for the birds to bowre, which in their lower branches sung aloud, and in their tops the soaring hawke did towre, sitting like king of fowles in majesty and powre. And at the foot thereof, a gentle flood, his silver waves did softly tumble downe, unmarr'd with ragged mosse or filthy mud, nor mote wild beasts, nor mote the ruder clowne thereto approach, nor filth mote therein drowne, but nymphs and fairies by the banks did sit, in the woods shade, which did the waters crowne, keeping all noisome things away from it, and to the waters fall turning their accents fit. And on the top thereof a spacious plaine did spread itself, to serve to all delight, either to daunce, when they to daunce would faine, nor else to course about their bases light, nor aught there wanted, which for pleasure might desired be, or thence to banish bale. So pleasantly the hill with equal hight did seem to overlooke the lowly vale, therefore it rightly cleeped was Mount Acidae. They say that Venus, when she did dispose herself to pleasance, used to resort unto this place, and therein to repose and rest herself, as in a gladsome port, or with the Graces there to play and sport, that even her own Cytheron, though in it she used most to keep her royal court, and in her soveraine majesty to sit, she in regard hereof refused and thought unfit. Unto this place, when as the elfin knight approached, him seemed that the merry sound of a shrill pipe he playing heard on hight, and many feet fast thumping the hollow ground, that through the woods their echo did rebound. He nigher drew, to weet what mote it be. There he a troupe of ladies dancing found full merrily, and making gladfull glee, and in the midst a shepherd piping he did see. He durft not enter into the open greene, for dread of them unawares to be descried, for breaking of their daunce, if he were feene, but in the covert of the wood did bide, beholding all, yet of them unespied. There he did see, that pleased much his sight, that even he himself his eyes envied, an 100 naked maidens lily white, all ranged in a ring, and dancing in delight. All they without were ranged in a ring, and danced round, but in the midst of them 3 other ladies did both dance and sing, the whilst the rest them round about did hem, and like a girland did encompass stem. And in the midst of those same 3 was placed another damzell, as a precious gem amidst a ring most richly well enchaced, that with her goodly presence all the rest much graced. Look how the crowne, which Ariadne wore upon her ivory forehead that same day, that Theseus her unto his bridal bore, when the bold Centaurs made that bloody fray with the fierce Lapithes, which did them dismay, being now placed in the firmament. Through the bright heaven doth her beames display, and is unto the stars an ornament, which round about her move in order excellent. Such was the beauty of this goodly band, whose sundry parts were here too long to tell. But she that in the midst of them did stand, seemed all the rest in beauty to excell, crowned with a rosy girland, that right well did her beseeme, and ever, as the crew about her danced, sweet flowers, that far did smell, and fragrant odours they upon her threw. But most of all, those 3 did her with gifts endue. These were the Graces, daughters of delight, handmaids of Venus, which are wont to haunt upon this hill, and dance there day and night. Those 3 to men all gifts of grace do graunt, and all that Venus in herself doth vaunt, is borrowed of them. But that faire one, that in the midft was placed paravaunt, was she to whom that fhepheard piped alone, that made him pipe so merrily as never none. She was to weet that jolly fhepheards lasse, which piped there unto that merry rout. That jolly fhepheard, which there piped was, poore Colin Clout. Who knowes not Colin Clout? He piped apace, whilst they him danced about. Pipe, jolly fhepheard, pipe thou now apace unto thy love, that made thee low to lout. Thy love is present there with thee in place, thy love is there advanced to be another grace. Much wondred Calidore at this strange fight, whofe like before his eyes had never feene, and standing long astonished in fpright, and rapt with pleafaunce, wift not what to weene, whether it were the traine of Beauties Queene, or Nymphs, or Faeries, or enchanted fhow, with which his eyes mote have deluded been. Therefore resolving what it was to know, out of the wood he rofe, and toward them did go. But foone as he appeared to their view, they vanifhed all away out of his fight, and cleane were gone, which way he never knew, all fave the fhepheard, who for fell defpight of that difpleafure, broke his bagpipe quite, and made great mone for that unhappy turne. But Calidore, though no leffe fory wight for that mifhap, yet feeing him to mourne, drew neare, that he the truth of all by him mote learne. And firft him greeting, thus unto him spake: Haile, jolly fhepheard, which thy joyous dayes Here leadest in this goodly merry make, frequented of these gentle Nymphs alwayes, which to thee flock, to hear thy lovely layes. Tell me, what mote these dainty damzels be, which here with thee do make their pleasant playes? Right happy thou, that mayst them freely see, but why, when I them faw, fled they away from me? Not I so happy, answered then that fwaine, as thou unhappy, which them thence did chace, whom by no meanes thou canst recall againe, for being gone, none can them bring in place, but whom they of themselves list so to grace. Right fory I, said then Sir Calidore, that my ill fortune did them hence difplace. But since things pafted none may now reftore, tell me, what were they all, whofe lacke thee grieves so fore? Though gan that fhepheard thus for to delate, then wote thou, fhepheard, whatsoe'er thou be, that all thofe ladies, which thou fawest late, are Venus damzels, all within her fee, but differing in honour and degree. They all are graces, which on her depend, besides 1,000 more, which ready be her to adorne, when fhe so forth doth wend. But thofe 3 in the midft do chiefe on her attend. They are the daughters of Sky-ruling Jove, by him begot of faire Eurynome, the Oceans daughter, in this pleasant grove, as he this way comming from feastfull glee Of Thetis wedding with Aeacide, in fommers fhade himfelf here rested weary. The firft of them hight mild Euphrosyne, next faire Aglaia, last Thalia merry, sweet goddesses all 3, which me in mirth do cherry. These 3 on men all gracious gifts bestow, which deck to body or adorne the mind, to make them lovely or well favoured fhow, as comely carriage, entertainment kind, sweet semblant, friendly offices that bind, and all the complements of courtesy. They teach us, how to each degree and kind we should ourselves demeane, to low, to high, to friends, to foes, which skill men call civility. Therefore they alwayes smoothly seem to smile, that we likewife should mild and gentle be, and also naked are, that without guile or falfe dissemblance all them plaine may see, simple and true from covert malice free, and eke themselves so in their daunce they bore, that 2 of them still forward feemed to be, but one still towards fhewed herfelf afore, that good should from us go, then come in greater store. Such were thofe goddesses, which ye did see, but that 4th mayd, which there amidft them traced, who can areed what creature mote fhe be, whether a creature, or a goddess graced with heavenly gifts from heaven firft enraced. But what so sure fhe was, fhe worthy was, for be the 4th with thofe 3 other placed. Yet was fhe certes but a country lasse, yet fhe all other country lasses far did passe. So far as doth the daughter of the day all other lesser lights in light excell, so far doth fhe in beautifull array above all other lasses bear the bell, nor less in vertue, that beseemes her well, doth she exceed the rest of all her race. For which the Graces, that here wont to dwell, have for more honour brought her to this place, and graced her so much to be another Grace. Another Grace she well deserves to be, in whom so many Graces gathered are, excelling much the meane of her degree, divine resemblance, beauty sovereign rare, firm chastity, that spight nor blemish dare. All which she with such courtesy doth grace, that all her peers cannot with her compare, but quite are dimm'd, when she is in place. She made me often pipe, and now to pipe apace. Son of the world, great glory of the sky, that all the earth does lighten with thy rays, great Gloriana, greatest majesty, pardon thy shepherd, mongst so many lays, as he hath sung of thee in all his days, to make one minime of thy poor handmaid, and underneath thy feet to place her praise, that when thy glory shall be far displayed, to future age of her this mention may be made. When thus that shepherd ended had his speech, sayd Calidore, Now sure it irketh me, that to thy blisse I made this luckless breach, and now the author of thy bale to be, thus to bereave thy loves dear sight from thee. But gentle shepherd, pardon thou my shame, who rashly sought that, which I mote not see. Thus did the courteous knight excuse his blame, and to recomfort him, all comely meanes did frame. In such discourses they together spent long time, as fit occasion forth them led, with which the knight himself did much content, and with delight his greedy fancy fed. But of his words, which he with reason read, and also of the place, whose pleasures rare, with such regard his senses ravished, that thence he had no will away to fare, but wished, that with that shepherd he mote dwelling share. But that envenom'd sting, the which of yore his poysonous point deep fixed in his heart had left, now gan afresh to rankle sore, and to renew the rigour of his smart, which to recure no skill of leeches art mote him availe, but to return again to his wounds worker, that with lovely dart, dinting his breast, he had bred his restless paine, like as the wounded whale to shore flies from the maine. So taking leave of that same gentle swaine, he back returned to his rustic wonne, where his faire Pastorella did remaine, to whom in sort, as he at first begun, he daily did apply himself to done all dewfull service void of thoughts impure, nor any paines nor peril did he shun, by which he might her to his love allure, and liking in her yet untamed heart procure. And evermore the shepherd Coridon, whatever thing he did to her agrate, did strive to match with strong contention, and all his paines did closely emulate. Whether it were to carol, as they sate, keeping their sheep, or games to exercise, or to present her with their labours late, through which if any grace chanced to arise, to him the shepherd straight with jealousy did fize. One day, as they all three together went to the green wood to gather strawberries, there chanced to them a dangerous accident. A tyger forth out of the wood did rise, that with fell claws, full of fierce gourmandize and greedy mouth, wide gaping like hell gate, did run at Pastorell, her to surprize, whom she beholding, now all desolate, gan cry to them aloud, to help ere all too late. Which Coridon first hearing, ran in haste to rescue her. But when he saw the fiend, though coward fear he fled away as fast, nor durst abide the danger of the end. His life he steemed dearer than his friend. But Calidore soon coming to her aid, when he the beast saw ready now to rend his love's dear spoil, in which his heart was prayed, he ran at him enraged, instead of being frayed. He had no weapon, but his shepherd's hook, to serve the vengeance of his wrathfull will, with which so sternly he the monster strook, that to the ground astonished he fell, whence ere he could recovered, he did him quell, and hewing off his head, he it presented before the feet of the faire Pastorell, who scarcely yet from former fear exempted, 1,000 times him thankt, that had her death prevented. From that day forth she gan to him to affect, and daily more her favour to augment. But Coridon for cowardice reject, fit to keep sheep, unfit for love's content. The gentle heart scorns base disparagement. Yet Calidore did not despise him quite, but used him friendly for further intent, that by his fellowship he colour might both his estate, and love from skill of any wight. So well he wooed her, and so well he wrought her with humble service, and with daily suit, that at the last unto his will he brought her, which he so wisely well did prosecute, that of his love he reaped the timely fruit, and joyed long in close felicity, till Fortune, fraught with malice, blind and brute, that envies lovers long prosperity, blew up a bitter storm of foul adversity. It fortuned one day, when Calidore was hunting in the woods, as was his trade, a lawless people, brigants hight of yore, that never used to live by plough nor spade, but fed on spoil and booty, which they made upon their neighbours, which did nigh them border. The dwelling of these shepherds did invade, and spoiled their houses, and themselves did murder, and drove away their flocks, with other much disorder. Among the rest, the which they then did prey, they spoiled old Melibee of all he had, and all his people captive led away, mongst which this luckless maid away was led, faire Pastorella, sorrowfull and sad, most sorrowfull, most sad that ever sight. Now made the spoil of thieves and brigants bad, which was the conquest of the gentlest knight that ever lived, and the only glory of his might. With them also was taken Corydon, and carried captive by those thieves away, who in the covert of the night, that none mote them descry, nor rescue from their prey, unto their dwelling did them close convey. Their dwelling in a little island was, covered with shrubby woods, in which no way appeared for people in nor out to pass, nor any footing find for overgrowen grass. For underneath the ground their way was made, through hollow caves, that no man mote discover for the thick shrubs, which did them always shade from view of living wight, and covered over. But darkness dread and daily night did hover through all the inner parts wherein they dwelt, no lightened was with window, nor with louver, but with continual candle light, which dealt a doubtful sense of things, not so well seen as felt. Hither those brigants brought their present prey, and kept them with continual watch and ward, meaning so soon as they convenient may for slaves to sell them for no small reward, to merchants which them kept in bondage hard or sold again. Now when faire Pastorelle into this place was brought, and kept with guard of grisly thieves, she thought herself in hell, where with such damned fiends she should in darkness dwell. But for to tell the dolefull dreariment, and pitiful complaints which there she made, where day and night she nought did but lament her wretched life, shut up in deadly shade, and waste her goodly beauty, which did fade like to a flower that feels no heat of sun, which may her feeble leaves with comfort glade. But what befell her in that thievish one, will in another canto better be begun. End of Cantos 10. Book 6. The Legend of Calidore.
This audiobook is brought to you by Full Audiobooks. Please like, subscribe, and click the bell icon if you love audiobooks.
Book 6, Canto 11, The Legend of Calidore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser, Book 6, The Legend of Calidore, Canto 11. The thieves fall out for Pastorelle, whilst Melibee is slain. Her Calidore from them redeems, and bringeth back again. The joys of love, if they should ever last, without affliction or disquietness, that worldly chances do amongst them cast, would be on earth too great a blessedness, liker to heaven than mortal wretchedness. Therefore the winged God, to let men weet, that here on earth is no sure happiness, 1,000 sorrows hath tempered with one sweet, to make it seem more dear and dainty, as is meet. Like as is now befallen to this fair maid, fair Pastorelle, of whom is now my song, who being now in dreadful darkness laid, amongst those thieves, which her in bondage strong detained, yet Fortune not with all this wrong contented, greater mischief on her threw, and sorrows heaped on her in greater throng, that whoso hears her heaviness, would rue and pity her sad plight, so changed from pleasant hue. Whileft thus she in thefe hellifh dens remained, wrapt in wretched cares and hearts unreft, it so befell, as fortune had ordained, that he, which was their captaine profeft, and had the chiefe command of all the rest, one day, as he did all his pris'ners view with lustfull eyes, beheld that lovely guest, faire Pastorella, whofe sad mournfull hue like the faire morning clad in misty fog did shew. At fight whereof his barbarous heart was fired, and inly burnt with flames moft raging hot, that her alone he for his part desired, of all the other pray, which they had got, and her in mind did to himfelfe allot. From that day forth he kindneffe to her fhewed, and sought her love by all the meanes he mote, with lookes, with words, with gifts he oft her wowed, and mixed threats among, and much unto her vowed. But all that ever he could do or say, her conftant mind could not a whit remove, nor draw unto the lure of his lewd lay, to graunt him favour, or afford him love. Yet ceased he not to few and alwayes prove, by which he mote accomplifh his requeft, saying and doing all that mote behove, nor day nor night he suffered her to rest, but her all night did watch, and all the day molest. At laft, when him she so importune faw, fearing leaft he at length the reines would lend unto his lust, and make his will his law, sith in his powre she was to foe or friend, she thought it best for fhadow to pretend fome fhew of favour, by him gracing fmall, that she thereby mote either freely wend, or at more eafe continue there his thrall. A little well is lent, and gaineth more withall. So from thenceforth, when love he to her made, with better termes she did him entertaine, which gave him hope, and did him half perfwade, that he in time her joyaunce fhould obtaine. But when she faw, through that fmall favours gaine, that further then she willing was he preft, she found no meanes to bar him, but to feign a sudden ficknefle, which her fore oppreft, and made unfit to ferve his lawlefle mindes beheft. By meanes whereof she would not him permit once to approach to her in privity, but only mongft the rest by her to fit, mourning the rigour of her malady, and feeing all things meet for remedy, but she resolved no remedy to find, nor better cheare to fhew in misery, till fortune would her captive bonds unbind. Her ficknefle was not of the body, but the mind. During which fpace she thus ficke did lie, it chaunft a fort of merchants, which were wont to skim thofe coafts, for bondmen there to buy, and by such traffique after gaines to hunt, arrived in this ifle through bare and blunt, t'inquire for flaves, where being ready met by some of thefe same thieves at the instant brunt, were brought unto their captaine, who was set by his faire patients fide with sorrowfull regret. To whom they fhewed, how thofe marchants were arrived in place, their bondflaves for to buy, and therefore prayd, that thofe same captives there mote to them for their most commodity be fold, and mongft them fhared equally. This their request the captaine much appalled, yet could he not their juft demaund deny, and willed ftreight the flaves should forth be called, and sold for moft advantage, not to be forestalled. Then forth the good old Melibce was brought, and Coridon, with many other mo, whom they before in divers spoiles had caught, all which he to the marchants fale did fhew, till fome, which did the sundry pris'ners know, gan to enquire for that faire fhepherdeffe, which with the rest they tooke not long ago, and gan her forme and features to expreffe, the more to augment her price, through praife of comelineffe. To whom the captaine in full angry wise made answer, that the mayd of whom they spake, was his owne purchafe and his onely prize, with which none had to do, nor ought partake, but he himfelfe, which did that conquest make. Little for him to have one filly lasse. Befides, through fickneffe now so wan and weake, that nothing meet in marchandize to passe, so fhewed them her, to prove how pale and weake she was. The fight of whom, though now decayd and marred, and eke but hardly feene by candle light, yet like a diamond of rich regard, in doubtfull fhadow of the darkfome night, with starry beames about her fhining bright, thefe marchants fixed eyes did so amaze, that what through wonder and what through delight, a while on her they greedily did gaze, and did her greatly like, and did her greatly praife. At laft, when all the reft of them offred were, and prizes to them placed at their pleafure, they all refufed in regard of her, nor ought would buy, how ever prized with meafure, withouten her, whofe worth above all threafure they did efteeme, and offred ftore of gold. But then the Captaine, fraught with more difpleafure, bad them be ftill, his love fhould not be fold. The reft take if they would, let her to him would hold. Therewith fome other of the chiefeft thieves boldly him bad such injury forbeare, for that fame mayd, however it him grieves, Should with the rest be fold before him there, To make the prizes of the rest more deare. That with great rage he ftoutly doth denay, And fiercely drawing forth his blade, doth fweare, That who so hardy hand on her doth lay, It dearely fhall aby, and death for haunfell pay. Thus as they words amongft them multiply, They fall to ftrokes, the fruit of too much talke, And the mad fteele about doth fiercely fly, Not fparing wight, nor leaving any balke, But making way for death at large to walke, Who in the horror of the griefly night In thoufand dreadfull fhapes doth mongft them ftalke, And makes huge havocke, whiles the candle light, Out quencht, leaves no fkill nor difference of wight. Like as a fort of hungry dogs ymet, About fome carcaffe by the common way, Do fall together, ftriving each to get The greateft portion of the greedy pray, All on confufed heapes themfelves affay, And fnatch, and bite, and rend, and tug, and teare, That who them fees would wonder at their fray, And who fees not would be afraid to heare. Such was the conflict of thofe cruel Brigants there. But firft of all their captives they do kill, Leaft they fhould joyne againft the weaker fide, Or rife againft the remnant at their will. Old Melibce is flaine, and him befide His aged wife, with many others wide. But Coridon efcaping craftily, Creepes forth of doores, whileft darknefle him doth hide, And flies away as faft as he can hie, Ne ftayeth leave to take, before his friends do die. But Pastorella, wofull wretched elfe, Was by the Captaine all this while defended, Who minding more her fafety then himfelfe, His target alwayes over her pretended, By meanes whereof, that mote not be amended, He at the length was flaine, and layd on ground. Yet holding faft twixt both his armes extended, Faire Pastorell, who with the felfe fame wound Launcht through the arme, fell downe with him in dreary fwound. There lay fhe, covered with confufed priffe Of carcafes, which dying on her fell, Tho when as he was dead, the fray gan ceafe, And each to other calling did compell To ftay their cruel hands from flaughter fell, Sith they, that were the caufe of all, were gone. Thereto they all at once agreed well, And lighting candles new, gan fearch anon, How many of their friends were flaine, how many fone. Their Captaine there they cruelly found kild, And in his armes the dreary dying mayd, Like a fweet angel twixt two clouds uphild, Her lovely light was dimmed and decayd, With cloud of death upon her eyes difplayd. Yet did the cloud make even that dimmed light Seeme much more lovely in that darknefle layd, And twixt the twinkling of her eyelids bright, To fparke out little beames, like starres in foggy night. But when they moved the carcafes afide, They found that life did yet in her remaine. Then all their helpes they busily applyde, To call the foule backe to her home againe, And wrought fo well with labour and long paine, That they to life recovered her at laft. Who fighing fore, as if her heart in twaine Had riven been, and all her heart ftrings braft, With dreary drooping eyne looked up like one aghast. There fhe beheld, that fore her grieved to fee, Her father and her friends about her lying, Herfelfe fole left, a fecond fpoile to be Of thofe, that having faved her from dying, Renewed her death by timely death denying. What now is left her, but to wayle and weepe, Wringing her hands, and ruefully loud crying? Ne cared fhe her wound in teares to fteepe, Albe with all their might thofe Brigants did her keepe. But when they faw her now relived againe, They left her fo, in charge of one the beft Of many worft, who with unkind difdaine And cruel rigour did her much moleft, Scarce yielding her due food, or timely reft, And fcarcely fuffering her infeftred wound, That faw her payned by any to be dreft. So leave we her in wretched thraldom bound, and turne we back to Calidore, where we him found. Who when he back returned from the wood, And faw his fhepheards cottage fpoyled quite, And his love reft away, he wexed would, And half enraged at that ruefull fight, That even his heart for very fell defpight, And his owne flefh he ready was to teare. He chaffed, he grieved, he fretted, and he fide, And fared like a furious wild beare, Whofe whelps are stolne away, fhe being otherwhere. Ne wight he found, to whom he might complaine, Ne wight he found, of whom he might enquire, That more increaft the anguifh of his paine. He fought the woods, but no man could fee there. He sought the plaines, but could no tidings heare. The woods did nought but ecchoes vaine rebound, The plaines all wafte and empty did appeare, Where wont the fhepheards oft their pipes resound, And feed an 100 flocks, there now not one he found. At laft, as there he roamed up and downe, He chaunft one comming towards him to fpy, That feem'd to be fome sorry fimple clowne, With ragged weedes, and lockes upftaring high, As if he did from fome late daunger fly, And yet his feare did follow him behind. Who as he unto him approched nigh, He mote perceive by fignes, which he did find, That Coridon it was, the filly fhepheards hind. Though to him running faft, he did not ftay To greet him firft, but asked where were the reft, Where Pajiorell, who full of frefh difmay, And gufhing forth in teares, was fo oppreft, That he no word could fpeake, but smit his breft, And up to heaven his eyes faft ftreaming threw. Whereat the Knight amazed, yet did not reft, But asked againe, what meant that ruefull hew, Where was his Pajiorell, where all the other crew? Ah well away, faid he then fighing fore, That ever I did live this day to fee, This dismal day, and was not dead before, Before I faw faire Pajiorella die. Die? Out alas, then Calidore did cry, How could the death dare ever her to quell? But read thou, fhepheard, read what destiny, Or other direfull hap from heaven or hell, Hath wrought this wicked deed. Do feare away, and tell. Tho when the fhepheard breathed had a while, He thus began: Where shall I then commence this wofull tale? Or how thofe Brigants vile, with cruel rage And dreadfull violence, fpoyled all our cots, And carried us from hence? Or how faire Pajiorell fhould have been fold To marchants, but was faved with ftrong defence? Or how thofe thieves, whileft one fought her to hold, Fell all at odds, and fought through fury fierce and bold? In that fame conflict, woe is me, befell This fatall chaunce, this dolefull accident, Whofe heavy tidings now I have to tell. Firft all the captives, which they here had hent, Were by them flaine by generall confent. Old Melibos and his good wife withall, Thefe I faw die, and dearely did lament. But when the lot to Pajiorell did fall, Their Captaine long withftood, and did her death forestall. But what could he gainft all them do alone? It could not boot, needs mote fhe die at laft. I only fcaped through great confufion Of cries and clamours, which among them paft In dreadfull darknefle, dreadfully aghaft, That better were with them to have been dead, Then here to fee all desolate and wafte, Defpoyled of thofe joyes and jollyhead, With which thofe gentle fhepheards here I wont to lead. When Calidore thefe ruefull newes had wrought, His heart quite deaded was with anguifh great, And all his wits with doole were nigh diftrought, That he his face, his head, and breaft did beat, And death it felfe unto himfelfe did threat, Oft cursing the heavens, that fo cruel were To her, whofe name he often did repeat, And wifhing oft, that he were prefent there, When fhe was flaine, or had been to her succour neare. But after griefe a while had had his courfe, And spent it felfe in mourning, he at laft Began to mitigate his fwelling fourfe, And in his mind with better reafon caft, How he might fave her life, if life did laft, Or if that dead, how he her death might wreake, Sith otherwife he could not mend thing paft, Or if it to revenge he were too weake, Then for to die with her, and his lifes thread to breake. Though Coridon he prayd, sith he well knew The ready way unto that thievifh one, To wend with him, and be his conduct trew Unto the place, to fee what fhould be done. But he, whofe heart through feare was late fordone, Would not for ought be drawn to former dread, But by all meanes the daunger known did fhon. Yet Calidore fo well him wrought with meede, And faire befpoke with words, that he at laft agreed. So forth they go together, God before, Both clad in fhepherds weedes agreeably, And both with fhepherds hookes. But Calidore had underneath him armed privily. Tho to the place, when they approched nigh, They chaunft, upon an hill not far away, Some flockes of fheepe and fhepherds to efpy, To whom they both agreed to take their way, In hope their newes to learne, how they mote beft affay. There did they find that which they did not feare, The felfe fame flockes, the which thofe thieves had reft From Melibce and from themfelves whilere, And certain of the thieves there by them left, The which for want of herds themfelves then kept. Right well knew Coridon his owne late fheepe, And feeing them, for tender pitty wept. But when he faw the thieves, which did them keepe, His heart gan faile, albe he faw them all afleepe. But Calidore, recomforting his griefe, Though not his feare, for nought may feare difwade, Him hardly forward drew, whereas the thiefe Lay fleeping foundly in the bufhes fhade, Whom Coridon him counseld to invade, Now all unwares, and take the fpoile away. But he, that in his mind had clofely made A further purpofe, would not fo them flay, But gently waking them, gave them the time of day. Tho fitting down by them upon the greene, Of fundry things he purpofe gan to faine, That he by them might certain tydings weene Of Pajiorell, were fhe alive or flaine. Mongft which the thieves them questioned againe, What mifter men, and eke from whence they were. To whom they answered, as did appertaine, That they were poore herd groomes, the which whilere Had from their mafters fled, and now fought hire elfwhere. Whereof right glad they feemed, and offer made To hire them well, if they their flockes would keepe. For they themfelves were evill groomes, they faid, Unwont with herds to watch, or pafture fheepe, But to foray the land, or fcoure the deepe. Thereto they foone agreed, and earneft tooke, To keepe their flockes for little hire and cheepe. For they for better hire did shortly looke. So there all day they bode, till light the sky forsooke. Tho when as towards darkfome night it drew, Unto their hellifh dens thofe thieves them brought, Where shortly they in great acquaintance grew, And all the fecrets of their entrayles fought. There did they find, contrary to their thought, That Pajiorell yet lived, but all the reft Were dead, right fo as Coridon had taught. Whereof they both full glad and blyth did reft, But chiefly Calidore, whom griefe had most poffeft. At length, when they occafion fitteft found, In dead of night, when all the thieves did reft, After a late forray, and flept full found, Sir Calidore him arm'd, as he thought beft, Having of late by diligent inqueft Provided him a fword of meaneft fort, With which he ftreight went to the Captaines neft. But Coridon durft not with him confort, Ne durft abide behind, for dread of worfe effort. When to the cave they came, they found it faft, But Calidore with huge refiftlefle might The doores affayled, and the lockes upbraft, With noyfe whereof the thiefe awaking light Unto the entrance ran, where the bold Knight Encountring him with fmall refiftance flew. The whiles faire Pajiorell, through great affright, Was almoft dead, misdoubting leaft of new Some uprore were like that, which lately fhe did vew. But when as Calidore was comen in, And gan aloud for Pajiorell to call, Knowing his voice, although not heard long fin, She fudden was revived therewithal, And wondrous joy felt in her spirits thrall, Like him that being long in tempeft toft, Looking each houre into deaths mouth to fall, At length efpies at hand the happy coft, On which he fafely hopes, that earft feared to be loft. Her gentle hart, that now long feafon paft Had never joyaunce felt, nor chearefull thought, Began fome fmacke of comfort new to taft, Like lifell heat to numbed fences brought, And life to feel, that long for death had sought. No leffe in heart rejoyced Calidore, Where he her found, but like to one diftraught, And robbed of reafon, towards her him bore 1,000 times embraft, and kifled 1,000 more. But now by this with noyfe of late uprore The hue and cry was raifed all about, And all the Brigants flocking in great store, Unto the cave gan preffe, nought having doubt Of what was doen, and entred in a rout. But Calidore in the entry clofe did ftand, And entertaining them with courage ftout, Still flew the foremoft, that came firft to hand, So long till all the entry was with bodies mand. Tho when no more could nigh to him approch, He breathed his fword, and rested him till day, Which when he spyed upon the earth to encroch, Through the dead carcafes he made his way, Mongft which he found a fword of better fay, With which he forth went into the open light, Where all the reft for him did ready ftay, And fierce affayling him with all their might, Gan all upon him lay, there gan a dreadfull fight. How many flies in hotteft fommers day Do feize upon fome beaft, whofe flefh is bare, That all the place with fwarmes do overlay, And with their little ftings right felly fare. So many thieves about him fwarming are, All which do him affayle on every fide, And fore opprefle, nor any him doth fpare. But he doth with his raging brond divide Their thickeft troupes, and round about him fcattereth wide. Like as a lyon mongft an herd of deere Difperseth them to catch his choiceft pray, So did he fly amongft them here and there, And all that near him came did hew and flay, Till he had ftrowed with bodies all the way, That none his danger daring to abide, Fled from his wrath, and did themfelves convay Into their caves, their heads from death to hide, Nor any left, that victory to him envied. Then backe returning to his deareft deare, He her gan to recomfort all he might With gladfull fpeaches, and with lovely cheare, And forth her bringing to the joyous light, Whereof fhe long had lackt the wifhfull fight, Devized all goodly meanes from her to drive The fad remembrance of her wretched plight. So her aneath at laft did revive, That long had lien dead, and made again alive. This doen, into thofe thievifh dens he went, And thence did all the fpoiles and threafures take, Which they from many long had robbed and rent. But Fortune now the victors meed did make, Of which the beft he did his love betake, And alfo all thofe flocks, which they before Had reft from Melibce, and from his make, He did them all to Corydon reftore, So drove them all away, and his love with him bore. End of Canto 11, Book 6, The Legend of Calidore. Book 6, Canto 12, The Legend of Calidore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser, Book 6, The Legend of Calidore, Canto 12. Faire Pastorella by great hap her parents understands. Calidore doth the blatant beast subdue and bind in bands. Like as a ship, that through the ocean wide Directs her course unto one certain coast, Is met of many a counter wind and tide, With which her winged fpeed is let and crofT, And fhe herfelf in stormy furges toft. Yet making many a boord, and many a bay, Still winneth way, ne hath her compass loft. Right so it fares with me in this long way, Whofe course is often stayd, yet never is aftray. For all that hetherto hath long delayd This gentle Knight, from fowing his firft quest, Though out of courfe, yet hath not been misfaid, To shew the courtefie by him profeft, Even unto the lowest and the least. But now I come unto my courfe again, To his atchievement of the blatant beast, Who all this while at will did range and reign, Whileft none was him to stop, nor none him to reftraine. Sir Calidore, when thus he now had wrought Faire Pastorella from thofe Brigants powre, Unto the caftle of Belgard her brought, Whereof was lord the good Sir Bellamour, Who, whilome was in his youths frefh flowre, A lusty Knight, as ever wielded fpeare, And had endured many a dreadfull ftarre In bloody battell for a lady deare, The fairest lady then of all that living were. Her name was Claribell, whofe father hight The lord of many lands, farre renowned For his great riches and his greater might. He through the wealth, wherein he did abound, this daughter thought in wedlocke to have bound Unto the Prince of Pictoland bordering neare. But she, whofe fides before with fecret wound Of love to Bellamour enpierced were, By all meanes fhunned to match with any forreign feare. And Bellamour again so well her pleased, With daily fervice and attendance dew, That of her love he was entirely feized, And clofely did her wed, but known to few. Which when her father underftood, he grew In fo great rage, that them in dungeon deepe Without compaffion cruelly he threw, Yet did fo ftreightly them afunder keepe, That neither could to company of the other creepe. Natheleffe Sir Bellamour, whether through grace or fecret gift, So with his keepers wrought, that to his love Sometimes he came in place, whereof her wombe Unwift to wight was fraught, and in due time A maiden child forth brought, which fhe ftreight way, for dread leaft if her fire fhould know thereof, To flay he would have fought, delivered to her handmayd, that for hire She fhould it caufe be foftred under ftrange attire. The trufty damzell, bearing it abrode Into the empty fields, where living wight Mote not bewray the fecret of her load, She forth gan lay unto the open light The little babe, to take thereof a fight, Whom whilft fhe did with watry eyne behold, Upon the little breaft, like chrystall bright, She mote perceive a little purple mould, That like a rofe her filken leaves did faire unfold. Well fhe it marked, and pitied the more, Yet could not remedy her wretched cafe, But clofing it againe, like as before, Bedewed with teares there left it in the place, Yet left not quite, but drew a little fpace Behind the bufhes, where fhe did her hide, To weet what mortall hand, or heavens grace, Would for the wretched infants helpe provide. For which it loudly called, and pitifully cryde. At length a fhepheard, which thereby did keepe His fleecy flocke upon the plaines around, Led with the infants cry, that loud did weepe, Came to the place, where when he rapid found The abandoned fpoile, he foftly it unbound, And feeing there, that did him pity fore, He tooke it up, and in his mantle wound, So home unto his honeft wife it bore, Who as her owne it nurft, and named evermore. Thus long continued Claribell a thrall, And Bellamour in bands, till that her fire Departed life, and left unto them all. Then all the ftormes of fortunes former ire Were turned, and they to freedome did retire. Thenceforth they joyed in happineffe together, And lived long in peace and love entire, Without difquiet or diflike of ether, Till time that Calidore brought Pastorella thether. Both whom they goodly well did entertaine, For Bellamour knew Calidore right well, And loved for his proweffe, fith they were twaine Long fince had fought in field. Als Claribell no leffe did tender the faire Pastorell, Seeing her weake and wan, through duraunce long. There they a while together thus did dwell, In much delight, and many joyes among, Until the damzell gan to wex more found and ftrong. Tho gan Sir Calidore him to advize Of his firft queft, which he had long forlore, Afhamed to think, how he that enterprize, The which the Faerie Queene had long afore Bequeathed to him, forflacked had fo fore. That much he feared, leaft reprochfull blame With foule difhonour him mote blot therefore, Befides the loffe of fo much lucerne fame, As through the world thereby fhould glorify his name. Therefore refolving to returne in haft, Unto fo great atchievement, he bethought To leave his love, now perill being paft, With Claribell, while left he that monfter fought Throughout the world, and to deftruction brought. So taking leave of his faire Pastorell, Whom to recomfort, all the meanes he wrought, With thanks to Bellamour and Claribell, He went forth on his queft, and did that him befell. But firft, ere I do his adventures tell In this exploit, me needeth to declare What did betide to the faire Pastorell, During his abfence left in heavy care. Through daily mourning and nightly misfare, Yet did that ancient matron all fhe might To cherifh her with all things choice and rare, And her own handmayd, that Melissa hight, Appointed to attend her duly day and night. Who in a morning, when this maiden faire Was dighting her, having her snowy breaft as yet not laced, nor her golden haire into their comely tresses duly drest, chanced to espy upon her ivory chest the rosie mark, which she remembred well, that little infant had, which forth she kist, the daughter of her Lady Claribell, the which she bore, the whiles in prison she did dwell. Which well avising, straight she gan to cast in her conceitfull mind, that this faire mayd was that same infant, which so long sith past she in the open fields had loosely layd to fortune's spoile, unable it to ayd. So full of joy, straight forth she ran in haste Unto her mistress, being half dismayd, to tell her, how the heavens had her graced to save her child, which in misfortune's mouth was placed. The sober mother, seeing such her mood, yet knowing not what meant that sudden throe, asked her, how mote her words be understood, and what the matter was, that moved her so. My lief, said she, ye know that long ago, whilst ye in durance dwelt, ye to me gave a little mayd, the which ye childed tho. The same again, if now ye list to have, the same is yonder lady, whom high God did save. Much was the lady troubled at that speech, and gan to question straight how she it knew. Most certain marks, said she, do me it teach, for on her breast I with these eyes did view the little purple rose, which thereon grew, whereof her name ye then to her did give. Besides her countenance, and her likely hue, matcht with equal years, do surely preve, that yond same is your daughter sure, which yet doth live. The matron stayd no longer to enquire, but forth in haft ran to the ftranger mayd, whom catching greedily for great desire, rent up her breast, and bosome open layd, in which that rose she plainely faw difplayd. Then her embracing twixt her armes twain, she long so held, and softly weeping said, And livest thou, my daughter, now againe? And art thou yet alive, whom dead I long did faine? Though further asking her of sundry things, and times comparing with their accidents, she found at last by very certain signes, and speaking marks of passed monuments, that this young mayd, whom chance to her presents, is her own daughter, her own infant deare. Though wondring long at those so strange events, 1,000 times she her embraced neare, with many a joyfull kiffe, and many a melting teare. Who ever is the mother of one child, which having thought long dead, she finds alive, let her by proof of that, which she hath filed in her own breast, this mothers joy descrive. For other none such passion can contrive in perfect forme, as this good lady felt, when she so faire a daughter faw survive, as Pastorella was, that nigh she swelt for passing joy, which did all into pity melt. Thence running forth unto her loved lord, she unto him recounted all that fell, who joyning joy with her in one accord, acknowledged for his own faire Pastorell. There leave we them in joy, and let us tell of Calidore, who seeking all this while that monftrous beast by finall force to quell, through every place, with restless paine and toyle, him followed by the tract of his outrageous spoile. Through all estates he found that he had past, in which he many massacres had left, and to the clergy now was come at last, in which such spoile, such havoc, and such theft he wrought, that thence all goodnesse he bereft, that endless were to tell. The elfin knight, who now no place besides unsought had left, at length unto a monafter did light, where he him found despoiling all with maine and might. Into their cloysters now he broken had, through which the monks he chafed here and there, and them purfued into their daughters sad, and searched all their cells and secrets neare, in which what filth and ordure did appeare, were irksome to report. Yet that foule beast not sparing them, the more did toffe and teare, and ransack all their dens from most to least, regarding nought religion, nor their holy heast. From thence into the sacred church he broke, and robbed the chancell, and the desks down threw, and altars fouled, and blasphemy spoke, and the images for all their goodly hue did cast to ground, whilst none was them to rue, so all confounded and disordered there. But seeing Calidore, away he flew, knowing his fatall hand by former feare, but he him fast purfuing, soon approched neare. Him in narrow place he overtooke, and fierce assayling forced him turne againe. Sternly he turned againe, when he him ftrooke With his fharp fteele, and ran at him amaine With open mouth, that feemed to containe A full good pecke within the utmoft brim, All set with iron teeth in raunges twaine, That terrified his foes, and armed him, Appearing like the mouth of Orcus griefly grim. And therein were 1,000 tongues empyght, Of sundry kindes, and sundry quality. Some were of dogs, that barked day and night, And some of cats, that rawling ftill did cry, And some of beares, that groyned continually, And some of tygers, that did feeme to grin, And snarre at all, that ever passed by. But most of them were tongues of mortall men, Which fpake reprochfully, not caring where nor when. And them amongft were mingled here and there The tongues of serpents with 3 forked ftings, That spat out poyfon and gore bloody geare At all, that came within his ravenings, And fpake licentious words, and hatefull things Of good and bad alike, of low and high. Ne Caesars spared he a whit, nor kings, But either blotted them with infamy, Or bit them with his banefull teeth of injury. But Calidore thereof no whit afrayd, Recountered him with fo impetuous might, That the outrage of his violence he ftayd, And bet abacke, threatning in vaine to bite, And spitting forth the poyfon of his fpight, That foamed all about his bloody jawes. Though rearing up his former feet on hight, He ramped upon him with his ravenous pawes, As if he would have rent him with his cruel clawes. But he right well aware his rage to ward, Did caft his fhield atween, and therewithal, Putting his puifance forth, purfued fo hard, That backward he enforced him to fall, And being downe, ere he new helpe could call, His fhield he on him threw, and faft down held, Like as a bullock, that in bloody ftall Of butchers balefull hand to ground is feld, Is forcibly kept downe, till he be throughly queld. Full cruelly the beaft did rage and roare, To be downe held, and maystred fo with might, That he gan fret and foam out bloody gore, Striving in vaine to reare himfelfe upright. For ftill the more he ftrove, the more the knight Did him fupprefle, and forcibly subdue, That made him almoft mad for fell defpight. He grind, he bit, he fcratcht, he venom threw, And fared like a fiend, right horrible in hew, Or like the hell-borne Hydra, which they feign, That great Alcides whilome overthrew, After that he had laboured long in vaine, To crop his 1,000 heads, the which ftill new Forth budded, and in greater number grew. Such was the fury of this hellifh beaft, Whileft Calidore him under him downe threw, Who nethermore his heavy load releaft, But aye the more he raged, the more his powre increaft. Though when the beaft faw he mote nought availe, By force he gan his 100 tongues apply, And fharply at him to revile and raile, With bitter termes of fhamefull infamy, Oft interlacing many a forged lie, Whofe like he never once did fpeake, nor heare, Nor ever thought thing fo unworthily. Yet did he nought for all that him forbare, But ftrained him fo ftreightly, that he choked him neare. At laft, when as he found his force to fhrink, And rage to quaile, he tooke a muzzle ftrong Of furest iron, made with many a link, Therewith he mured up his mouth along, And therein fhut up his blasphemous tongue, For never more defaming gentle knight, Or unto lovely lady doing wrong. And thereunto a great long chaine he tight, With which he drew him forth, even in his owne defpight. Like as whilome that ftrong Terinthian fwaine Brought forth with him the dreadfull dog of hell, Against his will fast bound in iron chaine, And roaring horribly, did him compell To fee the hatefull Sunne, that he might tell To griefly Pluto, what on earth was done, And to the other damned ghofts, which dwell For aye in darknefle, which day light doth fhunne. So led this knight his captive with like conqueft wonne. Yet greatly did the beaft repine at thofe ftrange bands, Whofe like till then he never bore, Nor ever any durft till them impofe, And chauffred inly, feeing now no more Him liberty was left allowed to roare. Yet durft he not draw backe, nor once withftand The proved powre of noble Calidore, But trembled underneath his mighty hand, And like a fearefull dog him followed through the land. Him through all Faerieland he followed fo, As if he learned had obedience long, that all the people, whereso he did go, out of their townes did round about him throng, to see him lead that beast in bondage strong. And seeing it, much wondred at the fight, and all fuch perfons, as he earft did wrong, rejoyced much to see his captive plight, and much admir'd the beast, but more admir'd the knight. Thus was this monfter by the maystring might of doughty Calidore fuppreft and tamed, that nevermore he mote endamage wight with his vile tongue, which many had defamed, and many caufeleffe caufed to be blamed. So did he eke long after this remaine, until that, whether wicked fate fo framed, or fault of men, he broke his iron chaine, and got into the world at liberty againe. Thenceforth more mischiefe and more fcath he wrought to mortal man, then he had done before, nor ever could by any more be brought into like bands, nor maystred any more, albe that long time after Calidore, the good Sir Pelleas him tooke in hand, and after him Sir Lamorak of yore, and all his brethren born in Britain land, yet none of them could ever bring him into band. So now he raungeth through the world againe, and rageth fore in each degree and ftate, nor any is, that may him now reftraine. He growen is fo great and ftrong of late, barking and biting all that him do bate, albe they worthy blame, or cleare of crime. Nor fpareth he most learned wits to rate, nor fpareth he the gentle poets rhyme, but rends without regard of perfon or of time. Nor may this homely verfe, of many meanest, hope to efcape his venomous defpight. More then my former writs, all were they cleareft from blamefull blot, and freed from all that wight, with which fome wicked tongues did it backbite, and bring into a mighty Peres difpleafure, that never fo deferved to endite. Therefore do you my rhymes keep better meafure, and feeke to pleafe, that now is counted wise mens threafure. Finis. End of Canto 12, Book 6, The Legend of Calidore. End of Book 6, The Legend of Calidore.
Book 7, Canto 6, The Cantos of Mutability. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nathan at antipodeanwriter.wordpress.com. The Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. Book 7, The Cantos of Mutability, Canto 6. Proud change, not pleased in mortal things, beneath the moon to reign, pretends, as well of gods as men, to be the sovereign. What man that sees the ever-whirling wheel of change, the which all mortal things doth sway, but that thereby doth find and plainly feel how mutability in them doth play her cruel sports to many men's decay? Which that to all may better yet appear, I will rehearse that wholum I heard say, how she at first herself began to rear, gainst all the gods, the empire sought from them to bear. But first here falleth fittest to enfold her antique race and lineage ancient, as I have found it registered of old in Faerieland, mongst records permanent. She was, to wit, a daughter by descent of those old Titans that did wholum strive with Saturn's son for heaven's regiment, whom, though high Jove of kingdom did deprive, yet many of their stem long after did survive. And many of them afterwards obtained great power of Jove and high authority, as Hecate, in whose almighty hand he placed all rule and principality, to be by her disposed diversely to gods and men, as she them list divide, and dread Bellona, that doth sound on high, wars and alarums unto nations wide, that makes both heaven and earth to tremble at her pride. So likewise did this Titaness aspire, rule and dominion to herself to gain, that as a goddess men might her admire, and heavenly honours yield as to them twain. At first on earth she sought it to obtain, where she such proof and sad examples shewed of her great power, to many one's great pain, that not men only, whom she soon subdued, but equal other creatures, her bad doings rued.
For she, the face of earthly things so changed, that all which nature had established first, in good estate and in meet order ranged, she did pervert, and all their statutes burst, and all the world's fair frame, which none yet durst, of gods or men to alter or misguide, she altered quite, and made them all accursed, that God had blessed, and did at first provide, in that still happy state for ever to abide. Ne she the laws of nature only break, but eke of justice and of policy, and wrong of right and bad of good did make, and death for life exchanged foolishly, since which all living wights have learned to die, and all this world is waxen daily worse, of piteous work of mutability, by which we all are subject to that curse, and death instead of life have sucked from our nurse. But now when all the earth she thus had brought to her behest and thralled to her might, she gan to cast in her ambitious thought, to tempt the empire of the heavens' height, and Jove himself to shoulder from his right. And first she passed the region of the air, and of the fire, whose substance thin and slight made no resistance, ne could her contraire, but ready passage to her pleasure did prepare. Thence to the circle of the moon she came, where Cynthia reigns in everlasting glory, to whose bright shining palace straight she came, all fairly decked with heaven's goodly story, whose silver gates, by which there sat an hoary, old aged sire with hourglass in hand, hight time she entered, where he lief or sorry, he stayed till she the highest stage had scanned, where Cynthia did sit that never still did stand. Her sitting on an ivory throne she found, drawn of two steeds, the one black, the other white, environed with 10,000 stars around, that duly her attended day and night, and by her side there ran her page that hight Vesper, whom we the evening star intend, that with his torch still twinkling like twilight, her lightened all the way where she should wend, and joy to weary wandering travellers did lend. That when the hardy Titaness beheld the goodly building of her palace bright, made of the heaven's substance and upheld with 1,000 crystal pillars of huge height, she gan to burn in her ambitious sprite, and t'envy her that in such glory reigned, eftsoons she cast by force and tortuous might her to displace and to herself to have gained the kingdom of the night, and waters by her waned. Boldly she bid the goddess down descend, and let herself into that ivory throne, for she herself more worthy thereof wend, and better able it to guide alone, whether to men whose fall she did bemoan, or unto gods whose state she did malign, or to the infernal powers her need give loan, of her fair light and bounty most benign, herself of all that rule she deemed most condign. But she that had to her that sovereign seat by highest Jove assigned therein to bear, night's burning lamp, regarded not her threat, ne yielded aught for favour or for fear, but with stern countenance and disdainful cheer, bending her horned brows, did put her back, and boldly blaming her for coming there, bade her at once from heaven's coast to pack, or at her peril bide the wrathful thunder's wrack. Yet neithermore the giantess forbear, but boldly pressing on, wrought forth her hand to pluck her down perforce from off her chair, and therewith lifting up her golden wand, threatened to strike her if she did withstand. Whereat the stars which round about her blazed, and eke the moon's bright waggon still did stand, all being with so bold attempt amazed, and on her uncouth habit and stern look still gazed. Meanwhile the lower world, which nothing knew of all that chanced here, was darkened quite, and eke the heavens and all the heavenly crew of happy wights, now unpurveyed of light, were much afraid and wondered at that sight, fearing lest chaos broken had his chain, and brought again on them eternal night. But chiefly Mercury, that next doth reign, ran forth in haste unto the King of gods to plain. All ran together with a great outcry to Jove's fair palace fixed in heaven's height, and beating at his gates full earnestly, gan call to him aloud with all their might, to know what meant the sudden lack of light. The father of the gods, when this he heard, was troubled much at their so strange affright, doubting lest Typhon were again upreared, or other his old foes that once him sorely feared. Eftsoons the son of Maia forth he sent, down to the circle of the moon, to know the cause of this so strange astonishment, and why she did her wonted course forslow, and if that any were on earth below, that did with charms or magic her molest, him to attach, and down to hell to throw. But if from heaven it were, then to arrest the author, and him bring before his presence prest. The winged-foot god so fast his plumes did beat, that soon he came whereas the Titaness was striving with fair Cynthia for her seat, at whose strange sight and haughty hardiness he wondered much and feared her no less. Yet laying fear aside to do his charge, at last he bade her, with bold steadfastness, cease to molest the moon to walk at large, or come before high Jove her doings to discharge. And therewithal he on her shoulder laid his snaky wreathed mace, whose awful power doth make both gods and hellish fiends afraid. Rat the Titaness did sternly lower, and stoutly answered, that in evil hour he from his Jove such message to her brought, to bid her leave fair Cynthia's silver bower, sith she his Jove and him esteemed naught, no more than Cynthia's self, but all their kingdoms sought. The heavens' herald stayed not to reply, but passed away his doings to relate unto his lord, who now in the highest sky was placed in his principal estate, with all the gods about him congregate, to whom, when Hermes had his message told, it did them all exceedingly amate, save Jove, who changing naught his countenance bold, did unto them at length these speeches wise unfold. Hearken to me a while, ye heavenly powers. You may remember, since the earth's cursed seed sought to assail the heaven's eternal towers, and to us all exceeding fear did breed, but how we then defeated all their deed. Ye all do know, and them destroyed quite, yet not so quite, but that there did succeed an offspring of their blood, which did alight upon the fruitful earth, which doth us yet despite. Of that bad seed is this bold woman bred, that now with bold presumption doth aspire to thrust fair Phoebe from her silver bed, and eke ourselves from heaven's high empire, if that her might were matched to her desire. Wherefore it now behoves us to advise what way is best to drive her to retire, whether by open force or counsel wise. Areed, ye sons of God, as best ye can devise. So having said, he ceased, and with his brow, his black eyebrow, whose doomful dreaded beck is wont to wield the world unto his vow, and even the highest powers of heaven to check, made sign to them in their decrees to speak, who straight gan cast their counsel grave and wise. Meanwhile the earth's daughter, though she naught did reek of Hermes' message, yet gan now advise what course were best to take in this hot bold emprise. Eftsoons she thus resolved, that whilst the gods, after return of Hermes' embassy, were troubled and amongst themselves at odds, before they could new counsels really, and set upon them in that ecstasy, and take what fortune, time, and place would lend, so forth she rose, and through the purest sky, to Jove's high palace straight cast to ascend, to prosecute her plot. Good onset bodes good end. She there arriving boldly in did pass, where all the gods she found in council close, all quite unarmed, as then their manner was. At sight of her they sudden all arose in great amaze, ne wist what way to choose. But Jove, all fearless, forced them to abide, and in his sovereign throne gan straight dispose, himself more full of grace and majesty, that mote in cheer his friends and foes mote terrify. That, when the haughty Titaness beheld all were she fraught with pride and impudence, yet with the sight thereof was almost quelled, and inly quaking, seemed as reft of sense and void of speech in that dread audience, until that Jove himself herself bespake. Speak, thou frail woman, speak with confidence. Whence art thou, and what dost thou here now make? What idle errand hast thou, earth's mansion to forsake? She, half confused with his great command, yet gathering spirit of her nature's pride, him boldly answered thus to his demand, I am a daughter, by the mother's side of her that is grandmother magnified of all the gods, great earth, great chaos child, but by the father's, be it not envied, I greater am in blood, whereon I build than all the gods, though wrongfully from heaven exiled. For Titan, as ye all acknowledge must, was Saturn's elder brother by birthright, both sons of Uranus, but by unjust and guileful means, through Corybantes' slight, the younger thrust the elder from his right, since which, thou Jove, injuriously hast held the heavens' rule from Titan's sons by might, and them to hellish dungeons down hast felled, witness ye heavens the truth of all that I have telled. Whilst she thus spake, the gods that gave good ear to her bold words, and marked well her grace, being of stature tall as any there, of all the gods, and beautiful of face as any of the goddesses in place, stood all astonied, like a sort of steers, mongst whom some beast of strange and foreign race unwares is chanced, far straying from his peers, so did their ghastly gaze bewray their hidden fears. Till having paused a while, Jove thus bespake, Will never mortal thoughts cease to aspire in this bold sort to heaven claim to make, and touch celestial seats with earthly mire? I would have thought that bold Procrustes' hire, or Typhon's fall, or proud Ixion's pain, or great Prometheus tasting of our ire, would have sufficed the rest for to restrain, and warned all men by their example to refrain. But now this offscum of that cursed fry dared to renew the like bold enterprise, and challenge the heritage of this our sky, whom what should hinder but that we likewise should handle as the rest of her allies, and thunder drive to hell? With that he shook his nectar-dewed locks, with which the skies and all the world beneath for terror cook, and eft his burning levin bromd in hand he took. But when he looked on her lovely face, in which fair beams of beauty did appear, that could the greatest wrath soon turn to grace, such sway doth beauty even in heaven bear, he stayed his hand, and having changed his cheer, he thus again in milder wise began. But if God should strive with flesh, ye fair, then shortly should the progeny of man be rooted out, if Jove should do still what he can. But thee, fair Titan's child, I rather ween, through some vain error or inducement light, to see that mortal eyes have never seen, or through ensample of thy sister's might, Bellona, whose great glory thou dost spite, since thou hast seen her dreadful power below, mongst wretched men dismayed with her affright, to bandy crowns and kingdoms to bestow, and sure thy worth no less than hers doth seem to show. But wot thou this, thou hardy Titaness, that not the worth of any living wight may challenge aught in heaven's interests, much less the title of old Titan's right, for we by conquest of our sovereign might, and by eternal doom of fate's decree, have won the empire of the heavens bright, which to ourselves we hold, and to whom we shall worthy deem partakers of our bliss to be. Then cease thy idle claim, thou foolish girl, and seek by grace and goodness to obtain that place from which by folly Titan fell. Thereto thou mayst perhaps, if so thou fain, have Jove thy gracious lord and sovereign. So having said, she thus to him replied, Cease, Saturn's son, to seek by proffers vain of idle hopes to lure me to thy side, for to betray my right before I have it tried. But thee, O Jove, no equal judge I deem of my desert or of my dewful right, that in thine own behalf mayst partial seem, but to the highest him that is behight, father of gods and men by equal might, to wit, the God of nature I appeal. Thereat Jove waxed wroth, and in his sprite did inly grudge, yet did it well conceal, and bade Dan Phoebus scribe her appellation seal. Eftsoons the time and place appointed were, where all both heavenly powers and earthly wights before great nature's presence should appear, for trial of their titles and best rights, that was to wit, upon the highest heights of Arlo Hill, Who knows not Arlo Hill? That is the highest head in all men's sights, of my old father Mole, whom shepherd's quill renowned hath with hymns fit for a rural skill. And were it not ill-fitting for this file, to sing of hills and woods mongst wars and nights, I would abate the sternness of my style, mongst these stern stowns to mingle soft delights, and tell how Arlo through Diana's spites, being of old the best and fairest hill, that was in all this holy island's heights, was made the most unpleasant and most ill. Meanwhile, O Clio, lend Calliope thy quill. Whilome, when Ireland flourished in fame of wealths and goodness far above the rest of all that bear the British island's name, the gods then used, for pleasure and for rest, oft to resort thereto, when seemed them best. But none of all therein more pleasure found than Cynthia, that is sovereign queen professed, of woods and forests, which therein abound, sprinkled with wholesome waters, more them most on ground. But mongst them all, as fittest for her game, either for chase of beasts with hound or boar, or for to shroud in shade from Phoebus' flame, or bathe in fountains that do freshly flow, or from high hills, or from the dales below, she chose this Arlo, where she did resort with all her nymphs enranged on a row, with whom the woody gods did oft consort, for with the nymphs the satyrs love to play and sport. Amongst the which there was a nymph that hight Melana, daughter of old father Mole, and sister unto Mulla, fair and bright, unto whose bed false Brigog wholom stole, that shepherd Colin dearly did condole, and made her luckless loves well known to be. But this Melana, were she not so shoal, were no less fair and beautiful than she, yet as she is, a fairer flood may no man see. For first she springs out of two marble rocks, on which a grove of oaks high-mounted grows, that as a girlond seems to deck the locks of some fair bride, brought forth with pompous shows, out of her bower that many flowers strows. So through the flowery dales she tumbling down, through many woods and shady coverts flows, that on each side her silver channel crown, till to the plain she come, whose valleys she doth drown. In her sweet streams Diana used oft, after her sweaty chase and toilsome play, to bathe herself, and after on the soft and downy grass her dainty limbs to lay, in covert shade, where none behold her may. For much she hated sight of living eye. Foolish god Faunus, though full many a day he saw her clad, yet longed foolishly to see her naked mongst her nymphs in privity. No way he found to compass his desire, but to corrupt Melana, this her maid, her to discover for some secret hire. So her with flattering words he first assayed, and after pleasing gifts for her purveyed, queen apples and red cherries from the tree, with which he her allured and betrayed, to tell what time he might her lady see, when she herself did bathe, that he might secret be. Thereto he promised, if she would him pleasure with this small boon, to quit her with a better, to wit, that where as she had out of measure long loved for fortune, who by naught did set her, that he would undertake for this to get her, to be his love, and of him liked well, besides all which he vowed to be her debtor, for many more good turns than he would tell, the least of which this little pleasure should excel. The simple maid did yield to him anon, and eft him placed where he close might view, that never any saw save only one, who for his hire to so foolhardy Jew, was of his hounds devoured in hunter's hue, though, as her manner was on sunny day, Diana with her nymphs about her drew, to this sweet spring, where doffing her array, she bathed her lovely limbs for Jove a likely prey. There Faunus saw that pleased much his eye, and made his heart to tickle in his breast, that for great joy of somewhat he did spy, he could him not contain in silent rest, but breaking forth in laughter loud professed his foolish thought, O foolish fawn indeed, that couldst not hold thyself so hidden blest, but wouldst needs thine own conceit areed, babblers unworthy being of so divine a meed. The goddess, all abashed with that noise, in haste forth started from the guilty brook, and running straight, whereas she heard his voice, enclosed the bush about, and there him took, like dared lark, not daring up to look on her whose sight before so much he sought. Thence forth they drew him by the horns, and shook nigh all to pieces, that they left him naught, and then into the open light they forth him brought. Like as an housewife, that with busy care thinks of her dairy to make wondrous gain, finding whereas some wicked beast unware that breaks into her dare house there doth drain her creaming pans and frustrate all her pain, hath in some snare or gin set close behind, entrapped him and caught into her train, then thinks what punishment were best assigned, and thousand deaths deviseth in her vengeful mind. So did Diana, and her maidens all use silly Faunus. Now within their bale they mocked and scorn him, and him foul miscall. Some by the nose him plucked, some by the tail, and by his goatish beard some did him hail. Yet he, poor soul, with patience all did bear, for naught against their wills might countervail. Ne aught he said whatever he did hear, but hanging down his head did like a mom appear. At length, when they had flaunted him their fill, they gan to cast what penance him to give. Some would have gelt him, but that same would spill the wood god's breed, which must for ever live. Others would through the river him have driv, and ducked deep, but that seemed penance light. But most agreed, and did this sentence give, him in deer's skin declared, and in that plight, to hunt him with their hounds, himself save how he might. But Cynthia's self, more angry than the rest, thought not enough to punish him in sport, but of her shame to make a gainsome jest, and gan examine him in straiter sort, which of her nymphs, or other close consort, him thither brought, and her to him betrayed. He much afeared, to her confessed short, that 'twas Morlana, which her so bewrayed. Then all at once their hands upon Morlana laid. But him, according as they had decreed, with a deer's skin they covered, and then chased with all their hounds that after him did speed. But he more speedy from them fled more fast than any deer, so saw him dread aghast. They after followed all with shrill outcry, shouting as they the heavens would have brast, that all the woods and dales where he did fly did ring again, and loud re-echo to the sky. So they him followed till they weary were, when back returning to Milan again, and by commandment of Diana there, her whelmed with stones, yet Faunus for her pain, of her beloved Fanchin did obtain, that her he would receive unto his bed. So now her waves pass through a pleasant plain, till with the Fanchin she herself do wed, and both combine themselves in one fair river spread. Natheless, Diana, full of indignation, thenceforth abandoned her delicious brook, in whose sweet stream, before that bad occasion, so much delight to bathe her limbs she took. Not only her, but also quite forsook all those fair forests about Arlo hid, and all that mountain, which doth overlook the richest champion that may else be rid, and the fair shore, in which 1,000 salmons bred. Them all, and all that she so dear did weigh, thenceforth she left, and parting from the place, thereon a heavy hapless curse did lay, to weet, that wolves, where she was wont to space, should harboured be, and all those woods deface, and thieves should rob and spoil that coast around, since which, those woods and all that goodly chase, doth to this day with wolves and thieves abound, which too true that lands in dwellers since have found. End of Canto 6, Book 7, The Cantos of Mutability. Recording by Nathan at antipodeanwriter.wordpress. Book 7, Canto 7, The Cantos of Mutability. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nathan at antipodeanwriter.wordpress.com. The Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. Book 7, The Cantos of Mutability. Canto 7. Pealing from Jove to nature's bar, bold alteration pleads, large evidence, but nature soon her righteous doom areeds. Ah, whither doest thou now, thou greater Muse, me from these woods and pleasing forests bring? And my frail spirit that doth oft refuse this too high flight, unfit for her weak wing, lift up aloft to tell of heaven's king, thy sovereign sire, his fortunate success, and victory in bigger notes to sing, which he obtained against that Titaness, that him of heaven's empire sought to dispossess. Yet sith I needs must follow thy behest, do thou my weaker wit with skill inspire, fit for this tune, and in my sable breast kindle fresh sparks of that immortal fire, which learned minds inflameth with desire of heavenly things. For who but thou alone, that art inborn of heaven and heavenly sire, can tell things do'n in heaven so long agone, so far past memory of man that may be known? Now at that time that was before agreed, the gods assembled all on Arlo hill, as well those that are sprung of heavenly seed, as those that all the other world do fill, and rule both sea and land unto their will. Only the infernal powers might not appear, a swell for horror of their countenance ill, as for the unruly fiends which they did fear, yet Pluto and Proserpina were present there. And thither also came all other creatures, whatever life or motion do retain, according to their sundry kinds of features, that Arlo scarcely could them all contain, so full they filled every hill and plain, and had not nature's sergeant, that is order, them well disposed by his busy pain, and ranged far abroad in every border, there would have caused much confusion and disorder. Then forth issued great goddess, great Dame Nature, with goodly port and gracious majesty, being far greater and more tall of stature than any of the gods or powers on he, yet certes by her face and physiognomy, whether she man or woman inly were, that could not any creature well descry, for with a veil that wimpled everywhere, her head and face was hid, that mote to known appear. But some do say was so by skill devised, to hide the terror of her uncouth hue from mortal eyes that should be sore agrized, for that her face did like a lion shew, that eye of white could not endure to view. But others tell that it so beauteous was, and round about such beams of splendour threw, that it the sun 1,000 times did pass, ne could be seen, but like an image in a glass. This well may seem true, for well I ween, that this same day when she on Arlo sat, her garment was so bright and wondrous sheen, that my frail wit cannot devise to what it to compare, nor find like stuff to that, as those 3 sacred saints, though else most wise, yet on Mount Tabor quite their wits forgat, when they their glorious Lord in strange disguise transfigured saw, his garments so did daze their eyes. In a fair plain upon an equal hill she placed was in a pavilion, not such as craftsmen by their idle skill are wont for princes' states to fashion, but the earth herself of her own motion out of her fruitful bosom made to grow most dainty trees, that shooting up anon did seem to bow their blossoming heads full low for homage unto her, and like a throne did show. So hard it is for any living wight all her array and vestments to tell, but old Dan Geoffrey, in whose gentle sprite the pure well head of poesy did dwell, in his fowl's parley durst not with it mell, but it transferred to Allen, whom he thought had in his plaintive kinds described it well, which who will read set forth so as it ought, go seek ye out that Allen where he may be sought. And all the earth far underneath her feet was dight with flowers that voluntary grew out of the ground, and sent forth odours sweet, 10,000 moors of sundry scent and hue, that might delight the smell or please the view, the which the nymphs, from all the brooks thereby, had gathered, which they at her footstool threw, that richer seemed than any tapestry, that prince's bowers adorned with painted imagery. And Moll himself, to honour her the more, did deck himself in freshest fair attire, and his high head, that seemeth always hoar, with hardened frosts of former winter's ire, he with an oaken girloin now did tire, as if the love of some new nymph late seen had in him kindled youthful fresh desire, and made him change his grey attire to green. Ah, gentle Moll, such joyance hath thee well beseen. Was never so great joyance since the day that all the gods whilome assembled were, on Homer's hill in their divine array, to celebrate the solemn bridal cheer. 'Twixt Peleus and Dame Thetis pointed there, where Phoebus' self, that god of poets' height, they say did sing the spousal hymn full clear, that all the gods were ravished with delight of his celestial song and music's wondrous might. This great-grandmother of all creatures bred, great nature, ever young yet full of eld, still moving yet unmoved from her stead, unseen of any, yet of all beheld, thus sitting in her throne as I have told, before her came Dame Mutability, and being low before her presence felled, with meek obeisance and humility, thus gan her plaintive plea with words to amplify. To thee, O greatest goddess, only great, and humble suppliant, lo, I lowly fly, seeking for right, which I of thee entreat, who right to all dost deal indifferently, damning all wrong and tortuous injury, which any of thy creatures do to other, oppressing them with power unequally, sith of them all thou art the equal mother, and knittest each to each as brother unto brother. To thee, therefore, of this same Jove I plain, and of his fellow gods that feign to be, that challenge to themselves the whole world's reign, of which the greatest part is due to me, and heaven itself by heritage in fee. For heaven and earth I both alike do deem, sith heaven and earth are both alike to thee, and gods no more than men thou doest esteem, or even the gods to thee, as men to gods do seem. Then weigh, O sovereign goddess, by what right these gods do claim the world's whole sovereignty, and that is only due unto thy might, arrogate to themselves ambitiously, as for the gods' own principality, which Jove usurps unjustly, that to be my heritage Jove's self cannot deny, from my great grandsire Titan unto me, derived by due descent, as is well known to thee. Yet maugre Jove, and all his gods beside, I do possess the world's most regiment, as, if ye please it, into parts divide, and every part's in holders to convent, shall to your eyes appear incontinent. And first, the earth, great mother of us all, that only seems unmoved and permanent, and unto mutability not thrall, yet she is changed in part, and eke in general. For all that from her springs and is y-bred, however fair it flourish for a time, yet see we soon decay, and, being dead, to turn again unto their earthly slime. Yet out of their decay and mortal crime, we daily see new creatures to arise, and of their winter spring another prime, unlike in form, and changed by strange disguise. So turn they still about, and change in restless wise. As for her tenants, that is man and beasts, the beasts we daily see massacred die, as thralls and vassals unto men's behests, and men themselves do change continually, from youth to eld, from wealth to poverty, from good to bad, from bad to worst of all. Ne do their bodies only flit and fly, but eke their minds, which they immortal call, still change and vary thoughts, as new occasions fall. Ne is the water in more constant case, whether those same on high or these below. The ocean moveth still from place to place, and every river still doth ebb and flow. Ne any lake that seems most still and slow, ne pool so small that can his smoothness hold, when any wind doth under heaven blow, with which the clouds are also tossed and rolled, now like great hills, and straight like sluices them unfold. So likewise are all watery living wights, still tossed and turned with continual change, never abiding in their steadfast plights. The fish still floating do at random range, and never rest, but evermore exchange their dwelling places, as the streams them carry. Ne have the watery fowls a certain grange, wherein to rest, ne in one stead do tarry, but flitting still do fly, and still their places vary. Next is the air, which who feels not by sense, for of all sense it is the middle mean, to flit still, and with subtle influence of his thin spirit all creatures to maintain, in state of life, O weak life, that does lean on things so tickle as the unsteady air, which every hour is changed and altered clean, with every blast that bloweth foul or fair. The fair doth it prolong, the foul doth it impair. Therein the changes infinite behold, which to her creatures every minute chance, now boiling hot, straight freezing deadly cold, now fair sunshine that makes all skip and dance, straight bitter storms and baleful countenance, that makes them all to shiver and to shake. Rain, hail, and snow do pay them sad penance, and dreadful thunderclaps that make them quake, with flames and flashing lights that thousand changes make. Last is the fire, which though it live for ever, ye can be quenched quite, yet every day we see his parts, so soon as they do sever, to lose their heat and shortly to decay, so makes himself his own consuming prey. Ne any living creatures doth he breed, but all that are of others bred doth slay, and with their death his cruel life doth feed, naught living but their barren ashes without seed. Thus all these fowl, the which the groundwork be of all the world and of all living wights, to thousand sorts of change we subject see, yet are they changed by other wondrous sleights into themselves and lose their native mights. The fire to air, the air to water sheer, and water into earth, yet water fights with fire and air with earth approaching near, yet all are in one body, and as one appear. So in them all reigns mutability, however these that gods themselves do call, of them do claim the rule and sovereignty, as Vesta of the file ethereal, Vulcan of this with us so usual, Ops of the earth, and Juno of the air, Neptune of seas, and nymphs of rivers all, for all those rivers to me subject are, and all the rest which they usurp be all my share. Which to approve and true, as I have told, vouchsafe, O goddess, to thy presence call, the rest which do the world in being hold, as times and seasons of the year that fall, of all the which demand in general, or judge thyself by verdict of thine eye, whether to me they are not subject all. Nature did yield thereto, and by bade order call them all before her majesty. So forth issued the seasons of the year, first lusty spring, all dight in leaves of flowers, that freshly budded and new blossoms did bear, in which 1,000 birds had built their bowers, that sweetly sung to call forth paramours, and in his hand a javelin he did bear, and on his head, as fit for warlike stores, a gilt engraven morion he did wear, that as some did him love, so others did him fear. Then came the jolly summer, being dight in a thin silken cassock coloured green, that was unlined all to be more light, and on his head a girloined well beseen he wore, from which, as he had chafed been, the sweat did drop, and in his hand he bore a bow and shafts, as he in forest green had hunted late the leopard or the boar, and now would bathe his limbs with labour heated sore. Then came the autumn, all in yellow clad, as though he joyed in his plenteous store, laden with fruits that made him laugh full glad, that he had banished hunger, which tofore had by the belly oft him pinched sore. Upon his head a wreath that was enrolled with ears of corn of every sort he bore, and in his hand a sickle he did hold, to reap the ripened fruits the which the earth had yold. Lastly came winter, clothed all in frizz, chattering his teeth for cold that did him chill, whilst on his hoary head his breath did freeze, and the dull drops that from his purpled bill, as from a limbeck did adown distil. In his right hand a tipped staff he held, with which his feeble steps he stayed still, for he was faint with cold and weak with eld, that scarce his loosed limbs he able was to weld. These, marching softly, thus in order went, and after them the months all riding came. First sturdy March, with brows full sternly bent, and armed strongly rode upon a ram, the same which over Hellespontus swam, and in his hand a spade he also hent, and in a bag all sorts of seeds the same, which on the earth he strode as he went, and filled her womb with fruitful hope of nourishment. Next came fresh April, full of lusty head, and wanton as a kid, whose horn new buds. Upon a bull he rode, the same which led Europa floating through the Argolic floods. His horns were gilden all with golden studs, and garnished with garlands, goodly dight, of all the fairest flowers and freshest buds, which the earth brings forth, and wet he seemed in sight, with waves through which he waded for his love's delight. Then came fair May, the fairest maid on ground, decked all with dainties of her season's pride, and throwing flowers out of a lap around, upon two brethren's shoulders she did ride, the twins of Leda, which on either side supported her like to their sovereign queen. Lord, how all creatures laughed when her they spied, and leapt and danced, as they had ravished been, and Cupid's self about her fluttered all in green. And after her came jolly June, arrayed all in green leaves, as he a player were, yet in his time he wrought as well as played, that by his plough-irons mote right well appear. Upon a crab he rode, that him did bear, with crooked crawling steps and uncouth pace, and backward rode, as bargemen wont to fare, bending their force contrary to their face, like that ungracious crew which feigns demurest grace. Then came hot July, boiling like to fire, but all his garments he had cast away, upon a lion raging yet with ire. He boldly rode and made him to obey. It was the beast that whilome did foray the Nemean forest, till the Amphitronidae him slew, and with his hide did him array. Behind his back a scythe, and by his side, under his belt, he bore a sickle circling wide. The 6th was August, being rich arrayed, in garment all of gold down to the ground. Yet rode he not, but led a lovely maid, forth by the lily hand, the which was crowned with ears of corn, and full her hand was found. That was the righteous virgin, which of old lived here on earth, and plenty made abound. But after wrong was loved and justice sold, she left the unrighteous world, and was to heaven extolled. Next him September marched, eke on foot, yet was he heavy laden with the spoil of harvest's riches, which he made his boot, and him enriched with bounty of the soil. In his one hand, as fit for harvest's toil, he held a knife-hook, and in the other hand a pair of weights, with which he did assoil both more and less, where it in doubt did stand, and equal gave to each, as justice duly scanned. Then came October, full of merry glee, for yet his knoll was totty of the must, which he was treading in the wine-fat sea, and of the joyous oil whose gentle gust made him so frolic and so full of lust. Upon the dreadful scorpion he did ride, the same which by Diana's doom unjust slew great Orion, and eke by his side he had his ploughing share, and coulter ready tied. Next was November, he full gross and fat, as fed with lard, and that right well might seem, for he had been a fatting hogs of late, that yet his brows with sweat did reek and steam, and yet the season was full sharp and bream. In planting eke he took no small delight, whereon he rode, not easy was to deem, for it a dreadful centaur was in sight, the seed of Saturn, and fair Nace, Chiron height. And after him came next the chill December, yet he through merry feasting which he made and great bonfires did not the cold remember. His Saviour's birth his mind so much did glad. Upon a shaggy bearded goat he rode, the same wherewith Jan Jove in tender years, they say, was nourished by the Idaean maid, and in his hand a broad deep bowl he bears, of which he freely drinks, and health to all his peers. And came old January, wrapped well in many weeds to keep the cold away, yet did he quake and quiver like to quell, and blow his nails to warm them if he may, for they were numbed with holding all the day, and hatchet keen, with which he felled wood, and from the trees did lop the needles spray. Upon a huge great earth pot steam he stood, from whose wide mouth there flowed forth the Roman flood. And lastly came cold February, sitting in an old waggon, for he could not ride, drawn of two fishes, for the season fitting, which through the flood before did softly slide, and swim away, yet had he by his side his plough and harness fit to till the ground, and tools to prune the trees before the pride. The hasting prime did make them burgeon round, so passed the 12 months forth, and their due places found. And after these there came the day and night, riding together both with equal pace, the one on a palfrey black, the other white, but night had covered her uncomely face with a black veil, and held in hand a mace, on top whereof the moon and stars were pight, and sleep and darkness round about did trace, but day did bear upon his sceptre's height the goodly sun, encompassed all with beams bright. Then came the hours, fair daughters of high Jove and timely night, the which were all endued with wondrous beauty fit to kindle love, but they were virgins all, and love eschewed, that might forslack the charge to them foreshewed by mighty Jove, who did them porters make of heaven's gate, whence all the gods issued, which they did daily watch and nightly wake, by even turns, ne ever did their charge forsake. And after all came life, and lastly death, death with most grim and grisly visage seen. Yet is he naught but parting of the breath, he ought to see, but like a shade to ween, unbodied, unsouled, unheard, unseen. But life was like a fair young lusty boy, such as they feign Dan Cupid to have been, full of delightful health and lively joy, decked all with flowers, and wings of gold fit to employ. When these were past, thus 'gan the Titaness, Lo, mighty mother, now be judge and say, whether in all thy creatures more or less, change doth not reign and bear the greatest sway. For who sees not that time on all doth prey? But times do change, and move continually, so nothing here long standeth in one stay. Wherefore this lower world who can deny, but to be subject still to mutability? Then thus 'gan Jove, right true it is that these, and all things else that under heaven dwell, are changed of time, who doth them all decease of being. But who is it, to me tell, that time himself doth move and still compel to keep his course? Is not that namely we, which pour that virtue from our heavenly cell, that moves them all, and makes them changed be? So them we gods do rule, and in them also thee. To whom thus mutability, the things which we see not how they are moved and swayed, ye may attribute to yourselves as kings, and say they by your secret power are made. But what we see not, who shall us persuade? But were they so, as ye them feign to be, moved by your might and ordered by your aid, yet what if I can prove that even ye yourselves are likewise changed and subject unto me? And first, concerning her that is the first, even you fair Cynthia, whom so much ye make Jove's dearest darling, she was bred and nursed on Cynthus hill, whence she her name did take. Then is she mortal born? How so ye crake? Besides, her face and countenance every day we changed see, and sundry forms partake, now horned, now round, now bright, now brown and grey. so that as changeful as the moon, men used to say. Next Mercury, who though he less appear to change his hue and always seem as one, yet he his course doth alter every year, and is of late far out of order gone. So Venus eke, that goodly paragon, though fair all night, yet is she dark all day, and Phoebus' self, who lightsome is alone, yet is he oft eclipsed by the way, and fills the darkened world with terror and dismay. Now Mars, that valiant man, is changed most, for he sometimes so far runs out of square that he his way doth seem quite to have lost, and clean without his usual sphere to fare, that even these star-gazers 'stonished are at sight thereof, and damn their lying books. So likewise grim Sir Saturn oft doth spare his stern aspect, and calm his crabbed looks. So many turning cranks these have, so many crooks. But you, Dan Jove, that only constant are, and king of all the rest, as ye do claim, are you not subject eke to this misfare? Then let me ask you this without and blame. Where were ye born? Some say in Crete by name, others in Thebes, and others otherwhere. But wheresoever they comment the same, they all consent that ye begotten were, and born here in this world, the other can appear. Then are ye mortal born, and thrall to me, unless the kingdom of the sky ye make immortal and unchangeable to be. Besides, that power and virtue which ye spake that ye here work, doth many changes take, and your own natures change. For each of you that virtue have, or this or that to make, is checked and changed from his nature true, by others' opposition, or obliquid view. Besides, the sundry motions of your spheres, so sundry ways and fashions as clerks feign, some in short space, and some in longer years, what is the same but alteration plain? Only the starry sky doth still remain, yet do the stars and signs therein still move, and even itself is moved, as wizards saying. But all that moveth doth mutation love. Therefore, both you and them to me I subject prove. Then since within this wide great universe nothing doth firm and permanent appear, but all things tossed and turned by transverse, what then should let, but I aloft should rear my trophy, and from all the triumph bear? Now judge then, O thou greatest goddess true, according as thyself dost see and hear, and unto me a doom that is my due, that is the rule of all being ruled by you. So having ended, silence long ensued. Nature to or fro spake for a space, but with firm eyes affixed the ground still viewed. Meanwhile all creatures, looking in her face, expecting the end of this so doubtful case, did hang in long suspense what would ensue, to whether side should fall the sovereign place. At length, she looking up with cheerful view, the silence brake, and gave her doom in speeches few. I well consider all that ye have said, and find that all things steadfastness do hate, and changed be, yet being rightly weighed, they are not changed from their first estate, but by their change their being do dilate, and turning to themselves at length again, do work their own perfection so by fate. Then over them change doth not rule and reign, but they reign over change, and do their states maintain. Cease therefore, daughter, further to aspire, and thee content thus to be ruled by me. For thy decay thou seek'st by thy desire, but time shall come that all shall changed be, and from thenceforth none no more change shall see. So was the Titaness put down and wist, and Jove confirmed in his imperial see. Then was that whole assembly quite dismissed, and nature's self did vanish, whither no man wist. End of Canto 7. Book 7, The Cantos of Mutability. End of The Faerie Queene. Recording by Nathan at Antipodean Writer.
Book 7